Well, I think we're going to definitely use that bite as part of the mega outtakes. Now I know
Oh.
how you really feel. All right,
It's
I am
all good,
glad.
Jack. All good.
Welcome to the last module of Mega. I was a little concerned I was going to pop in here and there's going to be 100 people in here, so I'm glad that did not happen. I was actually going to create a different link for this class, specifically so we didn't have people in prior Megas wanting to take this module. And so we've got a small, reasonable class. That is good. I'm sure we'll have a few stragglers popping in the next couple of minutes. This is going to be a fun day. I wouldn't say intense. I would say fun. This is going to be one of those type of classes where we're going to be doing unique and new things we've not done before, which, you know, people don't know what to expect out of something like this, but I promise it's going to be fun. Okay. At the end of class today, we're going to be doing a quick review, a review of the first 12 modules. And I don't know how much time we're going to have for that review, so we'll have to play it by ear because this is the first time we've done this module. And although I think I've timed it correctly, you never really know based on how many questions we're going to have on certain segments. But first, congratulations, Mega 17 on fantastic UVPs. I am very impressed. I was very excited to see all of you showing up in all the ways you can show up. How does it feel to have that project behind you? Yeah, I'm hoping it feels good. Feels like you accomplished something real and meaningful. And I'm hoping that the real takeaway from this, like I sent in the email to all of you, is that, that was the hard thing. Instead of someone asking you why they should hire you, and that feeling like the hard thing, now you've really had time to prepare. You're never going to be in that situation where, someone says something like that to you, and then on the car ride home, you are reciting all the things that you should have said because you hadn't had an opportunity to really, really think that through.
Yeah.
But now you have. You've spent a month on it, unless you're Eric and you spent an entire year on it. And I hope to see some more of you in Mega 18 coming back,
Yeah.
or even in Mega 19 in January, and hanging out with us. Certainly don't have to do the whole thing again, but you're always welcome to. Uh, Mega is welcoming to the entire company. We see Mohammed coming and hanging out with us very often, and I always appreciate having him in class too.
Thank
We
you.
are not going to be going over points today. Um, it is going to be a big surprise. And I can always tell you that this is the time where the big surprises happen because, as you can see from our teams group, it is just like buckets of points are being poured into there. And poor Lisa you can see the attention to detail and time that it takes to put all that together because she has to go through each one of those um, and verify the points and make sure that they're all correct. But uh, she is doing that now. We have the points from the videos from last night already done. And so she is finalizing the points, and we will have those ready for you for tomorrow when we will be crowning our Mega 17 valedictorians, our Master Certified Salespeople, and our Mega Graduates. It is my belief at this point that this class will have more graduates than our Mega 16 did, which started with almost twice the amount of people. So kudos to Mega 17 for a job well done. So yes, this is the last module. How many of you are aware that Realty Texas has a phenomenal book club or a book club at all? Andrew works really hard maintaining this book club. It's once a week. And we have a regular schedule that we go through in the books, and they're all leadership books, all handpicked by me to help you grow the leadership qualities necessary to be the CEO of your own business. And maybe you've read them, but maybe you've not read them and then broken it down with other business professionals and heard their take on things, which is fun and it's a learning opportunity and it's personal growth and business growth at the same time. So please, I hope that all of you take the time in 2026 to join our book club. I think it is a perfect thing after Mega to jump in the book club. And of course, I have strategically have Andrew teaching The Getting to Yes and Never Split the Difference post Mega, which are two books that we're going to be referencing quite a bit today in our negotiation class. NAR has a real estate negotiation expert course. I know that several of you, Miriam and others, have mentioned that you have this designation. This is the National Association of Realtors only negotiation course. There is also MCNE, Master Certified Negotiation Expert, that is done by a different group. You can take those courses through Independence Title here in Austin area. They usually offer it a couple of times a year, and it's a 3-day course. It's a 30-hour course for actually it's three 3-day courses, almost like GRI is. It's 3 days on buyer, 3 days on seller, and then 3 days on a mix. One of the first designations that I got, and I thought it was very interesting. So I first took the MCNE, then I took the NAR's RENE instructor training, and then now teaching the RENE. And again, I'm one of less than right now 20 instructors in the United States that can teach the RENE course. And I have created this course after, 20 years of experience in the profession and being an instructor on both of the negotiation courses. And I'm excited about this course because I feel like it's a little bit more tailored towards real estate, and there's some more the real practical application here in this course that I think is missing in some of the others. So here are the books that are I think that you really should jump into over the next 6 months, if at all possible. Getting to Yes, fantastic book, probably the best relevant negotiation book for real estate. Never Split the Difference, not a necessarily real estate agent mindset book, but nonetheless, it's interesting. Former military people typically really, really like this book. It is written from the perspective of an FBI hostage negotiator who needed to up their game. The FBI needed to up their game in negotiation. This was the book that talks about the United flight in the 1980s that had the hostage kill the passengers on a hostage negotiation situation that went wrong. And they use that as an example of why it went wrong. FBI wanted to figure out how they could up their game and do better because they were really struggling with high stakes hostage negotiations situations. And they took themselves to Harvard Law. And Harvard Law had at the time the most prestigious negotiation course in the world. And they both learned a lot from each other, Harvard Law and the FBI. And what came from that is the last 30 years of hostage negotiation, which has a very different philosophy post 1990 versus pre 1990. So we're going to be learning when reading this book the backstory and the true nuts and bolts of why the negotiation theory is the way it is today. And I think it's helpful if you're going to be a negotiator to truly understand what negotiation really is so that you can help your clients so you don't approach a negotiation from a false sense of understanding of what a negotiation truly is. Getting to Yes, like it or not, you are a negotiator. One of the famous lines in that book. A generation ago, the idea of negotiation carried an adversarial tone. And I think those of us who were born prior to 1990, prior to the world of Google, um, negotiation was was adversarial. It was distasteful. It had a bad taste in people's mouth just for the word itself. And it was a very much win-lose type scenario. And in a negotiation, someone loses. And if that is the mindset that you bring to negotiation, then it is already lost before it's begun. because a negotiation is not about lose-lose. And it's not about splitting the difference win-win. Sometimes people think when they hear win-win, oh, you're just going to split the difference and everyone wins. In splitting the difference, everyone loses. Win-win in the idea of split the difference is lose-lose because everyone loses. So the idea of a win-win is the most important things that the parties are looking for, they walk away with. And we know that, in a negotiation that, you could say that everyone loses because no one's going to get exactly what they want. But if the parties, representatives, are really digging deep to learn as much as they possibly can about the situation, you can uncover things. And sometimes you can uncover what's called a black swan moment, one detail that changes the entire thing. So today, our understanding as a mature world of negotiation is that a failed negotiation is where the parties didn't reach an agreement. That is what a failed negotiation is. They were unable to make an agreement. That's what is considered now as a true loss. When the parties reach an agreement, that's a win, but was the win the best outcome for the parties? And sometimes the answer is no, because there were hidden things that weren't spoken about that had they been revealed and had they been properly negotiated, the parties would have walked away, both sides, much more or much happier about the outcome. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing today is we're going to do a negotiation where there are some hidden items. There are some black swans, so you have to listen very carefully. We're going to be breaking the class into groups. You're going to negotiate the whole thing, and you're going to come out, and you will, as you're listening, you'll be able to hear what those black swan moments are and hopefully negotiate. And there's points associated with this. So, of course, we have what I call the novice, the pro, and then the master negotiator. So there's three different levels that you can walk away from that negotiation with in terms of points based on what you listened to and what the outcome of the negotiation was. If the parties reach an agreement but walk away unhappy, the negotiator likely set unrealistic expectations. And if one party becomes upset at the other, it's often because the negotiator treated the people as the problem instead of focusing on the real problem, which is the real issue. And what is the real issue? It's not the people usually. Effective negotiation requires you to separate the people from the problem and never make the people the problem. Identify the issue and define it clearly and work together to overcome it. And that's one of the things that the hostage negotiator does well as they try to find common ground. And one of the things we've been talking about since the very beginning of Mega is that building a relationship begins with rapport, and rapport is a fancy word for creating common ground, creating some sense of semblance in a conversation that you understand each other in some way. And common ground is a common understanding of each other, even if it's just one nugget. Oh, your brother's a police officer. My dad was a police officer. Just that alone creates rapport. Your dad's a nurse. My brother's a nurse. Whatever it is, trying to create. Oh, we're you and I. We're an us. We're an us. It's us against the rest of the world. We're an us. Yeah, that's cool. That's what rapport is really trying to do. And negotiation is the heart of that. And if you don't think for a moment that working with a buyer, well, working with a prospect and trying to turn that prospect into a client is not negotiation, then you don't understand what's going on there either. A job interview is a negotiation. Getting hired by a seller is a negotiation. And so these negotiations doesn't just mean negotiating the sale of a property. But getting hired in the first place is where the real true negotiation happens. And we're going to be talking about rapport and trying to find common ground. And then once you find it, build on that and continue trying to find things in common where people feel a little bit more willing to open, tear down the walls, and share. Because for them to begin sharing with you means they had to have trusted you in the first place. And that's where the train leaves the station. That's where we start being able to help um, overcome objections, and create a meeting of the minds that says, I'd really like to work with you, and I'd really like you to want to work with me, and begin that conversation. More than ever today, in the world that we live in, we are in a very divided society. And I'm very careful and cognizant of the fact that there are certain topics that can be brought up that will slice your audience in half, that will destroy the rapport, that tells them immediately we're not an us, that there's a dividing line between us and you're the them. And we need to stay away from those things. We need to stay away from those things in our social media. We need to stay away from those things in conversations. There's no reason to bring them up. If we're trying to create rapport and trying to make an us, then what are the topics we want to stay away from? I think we know. We talked about it in our reputation management class already, of those some things that we need to stay away from. We're in a nuclear age. The us's and the thems is not just an us and them from a neighbor standpoint or from a transactional standpoint, but in one of the interesting and things that I love about the Never Split the Difference books really talks about how important it is that we understand that negotiation is not something that we need to reject, but something that we need to hold on to, something we need more of in this world. We don't need less. We actually need more uh, negotiation because that is ultimately what is going to help people be able to come together as a people is being able to negotiate more. And in this book, it says, like it or not, you are a negotiator. And the term negotiation over the years have been, whether it's labor talks or whether it's diplomacy, that it comes with a win-lose. And the common question in people's mind was who is going to win and who's going to lose. The idea that both sides could benefit, that both could win, was foreign. It says the goal cannot be and should not be to eliminate conflict. Conflict is inevitable and useful part of life. It often leads to change and generates insights. Few injustices in the world would be addressed without serious conflict. In the form of business competition, conflict helps create prosperity, and it lies at the heart of the democratic process, where the best decisions result not from a superficial consensus, but from exploring different points of view and searching for creative solutions. Strange as it may seem, the world needs more conflict, not less conflict. So the idea is, how do you handle conflict? Because conflict is a distasteful word, just as negotiation is. But then if we realize that conflict is simply two competing ideas that need to be listened to, if we are listening as a martial art and we hear what that competing idea is, that is what's necessary in negotiation, is to be able to have an opportunity to state your client's position, but more importantly, the more you understand about the other side, the more that you can fill in the gaps. And there are always gaps in negotiation. And so we're going to look at disentangling the people from the problem because we've learned that there's a big deal with personality types. We have the red driver, we have the yellow expressive, we have the blue engineer, and then we have the empathetic green. And all of those personality types approach problem solving differently and they approach situations differently. The red and the blue are very task oriented, very task oriented. They care more about the task than people's comfort. A red and a blue, they're going to, oh gosh, I need to use the restroom. I got to pee really bad. But nope, we're going to get this task done. We're going to get this task done before we go do that because the task is what needs to be completed. But you look at your green and your yellow, oh no, you need to stop what you're doing and you need to use the restroom because they're caring more about the people than the process. So when you look at the reds and the blues are very, very task oriented, and then the yellow and the green are very people and comfort oriented, you start to understand that when you're working with different personalities, they approach things differently. And if somebody else is approaching something differently than you, and if you can understand and have empathy for the way that they're approaching it and why, you're going to be able to give space for that. You're going to be able to hold that as instead of an irritation and being frustrated why they're not task oriented like you, and you think the task is important and they don't, so that we're kind of getting a superiority thing going on. Well, you're not task oriented like we are. Why? What's the matter with you? You realize, I see. Priorities different, mindset different. And that is where we disentangle the people from the problem. When we address what are the issues here, and then the people are going to be the avenue that's going to help get this done. So that means consensus and building that rapport and relationship with the people and making them not the problem, but the solution, and helping build solutions with people to address the problem is at the very, very heart of a successful and a productive and a professional negotiation. You must be soft on the people while remaining hard on the problem. We're going to say that a lot today's class. Soft on the people, hard on the problem. So as long as you remain respectful and attentive to the people issues, very much like our yellow and greens do, you should be able to strengthen the relationship even as you disagree about the substance. It's okay to disagree. In fact, my grandfather used to tell me, if you have two people in the room and both of them agree, one of them is unnecessary. And that is the way we used to think. That is the way the world used to think. That people need to come together and talk about difficult issues because that's progress. That's how you make the world a better place. And that's not where we are today. We are a very exclusionary society and we're very clustered, and social media has done that. Now we have these little groupthink ecosystems where people who think alike exclude the people they don't want in that conversation because they don't have the capacity to have a conversation because nobody wants to hear anyone. They just want to have their bias reaffirmed by other people with the same mindset. And that is where we are today, is it not? So if we are in a negotiation, can we bring that world mindset into our negotiation? We need to be very careful in leaving this concept of groupthink and exclusion and trying to create this little ecosystem, a bubble of like-minded people, and leave that out of your real estate negotiation centric idea, and realize in your negotiation you will be working with people who are different than you, who think different than you, who believe different than you, and all of that is okay. Your job in this world is not to make people think differently or to feel differently. You're going to leave that alone. We're going to attack the issue here. My client wants to sell this home. Your client is interested in buying this home. We both have different interests in the transaction. We are not on opposite sides. We are both on the same side, the side of closing the transaction. We want this thing to close. I have needs, you have needs. I need to know what your needs are, and you need to know what my needs are, so that we can put that on a list and we can figure out how can we successfully transact this transaction where everyone's needs are met to the best of their ability. Because if the and you think for a moment, when you pull back that layer, you think, well, actually then the agent's in the way, because if the parties had to be able to really just talk to each other, more would get done. Nothing can be further than the truth, because the parties don't have this training, and they're not going to be using empathy. They're not going to be thinking that other people are different. That's me conversation. And you're going to have two me's hit each other like two freight trains, and it's going to explode like a nuclear reaction because they're not going to listen to each other most of the time. So they do need representation who can respect the people through the process. Make sure that everyone is heard. Give everyone an opportunity to share what it is that they need so that Black swan moments can be revealed. And the ZOPA, the zone of possible agreement, reveals itself where there's an overlap between what the two needs are. And all of a sudden, from the fog, you start seeing how a deal could be reached. It takes communication, patience, and the ability to listen. And those three things come right now in this world less by nature and more by training. I'm going to put you in a group exercise and I want you guys to do some critical thinking. This is going to be a 10-minute group exercise, and I want you to list 5 things of what you think or what you believe, and you can take the bias that we come into the class with or some of the myth busting that I've already done in the first, 20 minutes of class. But what is negotiation? And I put some thoughts down here. Is it winning? Is it getting everything the client wants? Sometimes we think if when we take a client to a builder, agents often say to themselves, I don't know how to negotiate this because the builder won't come down in price. Because the failed idea of what a negotiation is price everything? Is that the negotiation ultimately? What is a failed negotiation and what is a negotiation that is won? And sometimes it's education. How many of you have ever heard the concept of reducing to the ridiculous? Anybody ever heard of the concept of reducing to the ridiculous? No? Miriam? Go ahead, Miriam. You're on mute. So, okay. Miriam might be having technical difficulties there at home. So, how many of you remember the website bankrate.com? Okay. A lot of you remember bankrate.com. Let's go to bankrate.com really quick. How many of you have been in a situation where the clients were maybe $10,000 apart and they're just digging in and you're just trying to figure out, gosh, you guys are $10,000 apart. Are you kidding me? You're not going to get this done? And you're thinking split the difference, but we know we're not going to do that. So $10,000 difference is $58 a month. It's 5.75. $5,000 is $24 a month. When people are at these numbers, we start realizing, well, let's see, if they go to Starbucks once a week and they get a $6 Starbucks, that's $24. So what we really have here is a Starbucks every week. That's the difference that we have in this negotiation. And when they hear that and they see that, a little light bulb comes on, like, I get it. I get it. Now, you might have a cash buyer, and the cash buyer look at it differently than a 30-year. But there are times when the negotiation hits this point of what we call hitting the ridiculous. And we sometimes we're going to reveal that in the system a little bit with that, so that what is the real impact here? Because when they sell this home, are they going to make a $25 profit? They keep this home for 30 years, are they going to make $25? Or is the expectation that they keep this home for 15 years and the $400,000 is now $400,000 home is now $700,000 home. And now they're putting $300,000 in the pocket. Remember the story of my client who was wanting to buy a property, and there was a property in Hutto that was on the market for, I think it was 79.5, and he wanted them to come down to 70,000, and they said no. And then 3 years later, I sent him the MLS sheet where that property had just sold for over $400,000. That is kind of what we're talking about here. And there's a great video that we're going to see here in a few minutes with one of the most wealthy investors of all time talks about, do you think it's dangerous to overbuy? And he said, not in the long run. I'm looking for a great property, and a great property is better than a great price. And so we're going to also put some thought into that. So in your groups, What makes a good negotiator? We're going to create kind of a foundation. What makes a good negotiator from the perspective we have right now? In what is a negotiation? And then at the end of class today, we're going to look at maybe how our mindset could have changed through that. You should have your group breakout sessions open, and I'm giving you 10 minutes, so ignore the clock because the clock is wrong. I'm going to pull you back in 10 minutes. All right, did everyone have enough time? I think we probably did. It's good for all of you to be in having this conversation with your peers. I want to respect that time. All right, group one, Sarah, Isabel, Melissa, Mia, Mohammed. Who is the captain coming out of group one?
Me. So we kind of talked about how communication, and we kind of got into a little bit of a discussion on um, not, I guess, I can't even think of how we worded it. We all talked about so many different things because every single transaction is, but I always say take your emotion out of it, and your fiduciary responsibility is to your client. And I'm I've never really been in like a hard situation, and not many of us had, where we've had to negotiate like really, really hard. But I always say that I'm we did because really didn't we put communication and no emotion. That's what I have written down.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Thank you, group one. Group two, Anne, Damien, Charles, Christina, Jeanette. Who is our captain coming out of group two?
That would be me, sir.
Damien.
Damien, yes. So what we got is what is negotiation is it's a meeting of the minds, it's an agreement among parties, it's an information exchange, it's a coming to an understanding of each other's pain points, and it's an understanding of what you want to achieve. Um, what makes a good negotiator is an active listener, someone who's able to see the big picture, someone who does not get bogged down in the weeds and the little stuff, someone who asks open-ended questions, someone who can ask and understand the five W's: who, what, when, where, and why. Someone who can figure out the why as quickly as possible, and someone who is a closer, someone who can close and put all the pieces together in one so everybody in the room can understand.
Yeah, okay. Very good. I like that you did the pendulum, what people want to achieve and their pain points, because it is not just the pain points, and people often um, focus on what they don't want, sometimes more, or they're really just polarized. Either they're focused on what they don't want, or they're focused on they do, and they're leaving the other side alone, when each is equally important. So very good job, group two. Group three, Amanda, Donna, Marlene, Melinda, Miriam. Who is our group captain in group three?
I am.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay, we had a lot of ideas and everybody talks real fast, so it's hard to write everything down. But we came up with all parties being happy, working with other people, listening and being creative, finding different solutions for the different situations, discussing the wants and needs of everybody. We felt this was a strong one to try to get that, so gives us to more ammunition to be able to negotiate. Because if neither party, it's kind of like one of the girls said something about splitting a cow in half because both parties wanted the cow, and really one just wanted the meat and one just wanted the hide. So finding out what your parties on both ends really, really want when it comes down to negotiations. Listening, that's listening was in here 5 or 6 times.
Mhm. I like your example of both wanting a cow, but they
Marion
want.
came up with that.
Yeah, well, that's a very good reference. So good job, group three. Group four, Isolette, David, Eric, Janice, Mary Beth.
Hi. What is a good negotiate or what is a negotiation? It's collaboration, cooperation, coming to a mutual agreement, um, integrating resources that would help facilitate the negotiation. open communication, meeting of the minds, remove yourself from the negotiation as far as your opinion and your feelings. What makes a good negotiator? Uh, an active listener, identifying important points, buffering with respect, filter out the negative, and effective, clear communication.
Okay. Um, Thank you. I heard, yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Group five. There's one small element missing, which is kind of a root of it, which is the humanity. We can talk about all of it, but we also have to realize allowing for people's humanity and not letting that get in the way. Indu, Denise, Dominic, Jocelyn, and Kevin.
I was the group captain. We said what makes a good negotiator, someone that listens more than they talk. They have empathy, they understand, they're knowledgeable and to do their research, and they focus on the problem, not the people. And what is negotiation? Identifying the problem. A few came up with like the what's it called, like zone of probable agreement
Sopa.
and Zopa, yep. And then creating a win-win situation, and BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement, and meeting of the minds to find that black swan.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful. The whole BATNA here is whoever really has the best plan B is who's going to win because they're the ones that care the least. You're going to hear from, uh, what's his name? I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Sirhan. Sirhan says in one of the mini videos, TikToks that he has out there that talks about who's going to win in a negotiation, and he said the person who truly cares the least is going to win. That's the one who's gonna win. And it is very true because if someone has two homes that they've seen that day, and both of them are very similar, very, very similar, and they're negotiating and on one, and if it doesn't get where they want it to be, then they've got the property next door that is just as that they like just as much. So they've got a really good plan B. And likely the home next door is not by the same seller. So that seller has a lot more to lose in this negotiation than this buyer who really is coming to the table with a very low need for an outcome. Thank you. I think you all did very good. I am really, really happy with what I heard out of group three. And so we're going to give group three 50 points specifically for the little mic drop. And by the way, Jocelyn, you did very well yesterday. Okay, let's hear from, well, we all know who he is. One of the famous billionaires out there dropping a little sales advice. Robert, a powerful truth about sales psychology. Success isn't about selling products. It is about selling feelings. According to him, good salespeople sell features, great ones sell outcomes. Do you remember the things that we talked about, the four things that people are happy to spend money on? Do you remember what those are? Who remembers what the four things are? I want to share.
A good lawyer.
A good lawyer. Okay, Janet. Well, yes, that is true. I think you're going back to the thing that I said that there are three people in life you need: a good CPA, a good real estate agent, and a good attorney. I did mention that, but separately from that, There are things that people value and four things that people are willing to spend money on. I know Christina knows three of them because I saw her first three finger points. I saw her go like this, and then it was, so Christina, what were the first three?
Oh, I don't know if I've got them right. I was trying to think through as I was going, but things that mitigate their risk, things that make them
Mhm.
happy, things that make them healthy. Um,
Status.
Saves time,
oh, saves time. Yeah.
okay? Helps make them money,
Oh, makes them wealthy. Yeah, yeah.
okay?
Healthy, wealthy,
Lower their risk
lower the risk.
and elevate their status.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So those are the things that people are willing, happy to spend money on. People will happily buy a motorcycle, happy to buy a boat, but then go into a negotiation and really fiercely arguing over 50 cents at a um what are those called? Flea market, but that's not what I'm talking about. So farmers market. You're seeing at the farmers market haggling over, potatoes. So when it comes to items and outcomes, what are we selling? Are we selling great outcomes, features? So he says success isn't about selling products, it's about selling feelings. According to him, good salespeople sell features, great ones sell outcomes, but the best sell emotion that build lasting connections. In those four things that we're talking about, he starts touching on those four things. If those four things are are always in our mind, people want to elevate their status. Oh, your family and your friends, they're going to love entertaining with you in this home. These are the types of things that attach to the epicenter of what people, the emotional side of things that makes them want to buy. He restructured his company around one rule. If a customer feels better after the call, the job has been done right. That emotional impact opens doors for the next conversation and eventually long term loyalty. Love. We want people to love your business. Not like it, not respect it, not endear it, but love it. People won't remember what you said, but they will remember how you made them feel. They're going to forget the words, they're going to remember the feeling. So, how do you leave them with this lasting feeling? It's, it's more about how you say something than what you say, because what you say are the words which will vanish in time, but the feeling will remain. We can't help but to always remember how someone made us feel. This is a principle that has helped his ventures reach hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars across the world.
Good salespeople sell features. Great salespeople sell outcomes. And really great salespeople sell feelings. The only thing you get out of the sales call is that the customer feels better. We've achieved something. Because that gives you the opportunity for another call. People never remember what you say, they remember how you make them feel.
So, this is as true in negotiations as it is in helping you build a successful practice, a very successful practice. So, how are you making people feel? Have you thought about that? Are you so focused on, I want to be the smartest or the most knowledgeable? Remember, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And part of them knowing that you care is that you made them feel like you care. And the words and the feelings, can they completely be not in parity? Someone's words over a subject can be completely different than the parity of the subject and how they feel, and they walk away feeling a certain way. And I think that that is sort of part of what holds the foundation up of a good negotiator is understanding that we're going to be hard on the problem, soft on the people, and in building a relationship with people. Yes, we have to find rapport, but how you go about that conversation and how you make them feel actually at the end of the day is more important than everything that you did. All of the words, you can misspeak your words. You can say horrible words and make people feel good, and you can say wonderful words and make people feel horrible. And so that is where the magic is going to come from. And I think down deep, you know that's true because we touch on something there that is kind of something we can all recognize as fact. Negotiation is not always getting the lowest price. It's not outsmarting or cornering the other side, an aha moment. It's not anchoring, and it's not winning on every single item. But what it is understanding what is most to the client and the other party, which takes a certain skill set to uncover these things. Navigating obstacles to keep the transaction alive, being respectful of hot ticket items that are going to cause a meltdown and being sensitive of those things. And knowing when to give and knowing when to hold. Now, negotiation is very difficult for a negotiator in real estate because we're not making the decisions. We are reading the room, we're being extremely thoughtful, and we're communicating back information to our client. We're giving them advice, and when they ask opinions, and then bringing that back to the negotiation. Sometimes we can see a an absolute perfect solution to the entire problem, and you pitch it to your client, and that's not what they want because they have different needs than our ability to put together a solution. Just because this solution matches doesn't mean that that's the solution that the client wants. So it's not about what we want or about some structured deal that we put together. It's about listening to the needs of what our client wants, not what we think is in their best interest, not us trying to save them from themselves, but truly understanding what it is that they want, understanding why it is that they want that. Sometimes that's even more important because sometimes they're dug in on something and the reason why is easily mitigated by learning one other piece of fact, which is going to be uncovered in our negotiation that we're doing today. Always getting the lowest price or always the highest price. That's not negotiation. That's what you call a fixation. Negotiation isn't about winning every term. It's about understanding what each party values most, separating the issues and allocating those items to the people who care about them the most. That is where a negotiation goes from good to great. And when it's done well, negotiation creates outcomes where both sides feel heard and feel respected and feel better off. Not because they got everything they wanted, but because they got what mattered most. Janice.
It's like my listing. It's closing today. Whoopee.
Congratulations, Janice.
Thank you. Uh, in the negotiation, the buyer was asking for $2,000 to replace a door from the laundry room to the garage. And my clients are, well, that's ridiculous. That's a lot of money for that, but apparently they had an estimate. And so my client decided, we're going to do the work ourselves and the door will be replaced. And so they certainly saved money on that.
Yeah, I've had several situations where the door into the garage was a hollow door, and the inspector said, "Well, your house is going to burn down if something happens in the garage." They can really scare people with stuff like that. And so, fear-based negotiations, understanding what it is that the why behind it also can help. And yes, of course, they're coming at them guns a-blazing with $2,000, and they have a better way to do it that's going to save them money to get the same outcome. That meant everyone was listening to each other and was able to get that done. So kudos to you, Janice. Hello, Isolette.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
So, re somewhat recently, I was dealing with some buyers, and a lot of their communication was through text in the negotiation, and that is so hard to, I mean, I have to take it off. My point is, don't let your clients it's hard to just go with texting when you're trying to negotiate because you're not hitting um, what other underlying important things there may be. So if they're just texting and saying, well, we'll go up 5,000, just tell them that or whatever. You kind of have to have that conversation on the phone and talk to them about it and don't just trust. I think that gets a little dangerous.
I agree. I think that sometimes text people can hear things uh, in their mind differently than how it was intended. But we are now in a world where some negotiations are going to happen. So, although it might not be the best way, I think that if you were to rewind the clock to the early 1900s, let's say 1930, I think you might be in a real estate class in a room somewhere that says, these real estate negotiations should not be happening over the phone. You can't see the expression on their face. You can't see them. We need to get these people in person, face to face, so you can read their hands, you can see what's going on. Other, you should not be doing this over the phone.
Good point.
And here we are. The highest and best is doing it over the phone. And so we've adapted. We've adapted to a new world, and we're going to have to adapt to text. And there is a way for us to assist, and it seems unprofessional to use emojis in text, but I always use emojis and text to make sure that they understand. And there's a point in which it's overboard, but the reason I use emojis and text is because I want them to understand the the intent and the emotion behind what I said, so they could see what those two things are. So they see the emoji and they see it. I think that helps. It doesn't solve it. I do agree that picking up the phone and having a conversation obviously is a million times better than a text or an email. But sometimes, I mean, especially with the generation that's coming up, uh, foreign to them is text. I mean, foreign to them is phone. I mean, you call them on the phone and their phone is ringing and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this person is so creepy. They called me." And that's the new generation that's coming up. So we're gonna have to get on board with that. But I agree, a lot is left, especially right now. Miriam and then Tara and then Amanda. Thank you, Isla, for sharing.
Yeah, I agree in part that we have to just get used to, as communication styles evolve, we have to get better and better at adapting to how people like to communicate. But I also think that sometimes when people are communicating in text or email, they're just not comfortable with negotiating. I mean, because all really, I would probably say the majority of people have some level of discomfort with real live negotiations. I mean, I use CarMax as an example. So many people love CarMax because they don't negotiate. You just go, how much is that car? Okay, I'll take it. And I just think it's a lot of us have some level of discomfort, and that's why email or text feels more comfortable.
And those people who really have an aversion to negotiations are other people who are going to come at you and offer full price and look for a home that is listed fairly so that they don't have to negotiate it. And so a home that's listed fairly is going to be more interesting. If the home is not listed fairly, they're just going to probably say, no, I'm not comfortable in digging into this one because it's going to cause them pain, they think. I agree. All right, Amanda.
So if you're working with a client who has to use text, you said you use emojis, would it be prudent or acceptable to ask them to also use emojis if there's someone that doesn't so that you can assess the tone?
No, that would not be.
Okay.
It would not be appropriate. You can ask them questions that might be, I just want to make sure you're good with this, or I work for you. You're the boss, so I want to make sure that you are on board with this. This is a suggestion, only a suggestion, but I work for you. I think that is where we should be going with how we communicate with our clients anyway. I'm closing a transaction in a couple of weeks, and I've told them several times, you're the boss. My job is to advise you and to give you a good idea and understanding of what your options are and which ones are safer than others. And it's your job to make a decision. You're the boss. You decide. I don't make decisions for you. That's not my role here, because there now I do have clients that say, well, Jack, just what is your recommendation? And I tell them, well, this is the one I think that's safe. Let's do that. Got it. I didn't make a decision. I didn't push them into that decision. I gave them my recommendation. Okay, good. It is 10:04. This is a great time for a stopping point. For a break, let's come back at 10:15.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back. All right, so as we're getting towards the rest of this day, there is a rule in this particular class that if you're going to participate, if you're in the class, you have to participate. So we need videos on, and then I am going to be at the next break putting together the pairings for the negotiations that are about to come. And if I have somebody in class who doesn't have video on, then I'm unable to make sure that everyone has someone paired up when they actually get into that room. All right. So, fixation on a specific outcome is not negotiation. That's something completely different. What is a skilled negotiator? For the 5 things, this is what we need to put in those 5 blanks. And you guys said some beautiful things, but helps set realistic expectations, helps clients set range of acceptability, understands clients' non-negotiables, keeps them focused on the ultimate objectives, refocusing and retargeting the conversations back to what they initially said, and respects their instructions and respects their wishes. These are the 5 things that we need to have in that bullet point of what is a good negotiator. Do I overpay for properties? I put this on here because when we look at negotiation, when we look at the purchase of a home, we sometimes think that the bulk of the negotiation or the most important element in the negotiation is the price. When you pay off your house in 30 years, it doesn't really matter if you bought it for 255 or 259.6 or 254.5. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The purchase price over the long haul doesn't really matter. What matters more was the house itself.
And why?
I overpay all the time. Most of the times I buy a property, I tell people I'm not getting a great deal, I'm getting a great property. What I'm looking for when I invest, and I recommend this to everybody, is the future of the property. I'm not so concerned with what the property has done in the past, and I'm not concerned with where it is today. So I'm willing to overpay for a great property any day of the week. Remember, it's more important to find a great property than a great deal.
What do you think about that? Is it true? Raise your hand if you believe it's true.
Over time, over the long haul.
Yeah.
That long game.
It's long game. I 100% subscribe to this. If you have 2 properties side by side and one is priced better than the other, it's usually because one is better than the other. It could be that it's priced wrong, but I want a home that's going to hold up well, that's got good finishes, that is going to have the best return on investment. So I think that, a great deal, what does a great deal mean? A great deal on price means what? to Indu, Dominique, and then Miriam. Indu is frozen, so we're gonna.
No, so
Okay.
when you were asking me about the property, I did agree that yes, we do overpay for the properties that are stable, durable, better looking, good looking, because they are for the long haul, not just for today.
Mhm. Okay, thank you, Indu. Miriam.
I think for me, like the condo I just bought is an example for me because right now I'm maybe breaking even, maybe not quite, but I bought um, at a price that would allow me to be close, but I also bought at a time like in a place that's right close to the center walking distance and at a time where the new airport just added like 18 nonstop flights to the destination. And so I was looking forward rather than just looking at like my first year or my first 2 years.
Thing is that the home prices change every month. They change every single month, which means we take 12 months over 30 years, and you've got that price is changing every single month. And the slice that you purchased it on was just what was happening that day. I think when you look at the home price, there is a better time to sell than others, but there's never a bad time to buy. And when it comes to the purchasing of the property, we need to find the best asset and negotiate a good price. And if it doesn't work, it was a failed negotiation. It was a failed negotiation. You pick up on the next one. Donna, then David.
I I think that goes back to finding out what your client really wants.
Mhm.
Are they going to be here for 3 to 5 years, which some relocation people are, so in that case, you just want the best price. Um, some people are going to be there forever. They plan to. And I believe that, that's when you get into, okay, maybe this one is a little better than that one. It's a little bit higher in price. So those are my feelings.
Mhm.
Got to find out what they really want.
Whether they're renting or whether they're buying or what they're going to be here for 4 years or 5 years or 6 years or 3 years,
Mhm.
ultimately at the end of the day, um, the tax write-offs and the incentives and having a property that you buy always is going to be a better investment because again, um, when you're purchasing a property, you need it to hold up for the span of time that you're going to live in that property. And if you break even, then you are able to write off the interest. And if it was a property that you lived in, and a break even means you live for free. David.
Well, that discussion right there with Donna's thoughts and your comments pretty much stole all of the thunder of what I was about to say, because you do end up with people that have a trader's mentality that you got to make your money when you buy, when you sell, and their exit strategy. I got to be able to get out of this if something turns wrong. But yes, long term, it has to be the great property, not the great deal. Uh, but in that very short term, like Donna said, if they're only going to be there 2, 3, 4 years, then they do have to make sure that they get that price that they can get out from. But then I was also going to say, but you have to live somewhere and you have to pay the price. And that's what you said. So uh, y'all, y'all did a great job covering my point.
Well, good. I'm glad to help, David. Anytime. I think also if you got a kid that's going to go to school for 4 years and you buy a condo and you get a 4-year arm, which is going to be a very, very low rate, and then you rent out a room in there. So instead of paying a housing cost, then they pay it off over the 4 years, as well as having rental income. And then at the end, even if you do break even, you've still been able to write off a lot of those expenses. And it's much better than spending $3,000 a month on rent. So I think that one thing has been proven, almost always it's better to buy than rent. Okay, moving on to the next fun little topic. This was the video Sirhan I was talking about. You can't move a negotiation forward until you understand the real need, not just the stated purpose. Their stated purpose might not be the real need. There might be something under it that is the foundation of their need, and the stated need is just their best solution for the real problem. And maybe their best solution for the problem isn't actually the best solution for the problem because they're not bringing a professional assessment to the table. They're bringing their assessment to the table as maybe a novice person in real estate. A seller might say, I want to sell my home for as much money as possible. Another might say, I have to sell. Those are not the same, are they? If the true need is I have to sell, then the primary objective is selling the home, not chasing an idealized number. And you can't bring both of those to the table at the same time. From there, your role is to help them sell and capture as much money as today's market will reasonably produce, because sometimes there's a better time to sell. But still, the length of time that they've been in that property, they've paid down the loan. It's probably increased in a little bit at least. And in the middle, they were able to write off some things. So there's still an investment happening here where they would have made more money in this scenario than had they thrown away rent. The thing about throwing away rent is that you throw away rent every single month, month after month after month after month, and you get to the end and you walk away. Whereas buying a home in the scenario, you're saving money month after month after month after month, and then you get to the end and break even and feels like, well, what was all of that for? Well, renting, you would have thrown away money every single month, not being able to use any of the tax write-offs or tax savings, which can be considerate. So once the real need is identified, everything else becomes clearer. Strategy, pricing, timing, expectations. A great real estate agent will have asked enough questions to get the real need. List it and sell it versus list it at the price that was stated and then fail.
I think I'm one of the best salespeople in the world. Okay. Give me an apartment you can't sell and I'll sell it.
There's so many. There's so many. An apartment I can't sell. I mean, I can sell everything, so I'm setting myself up for failure with that question.
You have to admit you can't. You just said there's loads available though, so you
No, there's
not
loads of
selling
apartments that aren't selling, but it's always a function of price, presentation, or patience. You can't have all three. If you have tons and tons of patience, you can wait on price as long as the presentation is good, and so on and so forth.
I think the future of sales, all of that links to purpose. Like, buy it for what reason? There could be a transaction that's got nothing to do with people actually needing it, but they want it.
That's exactly the speech I give when I sit with sellers. Right. It's not the buyers who are the problem, right? It's the sellers where you say, you're selling for what purpose? If the goal is to only make money, then we need to wait for a market that's going to give you the money. And they say, well, no, I need to sell. Okay, so then the goal isn't to make money. The goal is to get to X outcome. Yeah. So if we're looking to do that, then actually, maybe it's okay to sell for less. Maybe it's okay to take a loss. Right. What is the purpose of why we're selling? And then things would sell much, much, much faster.
What do you think about that? Sometimes people's wants doesn't match the reality of where they are in the world at that moment. I have a home, I have to sell it, I want to make $50,000. Got it. So what the market will bear today is not going to net you $50,000. So either we sell it and you make less, or you wait for a market that will sell and give you $50,000. Those are the options that you have. And if we lie to them and say, Hmm. Okay, so you want to list it at 500. Fine. We'll just list it at 500. And then it failed on market. It doesn't sell. You see the problem there? You've given them an idea or a promise or some inkling of an idea that they can be successful at that price. So if we've taken the listing and it was overpriced, we've sent them a message that it is possible. So by taking the listing itself, we have sent a message to them that it's possible. And the code of ethics say we're not going to mislead the seller as to market value. And by taking a listing on contingency where you only get paid if it sells, and you've taken it at a price that it will not sell for, then you have violated the code of ethics. Because the only reason the real estate agent would have done that is because they're thinking that the seller is going to grow weary and reduce the price, which means you back that train up back to that original conversation and realize here is scenario A and here is scenario B. Based on my analysis, based on my CMA, there's 22 homes on the market. They're very similar to yours. They've been sitting on the market for 18 months, and you're wanting to list for $15,000 higher than them. Isolet.
I have a great story about why people should choose real estate agents. It just happened to me yesterday. So I'll try to make it brief. 9 months ago, about 9 or 10 months ago, a gentleman reached out to me, wanted to sell his home. We set a listing appointment, but before the date came, he called me and said, "You're never going to believe what happened. Somebody wants to buy my place." And I said, "Oh, okay." And so he said, "We're not going to use real estate agent. We're just, I'm selling it to him directly." Okay. Fast forward, I get a call from a gentleman, and he ironically bought that house and he wants to sell. So I go for the listing appointment, and it was a cash deal. And the guy paid $1.4 million for the house. And nothing in this neighborhood in Kissing Tree sells for anything close. And the comps are nowhere close, like maybe 1.1 at the best. But he hasn't been here very long. So anyway, he said, he goes, "I can't, so you're telling me I can't get my money back?" And I go, "I'm not going to lie to you. I can't get that number. There's no statistics. I mean, I went as far as the whole city of San Marcos to compare everything in the whole market, what's ever sold in those price points and stuff." So anyhow, um, I said, "Well, did you use a real estate agent to help you and, give you some statistics to base the price that you paid?" And he said, "No, I trusted the seller, gave me a good price." It was all I could do to laugh. So anyway, um, we have value, and not either he's going to have to take a big hit on that, or I'm not going to list it.
You can list it. You can't list it at a price that's not going to sell because that's futile and it does damage to the seller. So the question is then, um, putting a plan together that works to give him time or him understand that he donated to the seller fund, which is exactly what he did. Yes, we do have a huge value in lowering their risk because that is the whole thing. A transaction is between what a buyer and a seller is willing to pay. And he was willing to pay a price greater than any other buyer would have ever paid. Good for the seller, right? Good for him. All right. So the principle, thank you for sharing, Islet. The principle here is going to be soft on the people and hard on the problem. We're going to focus on a solutions-oriented, problem-focused solution, not a people-focused solution. Okay, we're gonna play a game. In order for this game to work, and this is one of those games that you play, and through the playing of the game, it has a lesson built into it. I think it's an interesting lesson, and I think that by the time we're done with it, and this is going to take considerable amount of time, this is going to take about 10 minutes to play the game, and it's going to take about 15 minutes to watch the video at the end that really explains this. And I think this really underscores the importance of what we're talking about today, being hard on the problem and soft on the people. Actually, in a much greater way than is just negotiating a sale of a home. Almost like in the book Getting to Yes, where it says that, we need more negotiations going on there, which more conflict, not less. How many of you have ever heard of the prisoner's dilemma or the coin game? Miriam has heard of it. All right. So this is how this is going to work. And I created a Excel template. And this Excel template is going to be a game that we're going to play. We're going to play it as a group first, and then we are going to go into a group setting. You're going to go into a group and you're going to play it on your own. I'm going to watch the video. We're going to watch the first 27 seconds. You're going to hear the video explain the game.
Gold Coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get two choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple, to get as many coins as you can. The prisoners...
Okay, so we are going to be looking at this as points or coins, either one. Green is going to be cooperating. Defecting is going to be red. You'll see that in the spreadsheet that I created for you. I need you to grab a piece of paper, 2 pieces of paper. And on one piece of paper, I need you to write defect. And on another piece of paper, I need you to write cooperate. There are going to be an uncertain amount of rounds that are played, but you and one partner are going to play, and you have to play the round not knowing what the other person is going to play. So in such a way that you play the round and you can't change your mind. So what's going to happen is you're going to hold up the paper so that we can see it. And both of you are going to hold it up at the same time. And you're either going to cooperate or you're going to defect. And in the cooperation, all it means is that both of you are going to play the round the exact same time. And then one of you are going, and if you've both cooperated, you'll both get 1 point. If you both defected, then no, if you both cooperate, you get 3 points. If you both defect, you get 1 point. And again, and this is where the rub comes in. If one of you defected and the other cooperated, the person who cooperated gets nothing, and the person who defected gets 5 points. I need a volunteer. I need, in fact, 2 volunteers. Christina and Isolette.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy is right. Okay, so Christina, you raised your hand first, so you're going to be player 1. And Isolette, you are going to be player 2. Now, I don't want to see your pieces of paper yet, because if you hold up one, it could be a bias, meaning that the other person can see that and think that that's what you're going to come out the gate with. But I need to know that we can actually read it. So make sure that it's when you hold it up to the camera that we are able to read it. And again, and David, I can't read yours. I couldn't read yours, David. So I couldn't read yours, Marlene, either. This is the thing, it's gonna be difficult. Christina, okay, how about cut that in half? And why don't we do this instead? Why don't we have a gigantic C for cooperate and a gigantic D for defect and do it that way so then it's easier to see. So you guys are going to do this. We're going to put you in groups of 3 after we've played this game and you see how it works. And you are going to have 3 people in a group. One person is going to be the goalkeeper, and then you're going to have 2 people playing, and then they're going to play 3 rounds, and then you're going to switch partners, and someone else is going to be the goalkeeper until everyone has had an opportunity to play. Okay. Isolet, do you have any questions? And Christina, do you have any questions?
No, just trying to make my letters darker.
Okay, I'm going to spotlight Isolet. And Christina, I'm going to spotlight you as well. So I can see you both there. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm going to show you how this is going to look, just so you can see what's happening here. So player 1 is Christina, and player 2 is Isolet. And in a moment, they're going to, at the same time, they're going to hold up their paper. And nobody knows, maybe they don't even know yet, which one they're going to choose. But they're either going to choose cooperate or defect. So round 1, player 1, Christina, can either cooperate or defect. Over here, you can see the coins being added up.
Is this blind?
So as you can see, if Christina cooperated and then E-select cooperated, now they both got 3 points. If instead Christina cooperated and E-select defected, Christina got 0 points and E-select got 5 points. If the reverse is true, then you will see that Christina will have had 5 points, Isolet would have had no points. And if they both defect, they both get 1 point. Make sense? Now, you play this all the way until round 20. And there may be more rounds past here. So, we're going to begin the game. Round 1. Christina, Isolet, you have to both hold it up at the same time because what can't happen is one of you see the other and change your score. So reveal your game run. Okay, so Isolet came out of the gate defecting, and Christina out of the gate, she cooperated. Okay, out the gate. All right, round 2. Okay. Round 3. Interesting. Interesting. So now we've had a flip. And if I scored this wrong, please somebody hold me accountable here. Round 4. Okay. They both defected. Round 5. Okay, so Christina defected and Isolet cooperated. By round 5, now they are back at a tie. All right, round 6. They both defected. Okay, oops. Round 7. Okay, so Isolet defected and Christina cooperated. Round 8. Cooperate, defect. Cooperate, defect. Okay. Was that right? Yes. Round 9. Cooperate, defect. Okay. Round 10. They both defected. Okay. Round 11. Both defected again. Round 12. Isolette cooperated and Christina defected. Okay, we're back at a tie. How is this possible? All right, round 13. Defect cooperate. Defect cooperate. Okay. We are still at a tie. Round 14. They both defected. Okay. Round 15. They both defected. Round 16. Okay. Round 17. Isolette cooperated. And Isolette, wait, I got that wrong. Isolette, you
Yeah, so
cooperated, right? So this one is here and here. That's correct, right?
mhm.
Ooh, we're back to a tie again. All right, round 18. They both defected. Round 19. Defect, defect. Okay. And 20 may not be the last round. All right, go for 20. Defect, defect. Okay, 35 and 35. So when we're done with this exercise, now you know how to play it. We're going to play best 2 out of 3. When we're done with the exercise, we're going to ask some very pointed questions about um, how maybe you felt the first time they defected, and some other things. And then we're going to watch a video that talks about the psychology of what this game is and having a little fun and playing a game and uh, at the same time is not a bad thing. All right, so this is what I need you to do. I need you to scan this QR code. Okay, actually, let me do something different because you're likely going to scan this QR code on your, mm, you're likely to scan it on your cell phone, and I don't want it on your cell phone. I want it on your computer. So I'm going to put the link in the chat so that you can click it with your mouse on your computer, unless you're Miriam and their mouth is dead because of Mega. All right.
It's working again. Sorry.
I'm just teasing with you, Miriam. All right, so click that link. It should download a file to your computer. And you open it, it's going to say, do you allow Excel macros? You're going to say yes. For this particular game, we're going to allow it.
What was the code again?
There isn't a code.
I mean,
There's a
website.
there's a link in the chat. So if you click on the chat and open it up, there's a link, and you click that link, and it's going to put it in your downloads folder. And then you're going to open up the Excel spreadsheet. Simple as that.
Then I'll do it on my iPad.
Okay. And if you're not able to be a scorekeeper, that is okay. You'll just have to play the game because there's 3 of you, which means that only 2 of you needs to be a scorekeeper, right? Because 2 of you will play and 2 of you will play, which means not everyone needs to be a scorekeeper. So if you are struggling with it, then you're not going to be a scorekeeper in your group. All right, I'm going to put you in there for 10 minutes. And I want you guys to play 2 different games. You'll notice that there are 3 game plays on here. In the bottom right-hand corner, there is actually a link for reset, which will reset all of the games. But just play 2 different games. And you probably don't need to reset it at all because you've got different, 2 different scorekeepers. All right, I'm going to put you in your groups now.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that he'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from our break, everyone. All right, so cooperate or defect game. Interesting game to play for a negotiation class. We're going to watch this fairly long video, actually, and it's going to put us in the right mindset for the next conversation that we're going to have, which is the mindset that we're going into negotiations, removing the mindset that it's adversarial, um, and looking at negotiation as something else.
Gold coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get two choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple, to get as many coins as you can.
The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere.
Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect?
Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other impala is never going to help you, so why bother? But the thing about a lot of problems is that they're not a single prisoner's dilemma.
Impalas see each other day after day, and the same situation keeps happening over and over again. So that changes the problem. Because instead of playing the prisoner's dilemma just once, you're now playing it many, many times. And if I defect now, then my opponent will know that I defected, and they can use that against me in the future. So, what is the best strategy in this repeated game? That is what Robert Axelrod, a political scientist, wanted to find out. So in 1980, he decided to hold a computer tournament.
He invited some of the world's leading game theorists from many different subjects to submit computer programs that would play each other.
Axelrod called these programs strategies. Each strategy would face off against every other strategy and against a copy of itself. And each matchup would go for 200 rounds. Now, Axelrod used points instead of coins, but the payoffs were the same. The goal of the tournament was to win as many points as possible. And in the end, the whole tournament was repeated 5 times over, to ensure the success was robust and not just a fluke. Axelrod gave an example of a simple strategy. It would start each game by cooperating, and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called random, which just randomly cooperates or defects 50% of the time. All strategies were loaded onto a single computer, where they faced off against each other. One of the strategies was called Freedman. It starts off by cooperating, but if its opponent defects just once, it will keep defecting for the remainder of the game. Another strategy was called Joss. It also starts by cooperating, but then it just copies what the other player did on the last move. Then around 10% of the time, Joss gets sneaky and defects. After all the games were played, the results were tallied up and the leaderboard established.
The crazy thing was that the simplest program ended up winning, a program that came to be called tit for tat.
Tit for tat starts by cooperating, and then it copies exactly what its opponent did in the last move. So it would follow cooperation with cooperation and defection with defection. But only once. If its opponent goes back to cooperating, so does tit for tat. When tit for tat played against Freedman, both started by cooperating, and they kept cooperating, both ending up with perfect scores for complete cooperation. When tit for tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected. This sparked a series of back and forth defections, a sort of echo effect.
Okay, so now you've got this alternating thing which will remind you of some of the politics of the world today, where we have to do something to you because of what you did to us. And then when this weird program throws in a second unprovoked defection, now it's really bad, because now both programs are going to defect on each other for the rest of the game. And that's also like some of the things that we're seeing in politics today and in international relations.
As a result of these mutual retaliations, both Tit for Tat and Joss did poorly.
But because Tit for Tat managed to cooperate with enough other strategies, it still won the tournament.
And I imagined initially it'd be sort of like computer chess, where you need a pretty complicated program to play a sophisticated game. But in fact, it was not like that at all. It was the simplest strategy that did the best. So I analyzed how that happened.
Axelrod found that all the best performing strategies, including Tit for Tat, shared 4 qualities.
First, they were all nice, which just means they are not the first to defect. So Tit for Tat is a nice strategy. It can defect, but only in retaliation. The opposite of nice is nasty. That's a strategy that defects first. So Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all nice, and even the worst performing nice strategy still far outscored the best performing nasty one. The second important quality was being forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that can retaliate, but it doesn't hold a grudge. So Tit for Tat is a forgiving strategy. It retaliates when its opponent defects, but it doesn't let defections from before the last round influence its current decisions.
This conclusion, that it pays to be nice and forgiving, came as a shock to the experts. Many had tried to be tricky and create subtle, nasty strategies to beat their opponent and eke out an advantage. But they all failed. Instead, in this tournament, nice guys finished first.
I mean, it's so clever. There's so many layers to this story. After Axelrod published his analysis of what happened, or circulated it among these game theorists, he said, now that we all know what worked well, let's try again.
So he announced a second tournament where everything would be the same except for one change, the number of rounds per game.
See, in the first tournament, each game lasted precisely 200 rounds. And that is important, because if you know when the last round is, then there's no reason to cooperate in that round. So you're better off defecting.
And so in Axelrod's tournament, it was a very important thing that the players didn't know exactly how long they were going to be playing.
Yeah, if you're not sure when it ends, then you have to kind of keep cooperating because it might keep going and you might need them on your side. For this second tournament, Axelrod received 62 entries and again added random. The contestants had gotten the results and analysis from the first tournament and could use this information to their advantage. This created 2 camps. Some thought that clearly being nice and forgiving were winning qualities, so they submitted nice and forgiving strategies. One even submitted Tit for Two Tats. The second camp anticipated that others would be nice and extra forgiving, and therefore they submitted nasty strategies to try to take advantage of those that were extra forgiving. But again, being nasty didn't pay.
And once again, Tit for Tat was the most effective.
Nice strategies again did much better. In the top 15, only 1 was not nice. Similarly, in the bottom 15, only 1 was not nasty.
After the second tournament, Axelrod identified the other qualities that distinguished the better performing strategies.
The third is being retaliatory, which means if your opponent defects, strike back immediately. Don't be a pushover. Always cooperate is a total pushover, and so it's very easy to take advantage of. Tit for Tat, on the other hand, is very hard to take advantage of. The last quality that Axelrod identified is being clear.
Programs that were too opaque, that were too similar to a random program, you couldn't figure them out because they were so complicated. It was very hard to establish any pattern of trust with a program like that because you couldn't figure out what it was doing. Not you. I mean, the other programs it was playing couldn't figure them out. And so they would end up more or less defaulting to thinking every turn is like the last time I'm going to see you, so I might as well defect.
What's interesting is that while Tit for Two Tats would have won the first tournament, it only came 24th in the second tournament.
This highlights an important fact. In the repeated prisoner's dilemma, there is no single best strategy. The strategy that performs best always depends on the other strategies it's interacting with.
I wanted to see whether, for example, the tit for tat did well because it did well with really stupid rules that didn't do well at all themselves, that basically it took advantage of people.
So he ran a simulation where successful strategies in one generation would see their numbers grow, and unsuccessful ones would see their numbers drop. In this simulation, the worst performing strategies quickly shrink and go extinct, while the top performing strategies become more common. Harrington, the only nasty strategy in the top 15, first grew quickly, but then as the strategies it was preying on went extinct, Harrington's numbers also quickly dropped.
This shows a main benefit of this simulation because it tests how well a strategy does with other successful strategies.
After 1,000 generations, the proportions are mostly stable, and only nice strategies survive. Again, tit for tat comes out on top, representing 14.5% of the total population. But what if the world you started in was different?
Imagine a world that is a really nasty place to live, more or less populated with players that always defect. Except there's a little cluster of tit-for-tat players that live in some kind of nucleus. And they get to play with each other a lot because they're geographically sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take over the population. So, in fact, Axelrod showed that a little island of cooperation can emerge and spread, and eventually will take over the world, which is fantastic.
Some argue that this could explain how we went from a world full of completely selfish organisms, where every organism only cared about themselves, to one where cooperation emerged and flourished. From impalas grooming each other to fish cleaning sharks. Many life forms experience conflicts similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but because they don't interact just once, both can be better off by cooperating. And this doesn't require trust or conscious thought either, because the strategy could be encoded in DNA. As long as it performs better than the other strategies, it can take over a population.
My favorite example is tit for tat does really well, but it could never do better than the player it's playing with.
Think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw.
And yet, when the results of all interactions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, always defect can never lose a game. It can only draw or win. But overall, it performs extremely poorly. This highlights a common misconception. Because for many people, when they think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss. So these games are zero-sum.
But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need to get your reward from the other player. Instead, you can get it from the banker. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win-win situations and then work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals.
What I find fascinating is that one of the main things that sets life apart from non-living things is that life gets to make decisions. We get to make choices that don't only change our future, but also the future of those we interact with.
See, in the short term, it is often the environment that shapes the player, that determines who does well, but in the long run, it is the players that shape the environment. So let's play a game, the game of life, and make your choices wisely, because their impact may reach further than you think.
Our top winner of the day is Arlene right here, and our runner-up is Patricia.
All right. So group breakout session. We're going to ask 10 questions after watching that video and playing that game. This has a lot of one-to-one correlations to what mindset you bring into negotiation is going to be the outcome of the association, of the negotiation. So these 10 questions, group one, When your opponent cooperated, did that influence your next move? When your opponent defected, how did that make you feel? Did their defection make you want to retaliate or change your approach? Were you surprised when your opponent defected? Why or why not? Did you find it difficult to trust your opponent again after the defection? And the second set of questions, did you feel that defecting carried any reputational risk? Well, this person's not going to trust me. What role does trust play when both sides could gain more through cooperation? At what point would you have stopped cooperating if you kept getting betrayed? And how can kindness be used as a strategy without being naive? What type of negotiator are you? Competitive, collaborative, or cautious? I'm going to put you in groups and you're going to talk about those and come back at a group with your answer. I'm going to put you in there for 10 minutes. So you're only going to have 10 minutes to get through 10 questions. So you're going to have to do it relatively quickly. Okay, welcome back. I know that was not a lot of time, but the proof and the reason we're doing this exercise is to understand the science behind what we're talking about today, because there's not a lot of science on this topic. And this is a good conversation to have. All right, group one, I would like you to do questions number 1 and questions number 6. Who's the captain from group one? Isolette, Miriam, Charles, Denise?
I
No,
was.
no. I had that wrong. I'm sorry. Indu, Christina, Donna, Jocelyn, Kevin. That is group one. My bad. Who? Christina?
Okay, tis I. Okay, so for number one, we were pretty much a 75% split because it seems like most of the people went in with a strategy. And there were those in our group who went in with the strategy to be defectors from the beginning, basically, to win the points. And only about 25% of us were just starting off to cooperate. Let me go back to the actual question. Sorry. And then you said number
when your
7?
when your opponent cooperated, did that influence your next
Oh,
move?
sorry. 75% said no, 25% said yes,
Okay.
because 75% started with a strategy.
Did you feel that defect carried any reputational risk?
No.
No, not at all. You were perfectly fine in the cutthroat.
Well, the group consensus was no, not for the game, in life, maybe. Yes.
Okay. Group two, Sarah, Damien, David, Jeanette, Mia.
Yes, sir. That would be me. What do we
Okay.
got?
When your opponent defected, how did it make you feel? Were you surprised?
So for question number 2, no, there was actually some excitement. There was some laughing and wanting the outcome to be a tie, but there was also respect with it. So we weren't surprised when they defected. And it was more like, okay, why? And more laughing about it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, they defected, but let's make this a tie. Let's try to make this a tie.
What role does trust play when both sides can gain more through cooperation? Because by defecting, you're really taking a lot of risk in this game.
Yeah, and there was, so we all discussed that, and there was already respect for each other while playing, but the respect has increased with the trust, that was already there. Because as you played and get into it and got into it more, you started creating a trust with that person, trying to wonder, okay, what are they doing? But then the respect of what is their outcome going to be and possibly why. So that respect increased with the amount of trust as well.
Okay, very interesting. Group 3, Isolette, Charles, Denise, Marlene, Miriam.
That would be me.
Marlene. Your group 3, you're going to do question number 3 and 8. Did their defection make you want to retaliate or change your approach?
We said no because we kind of all had our own strategies going in as well. Like Miriam was, whatever they did, I'm going to do next. So she kind of just went along with that. And then with me and kind of Isolette seemed more competitive and just kind of played off the other player and anticipating what they were going to do next.
At what point would you have stopped cooperating if they kept defecting?
Um, I thought after multiple in a row.
Okay. Thank you. Group four, Anne, Dominique, Isabel, and Melinda. Who's the captain?
I am.
Melinda.
Yeah. So
Were you
what question?
surprised when your opponent defected or not at all?
No, nobody was surprised.
Okay. How can kindness be used strategically without being naive?
We didn't get to talk about that much, but we did say that um, we saw that in the long run that it was being beneficial. So we that's as far as we got. But we could see that in the long run it was kindness was being it was a winning strategy. So
Okay. Thank you. Group five, Mohammed, Amanda, Eric, and Tara. Who's the captain out of group five? Okay. Go ahead. Did you find it difficult to trust your opponent after they defected? When they defected, what were your thoughts on what your next move was going to be?
So
Did
our consensus was no, they didn't find it hard to trust them again. But ours was split between people. Well, actually, so Tara went in wanting just to get the points. So her strategy was very different. She did say that she was a little bit affected by what they were doing, but she was mostly defecting. And then Eric said that he was doing the tit for tat. So he wasn't affected by them defecting, but did use it as a way of understanding them and seeing, gauging kind of softness and vulnerability.
Okay. So if tit for tat is very much a concept that is retaliatory. Oh, okay, fine. I'm going to show you what that feels like. Number 10, what type of negotiator are you guys? Competitive, collaborative, cautious? Were there people coming up the table with different types of negotiators in the room, or was everyone the same?
No, very different. So Mohammed and I were very collaborative. Tara was very competitive. And I'm not sure, I guess, I don't know where you would put tit for tat, but that was Eric. So somewhere between competitive and collaborative, depending on what they were doing, the other person.
Tit for tat is going to be between cautious and competitive.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
for
what
sure.
it was.
All right. So, do we think that negotiators, the style has a lot to do with the color of their personality in how they approach this, on whether it's tit for tat or whether they want to be kind or whether they're going for the points and they're going for the win? Isolet.
So, yes, and I thought that it was really interesting psychology wise too, because you, like I consider myself very cooperative as a person, but when it came for a win, it's a totally different thing to win. And then the other thing that was interesting, which I asked this in the second group, well, just this group we just came out of, but I also asked when Sarah and David were doing the back and forth. I did what you did, where I would say interject once in a while the score. And so I asked the group I just came out of if they interjected the score along the way. So that for the most part, the group I just came out of, they didn't. And so when I did it with my group, it did affect their next move. So knowing if they were winning or losing affected their next move. And so it's just a lot of psychology, a lot more psychology than I expected for the exercise that it was. I thought, okay, what is this about? But then I was like, wow, this really made me think about a lot of things. And the other thing was interesting was defect to me has a negative connotation to it, the word. So I felt bad when I used it, but I did it anyway because I wanted to win.
Thank you, Isolet. And I'm just going to throw these four things out at the group to make you realize or make you see the exercise. Blue doesn't often care about winning or losing. They love the strategy. Greens often feel bad that someone else lost. Red loves to win, and yellow doesn't like to lose. Miriam.
Yeah, I'm curious what color Mohammed is because I didn't know. 'Cause I messed up the game a little bit because after our first game we were out of time, and so we thought we were just waiting to be whizzed back into the main room. So was talking a little bit about my strategy, which was pure tit for tat, because I'm kind of familiar with the prisoner's dilemma already. So I was, no matter what, I was always going to hold up the card, whatever I played against Muhammad, whatever he held up the last time. That was my strategy. So I was explaining it, and then we thought, oh, well, maybe we should try to get a second game in. So then Amanda and Muhammad played, and they started out, I think, trying to do that. But then I think Mohammed realized, oh, if I hold up D just once in a while, um, I could change the strategy. And Amanda kept trying to cooperate. So um, I don't know. It was a different strategy, and it was really interesting because that Mohammed's score the second time was much higher than his score the first time. And like it makes me curious what color he is. I don't know.
If you don't know what color your kids are, just watch them play Monopoly and you will quickly learn.
I'm yellow. I'm yellow.
Jeanette and then Christina.
I was gonna comment. I didn't realize how competitive it was until Mia told us our score and Jocelyn, and I was 20 points off, and I was like, "What?" And I have 3 more tries to go, and so I knew that I couldn't catch up, and now I felt disappointed. I was like, "What?" So not knowing the score and then knowing the score changed the attitude of, well, I want to win, instead of, oh, I feel like different about my opponent.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, Jeanette. Thank you. Christina and then Indu.
Just real quick, I posted something fun in the chat. You guys can maybe watch it on lunch. Hopefully it downloads for you. But I got so excited. I was like, "Oh, scuba diving can play into this," because this little group of creatures all work together for the same goal. And so it's a very great example of tit for tat. And I see these guys all the time. They are all hunting together. So anyway, enjoy.
Thank you, Christina. Indu.
Yeah, now I understand when you put the question if it was kind or naive, because I think I was naive while I was trying to find out why the other person is not being cooperative. I mean, I'm trying to be C, C, C all the time, and she's just D, D, D. I said, okay, well, I guess she doesn't want to play the game that way. So I then started changing my tone around that because I just did not understand why would a person will not be cooperative. But I think now I'm bringing my personal thing into a game, and that is, I guess, would be a naive thing to do. I don't know.
Yes, and I just want you to know that the mindset that you brought into this game is the exact same mindset that you're going to bring into a negotiation. And the
Yeah.
mindset of the other person is the same mindset that they're going to bring into a negotiation. So now we're going to be very cognizant that the different mindsets are going to bring a different approach. Now we can have more empathy for that approach because it's that personality style, which means we need to know their personality style as soon as we possibly can because we know what their approach is going to be based on their personality style. Melinda and then Isabel.
This is just so eye-opening to me. I have a client, we've put 4 offers in on a property and we have nothing on the table now. But I still have clients that still want it and they still want to sell it and it's still for sale. But I've been trying to negotiate and he hasn't been trustworthy, but I'm trying to keep doing the same thing. So now I'm like, I still don't know the answer yet, but I know I need to approach it with a different strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think through this, but totally different. Like instead of being angry and no, he's not trustworthy, I got to figure out how I can get us to both co-op. We both want the same end goal. He wants to sell it.
Exactly. Now we can remove the frustration because now we understand, and then all of a sudden, with the knowledge comes the power that there
Yes.
is a way here, and that's what the second half of today is going to jump into. So,
Okay, good. So you'll solve my question.
well, I'm going to give you a lot of information for you to solve your question. How's that, Isabel?
Yeah, so I was the other person that was playing with Indu, that kept choosing the D, and I went in with a
Ruthless,
strategy
Isabel,
of,
ruthless.
yeah, I was actually, I mean, I went in with a strategy of, I know the D will win more points if we choose a different letter, so just wanted the points, which is very surprising to me because normally I'm a green, mostly green. And so I'm very empathetic. But I was surprised to see myself being so competitive in the game. I'm like, I'm gonna win. And so that was just eye-opening for me. And I guess I need to watch myself.
Wonderful. Now we're going to have a better, we're not going to have a blind spot for ourselves anymore, and we're not going to have a blind spot for them anymore. And so now when we step into this situation, we're going to have an awareness that we didn't have before. And at the end of the day, the lesson also is true that the highest collective gain always comes from both sides cooperating and knowing how other people feel when you're not cooperating. The beauty of the prisoner's dilemma is that it shows us how cooperation can outperform cutthroat competition, meaning that the outcome is always better through cooperation, but that's not always who you have as an opponent, and they're not always cooperative as an opponent. So it's not just always about beating the other person, but it's about finding a mutual benefit, especially when interactions compete. They keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Then we start looking for a pattern and realize that we now understand this opponent, and now we need to adjust how we are in the scenario so that we can get a better outcome. And it's backed by science. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back. When we come back from lunch, we're going to jump into negotiations. We're going to start talking about how emotional intelligence plays into it, reading people. We're going to jump into the meat of all of this when we get back at 1 o'clock, and I'm looking forward to that. So enjoy your lunch. I'll see you all back at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back from our break. We have a lot of content to cover and lots of things to do here in the next 3 hours, 4 hours. So let's jump right in. Please remember to turn on your video so we can see you. Make sure that you are here and that you have successfully returned from lunch. I know at least one of you had a closing during lunch, which is always fun. That's the best way to spend lunch.
For sure.
More of that. All right, so jumping into the second half, one of the big takeaways from the first half is cooperation wins. And being nice, being soft on the people and hard on the problem, always will have a better outcome, and that is backed up with science. So we are now going to jump into upping our game on the negotiation side. So we're going to start with emotional intelligence. There are 5 core negotiation competencies, and one of the 5 negotiation competencies is emotional intelligence. That's reading people well, both verbal and non-verbally, cues that people are giving off. You hear people say, read the room. That's what we're talking about. Understand how your own behavior might be perceived, being aware of yourself as well, and how people are perceiving you. Staying calm under pressure. And staying calm under pressure may not be what maybe you think it means. Um, the very last thing that you should tell someone to do is calm down. I've learned that over the years. Telling someone to calm down is throwing gasoline on a fire. So that's not what we're talking about. We can, inside, be all jittery and nervous, and on the outside, there be no sign of that. But on the inside, all hell's breaking loose. I've been there. I've been in TRLP, Texas Realtors Leadership Program, where you walk in the door, they hand you a piece of paper, and on that piece of paper is a topic. And then you get up to the microphone and you give a 7-minute speech on that topic in front of about 75 people at a university, including your entire TRLP classmates. And to make matters worse, they turn off the lights and put a spotlight in your face so you can't see the audience. And they record you. And then they make you sit down and watch the recording with them. And so they make it as uncomfortable as possible. And of course, I went through this not once, but twice. And then they give us the DVD afterwards as a consolation prize so that you can never forget that little project. So the big takeaway for me, though, in that topic, on that whole exercise, was I was up on the podium with a microphone speaking to a group on a topic I had no idea about. And a pause to me felt like it was 3 minutes, but when I went back and watched it, it was a normal pause. And I was jittery on the inside and I was nervous. But when you watch the video, watching me from the outside looking in was very different from me being on the inside looking out. And I realized they couldn't see what was going on the inside at all. So part of staying calm under pressure is knowing that it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be a little bit breathy. It's okay to lose your ability to breathe for a moment because there's going to be a lot of things going on with you that they're not going to know about. They might be able to sense it a little bit, but not to the extent of what you're sensing on the inside. When you understand that really well, it makes you feel a lot more confident. I have had speech experts, public speaking experts, give me little tips like watch your hands, be very cognizant of what's going on there, like Vanessa Van Edwards. Watch your spaces, watch. It is okay to have a pause, and pause even can be dramatic, and that's okay. And to focus on one person when you're speaking, and sometimes you can pinch yourself and focus on that, which is going to take the focus immediately away from what you're feeling, and to what you're doing, which will also help. But when it talks about staying calm under pressure, it's okay for you to be feeling all these things on the inside. Just know that maybe they're not seeing it on the outside. And now you're feeling more put together because you realize that's isolated to you. And you shouldn't invite them into that by telling them you're nervous or having a conversation with them about how nervous you are, because all you're going to do is make them uncomfortable. Managing objections without being combative. Remember what we said, what objections aren't in module 5? We said objections aren't, and we used a word that started with the letter R.
Rejection.
Rejection.
That's right. Objections aren't a rejection. They're just a piece of information. And once they share with you the objection, that is their fear-based thing. And then us being the professional, we can help them through that objection because they've given us permission to talk about that because they shared it with us. It's not going to happen unless some trust is built. So build rapport, find common ground. So on the emotional intelligence side of things, reading people well, understanding how to read a room, be very cognizant to your own behavior. You can be nervous without sharing that to the world and just allow that to happen and just accept that's going to happen. You're going to have a response inside, fight or flight. Unless you've got beta blockers in your pocket and can live on beta blockers, you're just going to have to understand that physiologically you're going to have a response to these things. And the more that you are aware of that response, you know how to handle it better and not expose it to the world. And then when objections happen, We're not going to be defensive about the objections. We're not going to be combative about them. Well, what do you mean? Kind of thing. Like we're offended by their fear, is really what you say when you're being combative to their objection. So now we understand it a little bit better and be like, aha, so that's what they're afraid about. Interesting. So what about this? And take it from a perspective of learning versus a refusal or, rejection, something like that. And as quick as you can, build rapport. That is going to be where the world of emotional intelligence is going to step in. The second one is going to be, of the five, strategic thinking. Strategic thinking mindset is you're prepared thoroughly. Not just prepared for the day, but prepared for life. You are dressed for success. You are physically in the right mindset. You had enough sleep. You have enough water. You're exercising your body. You've given yourself the ability to show up and not be somehow deficient based on not preparing yourself for the job. You're going to plan to anticipate alternatives. You're going to have lots of plan Bs. And sometimes you can show up prepared and you haven't prepared at all because you've spent your life preparing. You've spent the last 15 years preparing, so you are showing up prepared because you've been doing it for so long that the 15 years brought you there. But in the meantime, you have to prepare those 15 years until you get to the point where you can show up prepared without preparing for that moment because you've been preparing for the last decade. Anticipate needs and anticipate alternatives, anticipate roadblocks, anticipate objections. What you're basically saying is you know it's not going to go right. You know that there's going to be problems. Don't expect it to go smoothly. Expect that they're going to need your wisdom to help navigate the waters. Because if you have an expectation it's going to go smooth, then you're not going to be able to handle it in the right mindset when it doesn't, because you are going to bring the wrong bias to the table. That you expect it to go well, and then you're feeling a certain way when it doesn't. I would much rather expect there to be issues and walk away surprised when there wasn't any than vice versa. And that is mindset, and that is preparing yourself for strategic thinking. Blues are exceptionally well at this. Balance short-term wins for long-term relationships. This means you're not going to sacrifice the relationship for a win, which I think we could have learned in part of the exercise of what we did before in the prisoner's dilemma. The third problem-solving mindset for negotiation competencies is problem solving. I mean, that's really the root of what you're really doing here, but some people are better at problem solving than others, especially when we have a mind block for it. If you come up with some problem solving issues for the toddler, meaning that you got an issue at home, you got a PhD in it, better than anybody else, because you've got a 360-degree view of it. So sometimes we bring the situation and we become less good at problem solving because we have a blind spot for the whole topic as well. So think outside the box. Don't be afraid to ask a question. Sometimes people think, "Oh, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to be silent because I'm afraid someone's going to think I'm stupid." Ask the questions. Just put everything out there. Devil's advocate is not a bad thing. Keep negotiations moving forward as much as you can. Don't allow a roadblock to stop negotiations. Because when you hit a roadblock, do you stop and get out of your car and just say, "I guess life has ended"? Or you put it in reverse and find a different way out? Avoid zero-sum thinking. Zero-sum thinking means that we are win-win, lose-lose, that we are that one thing is not going to affect the other. In zero-sum accounting, you maybe for an HOA, we have zero-sum accounting. That means that you have exactly enough money for exactly enough for that year, and you've budgeted, and that's it. That kind of thinking mindset is not going to work. We have to think outside the box and think of an abundance mindset. Think of alternative options, not put yourself in a box and it has to be this versus this. In partners rather than competing or being combative. All of the people are players. They are not necessarily the opponents. And if you think of them as players versus opponents, that also changes your mindset. Now, the red is always going to come to the table with looking at everyone as an opponent, whereas the green and the yellow, they're very much going to look at them as players, but they look at their outcome. The yellow, they don't want to lose. They're happy when other people win, but they don't want to lose. The green, they don't necessarily want to win because they know that when they win, they are going to feel guilty. And so they get a lot of pleasure out of someone else winning when the outcome is not going to adversely affect them materially. This is not a life or death situation. This is not, take all of the money out of my bank account situation, but just in a normal situation. The Greens, if you're playing a game like Monopoly, they're going to walk away from that and be like, oh, here's extra money because I know that you just lost Baltic. Whatever. That's their mindset. So knowing the different colors is very important. And today we're going to do two new, quick color personality assessments. You've already done one, but it's going to be very interesting to learn this to make sure that we don't have a false positive, that we know what your color is. And now you're going to have two more chances just to make sure because your color is so important to know your personality type. The fourth competency is adaptability. Adjust your style to the other party. Now, we learned a lot about adaptability when we were playing the prisoner dilemma. Adjusting yourself to be aware of what's going on the other side. Oh, this is a red. I know exactly what to do. Or, this is a blue. I know exactly what to do. I'm going to feed them more information. Or the red, they're going to want to play quick and they're going to want to win. And so I'm going to play into them wanting to be quick and I'm going to step up my pace. I'm going to think harder and I'm not going to have a false sense of winning. So I'm going to be very strategically thinking because they're going to have a bias for themselves and they're going to come to the table thinking they're going to win. So I can use that to my advantage. You got to figure out how to look at the situation and play into people's strengths and weaknesses as well, not in manipulation, but to serve the client and get as much information as you can because people mostly are going to show up and be exactly who they are. And that means that we need to make sure that we can get what we need from the situation. And if that means altering ourselves and being adaptable, then that means that you're probably going to have a better outcome than had you try to force them to your way of thinking or to do business the way you want. It's easier to get a cooperation when we adapt ourselves. And that comes through empathy and understanding. And then being patient. And patience is difficult. We all have to practice patience. Patience is something that we struggle with. And as we're going through these things, you are probably recognizing within yourself, "Ooh, yeah, no, I need to work on that one." Or, "No, I do that one really well." So the idea here is we're going through these five that you are taking a mental note. How are you with your emotional intelligence, reading the room, reading people, staying calm under pressure, managing objections? How are you with your strategic thinking, showing up prepared, anticipating objections and roadblocks, and wanting to help them navigate all of those things without us being frustrated because we thought A was going to happen and B happened. So we should expect to show up thinking the B is going to happen and maybe be happy that it didn't. Problem solving and creatively finding solutions, being adaptable to different situations and adapting ourselves instead of forcing others to do business the way we like to do, which Reds typically like to force people to speed up and stop turning this into a game and this is serious and they want to change the world to adapt to them, and integrity and ethical behavior and always doing the right thing. And this one is a deal breaker. The video that you saw with um, um, Warren Buffett, he said, yes, there's a lot of really good personality types. We need them to be smart. We need them to be critical thinkers, but none of it matters if they don't have the ethics. And it starts and ends with that. And our professional code knows this as well. And it's as if we have actors out there that don't have the ethics and they refuse to follow the rules and they don't have the ethics and they're going to win based on cheating. That is why we have a code of ethics. You have a higher obligation to do something about that because now is when it really matters. Now is when the ethics really, really matter. Not that they don't always matter, but this is when people get hurt. This is when you have a situation where public is harmed. And that is where the Texas Real Estate Commission and Texas Realtors through NAR's professional standards, this is where they care. In a professional hearing, we always say the same thing. Is this behavior likely to occur and is this behavior likely to harm the consumer? And if those two questions are yes, then we react very different when we're looking for disciplinary action and sanctions against that agent. And you have a responsibility to bring that to the table. So prepare, open your positions, work with effective arguments and trade-offs, effective compromises, and reach a win-win agreement. Know what you're negotiating for. It is important to remind ourselves what we are really negotiating. It's not about you, the negotiator, winning or losing. It's not about us. We need to remove ourselves from it. It's about the client's perception of value, what they value, not what we value for them, not what we want for them, but what's important to them in that moment. And that could be something that we don't really feel that's that important, but to them it is, and we are helping them with this transaction. This is their purchase or their sale. Some things go beyond price and have a lot more to do with a value to the client. I have seen situations where a client, and in fact, I think Donna had a situation. Was it Donna that mentioned it? Someone had a situation, no, who was talking about the door. I was actually, who was talking about the door? It was Donna, yes? No, Donna says it wasn't me. Who was talking about the door that just had a closing? And
Angela? Was that Angela yesterday?
Janice. It was,
mm,
it was
And
Janice.
Grace and Angela, or no?
no, earlier today they were talking about a negotiation
Yeah,
situation.
I think it was Janice.
Janice? Okay. Is Janice not here? Interessante. Janice is okay. So, all right.
Janice is coming back from her closing. She'll be here any minute.
And I paired Janice with Damien, so we need her to be back. All right. So the idea was she had a client that really needed a door. It was $3,000, and the seller was able to come back and fix that. So that door is not a $3,000 issue. We knew it, but for the buyer, it was a really big deal. They wanted that closed. I've had situations. We're going to talk about a very important situation today where maybe there's a health concern and maybe there's a carpet concern, and that health concern is really important, and the buyer really wants that fixed before closing. And the seller is thinking, what does it matter? We'll give you a credit. We don't want this. And the buyer is not wanting to take on that scenario because of their time frame and what they're able to work through. So we have to always remember the client is the one driving the train, and we're trying to drive solutions to help them with their important issues. Some of the intangible things that are really important to people is time, location. I can't go to closing on Thursday. Okay, got it. Well, if you don't go to closing, you're going to be in breach. Well, I can't go. What if we have someone come to you? Would that change things? And sometimes if we don't ask the right questions, it's like, I can't close Thursday. Okay, we're going to try to dig a little bit deeper, ask the right questions to figure out another solution. Condition, status, comfort, lifestyle, safety, all the things. Whatever the tangible and intangible is, we have to find out from the client. The negotiation is ultimately about your client's satisfaction, which is going to be their perception of a win. They walk away feeling heard and they have a much greater feeling of the outcome because they felt listened to and they felt heard. And it's interesting that people have a different perception of win based on how they were communicated with and what things you were able to give for them. Sometimes it's the small things that make them the happiest. We're not going to ever forget the code and what it exactly says about this. We work for clients and we work against customers. Now, we're never going to lie and we're never going to be dishonest and we're going to be fair to everyone. But you cannot help a customer or another agent if it harms your client's position or compromises their instructions in any way. So we have to be careful that in our pursuit to negotiate, that we make sure that we have something in writing from the customer that we're able to give up some of this stuff. And their walkaway price, what we call the WAP, is not something we're going to ever toss out there and show them because that's not something we're going to expose. But we are looking for instead the zone of a possible agreement. The interest of the client comes first, and you are obligated to negotiate their advantage. But we don't negotiate for them. We can negotiate on their behalf, meaning that we're not going to go negotiate a deal like they do on HDTV and come back and tell them what a great job we did. We're going to go communicate, come back, tell them what we learned, where we are with things, what your recommendation is, and then you're going to follow their instruction for the next step. And you might not like the direction that they're going, but they are the boss. And it might lead to a bad place. So then we also need to be able to advise our clients properly and let them know, look, this is what the likely the outcome here is, and this is what the choices are, and have a conversation with them about it. Again, it's not us. When representing a buyer, seller, landlord, tenant, or other client as an agent, realtors, this is code of ethics stuff, pledge themselves to protect and promote the interests of their client. This obligation to the client is primary, but it does not relieve realtors of their obligation to treat all parties honestly. When serving a buyer, seller, landlord, tenant, or other party in a non-agency capacity, meaning we don't represent them, they are a customer, not a client, we have to treat them honestly. Now, this idea of protect and promote the interests, it's not that we're an attorney and then we're going to look out for their best interest because we get to decide what their best interests are. The best interests are the stated best interest of the client, not what we think the best interests are based on our experience. These are important things to not get wrong because the majority of agents out there are getting this wrong and they're misrepresenting their client instead of representing their client. Miriam.
Yeah, my question was kind of like that. Like, what if so you're in a negotiation, and you're trying to figure out how to maybe make a little stronger offer, or whatever you have to manipulate, and so you're talking to the other agent, and you feel like they're not passing it on to their client, they're just answering for their client.
I have a
I
script
mean, I
for
guess
that.
you never know.
I have a script for that. I have a script for it. It happens all the time. I'm on the phone with someone and I have a conversation with them. My client will never do that. And I know that likely the client is not on another line listening to the conversation, shaking their head no. So I believe that that's never been brought to the client. So I say, would you do me a favor and bring it to the client? I say that. And that's forward, but I say it. Would you do me a favor and bring it to the client? And then they will get off the phone and that is ringing in their ears. And if I feel like it hasn't, so did you talk to the client about it? What did they say? And if they say nothing, well, that's okay. Maybe I have their email address and I send it to the entire group. Because I want to make sure that the parties are communicating with the parties and the agent is not making decisions on behalf of their client. And it could be that the agent has authorized the client authorized the agent to do that. Here's the parameters, and this is what I want you to do. I do not want this to happen, period. The agent said, nope, client doesn't want that. It could be. But if I feel like the agent is not bringing the information to the client, I will ask them to, and that is okay to ask. Would you do me a favor and bring it to the client? I want to make sure that our clients are negotiating with each other and that we're not in the way. And I've said it many times, and I'm not afraid to say that. But you can't say it as a question. You got to say it as a statement. Separate the person and their emotion from the problem. Don't get wrapped up in the other side's stated positions. Stated positions often are not what they say they are because I'm really trying to figure out deeper than what is their stated position and what is their actual need. Is the stated position, is that their idea of how to address the need, and there might be better ways to address the need? So I'm trying to find out not the stated position, which is very, outside the root of the cause. I want to know what the real issue is if I can get to it. So when you separate the emotion from the problem, you create a space to focus on the interests. What is it that you're actually looking for? Why they're asking for what they're asking for. That allows you to identify the real need behind their request and dig into it and find a solution that's really going to work with everyone, because maybe the current solution they came up with is not going to fly. Work as a group together, as a group effort, to generate options that benefit both sides, because the more information you have, the better. But we have to be communicating with our client in such a way that we have permission to be having these conversations, because the client may have things that they don't want us to put out there. So once we can do this, we can establish what we call mutually agreed upon standards for evaluating these options. So could I get your agreement that we explore some options here and try to get to maybe a way that will allow us to solve the same thing in another way? And then that's a good way to open up a conversation dialogue. Think of it this way. Focusing on the problem is offense. Focusing on their position is defense. We want to stay away from defense. Whenever you found yourself in a defensive structure, whenever I find myself in a defensive posture, I'm always recognizing that I'm in a defensive posture, and I stop. And I immediately turn my focus to, okay, I am in a defensive posture that's not going to have a good outcome, because now I no longer control the outcome. The moment you begin defending in a defensive posture, you are now not offensively creating the outcome. You're defending something, and that's not going to lead you to the place you want. This is when we're dealing with negotiations. So when you play defense, you react to the position and give them an advantage. When you separate the emotion, acknowledge their perspective, and redirect the conversation to your client's interest, that's called redirecting. And you take control of the negotiation and you guide back to solutions. You take back the offensive strength. So if you find yourself in a continual defensive posture, don't respond to the defensive posture. Just ignore that for a moment and then bring yourself back to an offensive posture and ask the question from an offensive perspective, taking away the power. Donna.
Okay, so going back to not sure if the other party is, bringing back your request, you can send it to the other party as long as you send it to everybody.
So Donna, as part of the contracts class that we taught, paragraph 21 notices that you are responsible and required to contractually send everything to the client. Clients are working with clients, and their agent is the CC. The parties are the subject. They're not the afterthought. So we're not supposed to communicate and keep everything hidden from the client to communicate agent to agent. That's not how this works. It's never how it worked. It was never supposed to be created that way. But agents somewhere along the line started leaving the clients off the conversation and then bringing them only what they wanted to tell their clients. That is misrepresentation by acts of omission. We are supposed to communicate with the client in full breadth of every conversation So every conversation is supposed to include the clients. In fact, it's to the client, CC the agent. And then it turned into to the agent, CC the client. And then it turned on to the agent and CC no one. And that is not how real estate works. And that's not how it's supposed to be. So, very good question.
Thank you.
BATNA. So we're going to go through some definitions of some strategies and some important topics before we jump into our very first exercise. So in the theory of negotiation, this comes from Harvard Law. We're trying to figure out who has the very best plan B. A no deal option, who has a no deal option on the table? I'm fine with a no deal option. No deal works fine with me. I'm not going to have heartburn. I'm not going to be emotionally scarred. I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm not going to walk away with baggage. I'm okay with a no deal option. So, how would you like to negotiate? That is a very difficult negotiation person to work with in a negotiation. For example, Mr. Seller, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. My name is Jack Stapleton. I actually have a client that's looking to buy a home in your subdivision. Now, I know that your home's not currently listed, but I have a client that's very interested in buying in here. Have you considered selling? No. Got it. Well, I've got a client that needs to have a two-story home, and they need to have at least 2 bedrooms downstairs. Now, I've looked at the tax records, and I find that that is actually your floor plan, and there's only 3 of them in your neighborhood. And my client absolutely needs to be in this neighborhood, and that's what they're looking for. Are you interested in selling? Now, you have very, very, very little negotiation power here because they are perfectly fine with the no deal option. They get to stay living in the home that they never ever imagine selling or have no interest in selling right now. So, in order to get them to sell, what are you going to have to do? Make it more than worth their while because everybody has a price. So, we have to try to figure out and gauge the other party. Well, the home's been listed for 90 days and we know they want to get it sold. So, we know there's a little advantage for the seller for us to bring them an offer. So, we're continually trying to gauge what power of negotiations we have, strength in knowing what the other side really needs. And one of the biggest misconceptions in negotiation theory across the board, the number one biggest misconception is one side thinking they know what the other side wants and turned out that they're wrong. BATNA stands for Best Alternative to a Negotiated Agreement. It refers to who has the most advantageous alternative. Either I'm going to go with plan B, a buyer has multiple properties they're interested in and they could care less which one they buy, or a seller who's really not interested in selling. Now, some of you will have heard this before. I don't have to sell. How many of you have heard that before? Okay. What is the seller trying to tell you? David. David is the most passionate one. His hands are flying in every direction here. So we're going to hear what he has to say.
So to me, that means it's going to cost you. The price, I'm not considering it, but everything's for sale for price, but you better be willing to.
So how many of you have heard this on a listing presentation and you're sitting with the seller? Well, I don't have to sell. How many of you heard that? Okay. What do you think a good response to that, or what would be a good question to ask them? Donna.
What's your price? What are your
Indu.
terms?
Till
Okay.
what price? I will say the same. Yeah. Till what price will you be saying the same thing?
I wouldn't ask them that question in either one.
What
I
is
would ask
your
them-
alternative?
I don't know that I'd ask that question either, Miriam.
I would ask,
Okay.
what am I doing here sitting in front of
I
this person?
certainly wouldn't ask that. Isolet.
So I would ask them, so they're saying, I don't have to sell. So then I would say, so what's your motivation for wanting to put
Yes,
your
that's
house
the
on
word. That's the word, the big M word. Yep. So what is motivating you to sell? I need to know what is their why. I need to know their motivation. That word motivation is the word we're looking for. We're not going to say, what am I doing here? We're certainly not going to say, what's your price? Because that's not what this is about. I need to know something much more important than price. I need to know their why. Just like if you don't know your why, you don't know your value. I need to know why they're selling. Because, well, I don't need to sell. Okay, I got it. Understood. Why are you selling? And the best professional method to get to that is, so what's your motivation? That is going to help me truly have a better idea of what is going on here and why we are here. Okay, seller's risks. Let's talk about a seller risk in a BATNA. Going back on market, let's say you got a buyer and a seller that's negotiating a transaction. And you're sitting here thinking, all right, now we're going to move away from the conversation where you're at a listing agreement or your listing presentation rather, and you're speaking to a seller who says we don't have to sell. Got it. So let's move this topic to a negotiation where you have a listed property and a buyer who's brought an offer, and we're trying to negotiate it. So who has the best plan B? Now we're going to try to look at what the plan Bs could be and what the risks are for a seller for a no deal option, which is a failed negotiation. The property may not have come off the market. Maybe it's an option period thing, but not going under contract or going back on market, which could create a stigma if they're in the option period and they can't come to terms on an inspection agreement. It could have a stigma associated with it, or it stay on market and they really need this thing to go under contract for whatever reason. They've got non-refundable earnest money where they're moving because most sellers have to move somewhere and they're trying to figure out their plans. And they're not going to often be able to really solidify those plans until they know what's happening with their home. Although they may have already have an idea of where they want to go, but where they want to go doesn't become real until they have their home sold. Maybe there's an option that they lease it out. Maybe we're listing the property and we're trying to get it sold, but there's also an option of taking a HELOC or refinancing the property, putting a tenant in place, and then them using that money as their down payment. So we have to figure out all of the things so that we can figure it out. So then if that's the seller's plan B is to lease it out and keep it and refinance it, then it becomes a numbers game for them. What makes most financial sense? So now their bet is put a tenant in place. Well, we can play devil's advocate on that. Well, just know that we're going to have to work really hard to get a really good tenant in place because right now you have a property that's properly prepared for market. And after 12 months of a tenant living there, I just wonder what the expense is going to be to get it back in the state we're in now. Because that's a real thing, is it not? So seller risk, going back on market, seller may need the funds out of the property to complete a planned purchase. Some appraisals, FHA, VA stick to the property for up to 90 days, even longer some cases. So that means that if you're negotiating an appraisal and it's FHA or VA and they are not wanting to come to terms with this buyer and their likely buyer is going to be governmental backed loan with a lower down payment, that's going to stick to the property and the next person that shows up is going to have that same appraisal affecting them. Having additional holding costs, staying on the market longer, another mortgage payment, more hazard insurance, which is part of the mortgage, utilities, lawn care. Coming back on market often has a soft response, which is ripe with seller concessions. If they've come off the market in 10 days and they've got someone who is bringing asking price, but asking for something, and the seller's thinking, I'm not sure I want to do this. If they go back on market, it's harder to get that second offer. Historically, the first offer usually is the best offer, historically and statistically, not always. Sometimes lowball offers come in and it's not a serious offer in the first place, so we're going to dismiss that. But generally, the first offer turns out to be the best offer. And there's a lot of people who bring a very bad mentality to negotiation. And it's okay for them to bring that mentality because that's how they choose to open the door. But sometimes people choose to open the door with a very, very low offer because in their mind, it's, well, what is it going to hurt? All they got to do is counter me. That's very much a blue mentality. The blue mentality is, well, let's just come in really low and then we can negotiate something better. Whereas the yellow and the green, very offended, and the red, they're like, let's counter them back for higher than asking price. That is not a unusual response for a red, because the first thing is, wait, they want me to come down 10,000. We're listed at 500. Let's counter back for 510. We'll show them, right? A very fast punchback. So when you hear that, you realize um, they are trying to hit them back. And what did we learn in the prisoner's dilemma? The personality types. They're wanting retribution. They want to hit them back. So here's the buyer risks. Not having the funds to close and fund could be a deal breaker. Losing a home they love. If their threat is to renegotiate or terminate is what they're faced with, is it disingenuous or not? Buyer says, well, we're threatening to terminate the contract during the option period if you don't fix the GFCI. That's $32. You're thinking to yourself, that's disingenuous. They're not going to cancel this contract over a $32 GFI. Well, maybe their house burnt down last time, and this is something that they're terrified of, and maybe we need to learn a little bit more about what their motivations are and what their fears are. The loss of an appraisal fee is $500, and the option fee is $300, and an inspection is $300. And so knowing that if that buyer is going to go away, we have to calculate, what is it going to cost them? We are haggling over $1,000 in closing costs, and they've already spent $1,000 at the point where we are. Are they really going to lose $1,000 over this $1,000 in closing costs to go somewhere else and spend another $1,000? That doesn't make sense. I think our BATNA is pretty high here. At least our negotiation advantage is pretty high here. And what is their housing plan to find another property? According to Harvard Law, this is a big one, and this is a dog-ear one to never forget, because this is very important 5 things. According to the Harvard Law School Program of Negotiation, which I've taken, the 5 most costly and common errors when negotiating are underestimating your own ability and strengths, assuming you know what the other side wants, overestimating the other side's knowledge of your weaknesses, being intimidated by your opponent, or being overly influenced by tradition. These are the 5 things that novice negotiators bring to the table as a bias. And we can't have these as biases. Now, we can learn that one of these are true. That's okay. It's not that these things don't exist. I mean, it's not that they can't be true, but we can't bring these to a table as a bias. We have to recognize these things as the biggest 5 biases that are the 5 most costly and common errors made when negotiating. Well, I assume they want the highest price, or I assume they don't want to pay closing costs, or I assume that they would much rather pay for a repair than have the repair fixed by a handyman. Okay, we're going to move past BATNA for a moment, and we're going to talk about ZOPA, which some of you actually brought to me that came directly out of your first breakout sessions. And for those of you who have never taken a negotiation class, I wouldn't expect you to walk into this class knowing what those terms are. ZOPA is the zone of possible agreement. In overlap, seller has a high, a wish list item. They want seller's minimum acceptable price is 480, and the buyer's budget is 450 to 500. So the ZOPA here is 480 to 500. That's what we're talking about. Where does the overlap exist? Now, we're never going to know the seller's minimum net, and they're going to never know the buyer's budget. They're just not. But there is a zone here where we have to figure out, and using the word, we got to find a zone for a possible agreement here. We need to find where a deal can be had. And that's where this begins. The zone of possible agreement is the range where both sides can realistically say yes. It's the overlap between what one party is willing to accept and what the other party is willing to offer. When negotiators identify this space early, they avoid wasted effort, reduce tension, and move directly towards solution that works for everyone. The example below shows how a clear negotiation becomes once you know the boundaries of each side. We have to figure out where that zone exists. Framing. Framing often can be how you present something. And let's use an example. You see a label that says 5% fat on a box of cottage cheese, container of cottage cheese, 5% fat. But right next to it, it says 95% lean. Or hamburger meat, 5% fat, 95% lean. Which one are you going to grab? Statistically, the 95% lean. But are they not exactly the same thing? And how you say it changes how people perceive it. And that's called framing. How you put things is very, very important. So sometimes part of coming to a conversation where you are going to be prepared is being prepared in statements that are more friendly to the other side. Convert it. So even though they're identical, lean sounds healthy, fat sounds unhealthy. The frame, not the product, drives the decision. And now you have this um, cognitive bias the moment you're looking at the packaging of the whole thing. And our job is to package something. Next theory is the prospect theory. When people fear a loss, they stop thinking clearly, even in situations where the numbers still make sense. There's two personality types, and you need to hear this. There are some people that winning $100 is more painful than losing $100.
Say that again.
There are people out there where winning $100 is more painful than losing $100.
Why?
Because their fear of loss is so great that any gain is like, oh, here's $100. Oh my God, I lost $100 and it's the end of the world to them because they have a fear of loss, a true fear of loss. So losing something is painful. Gaining something is expected. Instead of gaining something is, oh, that's amazing. I just won $100. That's amazing. And then losing something like, win some, lose some. Those are two different personality types. Some people winning $100, they're screaming, they're on Wheel of Fortune or Bob Barker's. What is the Bob Barker one? People get so excited screaming, "Come on down!" And they're like, "Oh my
Price is
God,
Right.
Price is Right." Yep, they'd lose their mind. They're literally looking for people to lose their mind in line, by the way. But that's a whole different story for another day. Versus someone who loses 100 and they could lose that $100 because they're so excited about winning and they lose $100 like you win some you lose some versus other people they lose $100, dang it, and they're just like screaming and they're really upset. They're the kind of person that win $100 and they're just like poker face. Yep, that was expected. So the pain of loss is more real than the enjoyment of a win. So when people fear a loss or have a loss aversion, they don't really think clearly, even in situations where the numbers still make sense. A seller receives an offer that is $15,000 below asking. It's a fair offer based on the comps and fully negotiable. It came in, it's fair, but it's negotiable. And instead of negotiating up, the seller panics at the idea of losing money and they fire back with a counter that's higher than the original list price. Oftentimes the reds fall into this, and it's called the prospect theory. Objectively, it makes absolutely no sense. Well, Mr. Seller, you got to look at it from their perspective. What does it hurt them to ask? It doesn't mean that we can't negotiate a good deal. In fact, likely we can. But we learned this from working with sellers like that, and we tell the buyer, well, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I've seen how some sellers react when offers come in like this, and they're going to do anything they possibly can to sell the home to anybody else besides you because they're offended. Emotionally prospect theory explains it almost perfectly. It's called the loss aversion, and loss aversion is a subcategory of the prospect theory, prospecting for gold. You have the gold nugget in your pocket and you lose it. It was more painful for them to have lost that nugget and they can't find it versus them finding that nugget in the first place. One of the most powerful behavioral economic findings. People are far more motivated to avoid a loss than achieve an equal gain, even when they don't even have either one yet. The perceived loss of $100 is more painful than the chance to win $100, even when both are unrealized gains or losses. It hasn't happened yet. This means that losing $100 hurts more than winning $100. And when we understand that that is a personality type and that's called loss aversion, and we can recognize that with our clients, it allows us to be the doctor and fix it because they need information right now from you. It's going to drastically help them because they're caught up in their own mind in fear in a psychological behavioral called loss aversion where they need someone to help them fix it. And that's where your skill set comes in. The threat of loss moves people faster than the promise of a gain. Negotiators can leverage loss aversion to reframe options more effectively. If you have a loss aversion situation, now we can reframe it. 95% fat, 5% lean. Now we can reframe this whole thing in a different way. We're going to give you some examples as we get into that as well. Now let's talk about principled negotiation. This is the concept of what we're all here anyway for. Powerful negotiation comes from giving your client options and alternatives, clear choices, with an honest understanding of both the upside and the downside of each path, which means someone in this scenario needs to have wisdom. Knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put that fruit in a fruit salad because tomatoes don't go along with peaches. That is where the wisdom comes in. None of this is possible, by the way, without us creating the rapport, building on that rapport, and creating trust in them knowing that you have their back. If they think that you have something to gain by your advice and that you are looking out for your compensation and your commission, they will never trust you. They will never trust your advice, and everything that you tell them is suspect, which is why the rapport is so important. Because if you enter the negotiation from getting the buyer representation agreement signed or the listing agreement signed, and there is this little something, just even if it's just a sharp edge somewhere in the conversation that makes them just second guess, they're going to be going around you. They're going to be talking to their friends. They're going to be going to Reddit. They're going to be asking for advice and opinions from other people because they don't quite trust you yet. And you're never going to be able to help them. And you're going to have lost the whole transaction before it even began. So genuine rapport, them knowing you have their back, which is this very fun statement I always say that people don't care how much you know until they care, till they know how much you care. That is the most important element is the trust, your ability, your commitment, and your ethics, and that commitment. I have your back. If this one doesn't work out, I will have your back on the next one. So they need to understand that it's that we're not out for ourselves, that we're out for them. That is the key. And ironically, the narcissistic personality disorder person who is 100% out for themselves are the very best at manipulating the seller into thinking that they are there to help them when really they're a double agent for themselves. So now we can help treat a really good real estate agent with the information necessary to overcome their own fear of advising a client when they feel like, well, I wonder if the client trusts me. You need to build that trust early on, find common ground, build a rapport, and even say, I've got your back. Your best days are ahead, and no matter what, we'll get you through this. Trust is created when negotiators remain, by the way, soft on the people and hard on the problem. And if you've got a situation where principal negotiations gone south because there is a discernment between the agents, there's just been disrespect and just a lack of respect. There's people condescending and, well, I've been in this business for 15 years and you're brand new, so you need to listen to me. That's not how you get that done. That's not how you build trust. So, setting the stage for what I call authentic and candid dialogue, uncovering the client's true underlying needs, and being very respectful with everyone in a transaction. You cannot raise your voice. You cannot be disrespectful unless you're mirroring. If someone raises their voice, you can match them, but you should never be the person who's raising their voice in the first place. In fact, when others raise their voice, you know what I do? I start talking really quietly and I won't stop talking. And now they're yelling, and I'm taking control of that scenario because now they're going to have to be very quiet to hear me. And I am not going to let them take control of the situation because I'm not going to get defensive. I'm going to turn the defense to offense, and then I'm going to take control of it because now they've proven to me that they're not leading me anywhere, that they don't have the competency to lead me anywhere. And so now I've got to use my skill set to turn this whole thing around. And sometimes it's, look, I recognize that what's going on here is getting a little heated. So this is what I propose. I'd like to call you back tomorrow morning where we can pick up this conversation again and start it from a completely different mindset because I don't want to be adversarial. I've done that many times. Let's pick up this conversation tomorrow. Now, I've taught that person when they get like that, they don't get to talk to me. So now tomorrow, they're going to be on their best behavior. And guess what? They have a whole day to think about it. Very, very powerful strategy. So let's use a real example here. Finding the real issue. A buyer requests $6,000 in closing costs. The seller immediately resists. I'm not paying someone else's closing costs. But through candid conversation, you learn the buyer needs the $6,000 closing costs because they need a washer, dryer, and a refrigerator. They spent everything on their down payment and have no cash left. The seller is buying a new home that already comes with appliances. So the closing cost request was never the real problem, was it? The real problem was something deeper, but we had to uncover that to understand it in the first place because now you see, we have learned enough information where we can address this conversation that is truly a win-win because I don't know about you, but I don't find it fun shopping for appliances. I don't find it fun having movers come into the house and moving in a new set of appliances. If the property I'm buying already has appliances and they're fairly new and they're in good condition, I would much rather move in on one day having appliances. But that's not everyone. But there is a solution to be had here. Maybe the seller doesn't even need them. And by the way, splitting the difference didn't solve the problem, did it? Splitting the difference is, we're just going to offer up $3,000 and counter you. Everyone lost. In that split the difference, everybody lost. There was such a more deeper, true solution, which is give the seller what they want and give the buyer what they want, and now they both walk away happy. That is the example of principled negotiation. Had the negotiators approached each other as adversaries, they would have never uncovered this. They would have been posturing. They would have been very happy to not talk to each other. They would not have picked up the phone. They would have gotten an amendment signed, and nobody would have been the better for it. So what's needed in the field are simple psychological tactics that can calm people down, does not include you should calm down, which could be is let's pick up this conversation tomorrow because I don't want to be in an adversarial situation with you. That is the way you calm people down. Build rapport, earn trust, and draw out their true needs. People universally, they want to be heard and understood. That's a universal truth, and we're going to hear a video about that in a moment. Listening is the cheapest, yet most powerful concession a negotiator can offer. When you listen intently, You demonstrate empathy and signal genuine interest in what the other side is experiencing. The moment people feel heard, they become less defensive, less oppositional, and far more willing to consider other perspectives. This is the respect that you bring to the table as a well-centered, principled negotiator. And the thing is that novice negotiators think that negotiation is putting on the boxing gloves and beating each other up, and whoever's the most bloody won. But that's not negotiation. That is typically where you get to failed negotiation. So this is listening as a martial art, right out of the book. Right out of the book, Getting to Yes and Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, which is in our next book club. Despite common belief, listening is not passive. It is the most active and most strategic thing a skilled negotiator can possess. And I pulled those out directly as a quote from this book. It is a literal quote exactly from this book. That despite common belief, listening is not passive. It is the most active and the most strategic skill a negotiator can possess. The next definition that we're going to cover is what's called the black swan principle, also in the book. But this is one of those topics where you uncover something that's so important that it changes the direction of the negotiation. And by the way, the finding out that the buyer needed a washer and dryer was the black swan there. Oh, got it. This isn't about closing costs anymore. This is about something different. The buyer needed closing costs, so they didn't spend the money out of their down payment, so that money remains in there so they can go buy appliances. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, you can have our appliances. I'd much rather give you my appliances than give you $6,000. That's a huge win for me. And the buyer's like, whew, I did not want to go buy appliances. And this is great news for me because now I can just walk in on day one and not have the hassle. Everyone's happy. That was the black swan, and that's what that's called in negotiations theory, is when you find out those things, it's going to bring you to smile to your face because you immediately see a path. However, black swan moments is where agents misbehave. They misbehave because they get so excited and they blurt out something that's confidential. When you uncover a black swan moment, you have to bite your tongue for a moment and bring it to your client. Talk to them about it and then bring it back to the other agent. And sometimes that's really hard to do because, especially if you're a fixer personality type, oh, I got a perfect solution. Why don't. Mm-mm-mm. No, no, no. It's, you know what? I really like where this conversation is going, and I think that there's probably a path forward here. Give me 30 minutes and let me talk to my client. That is how that goes. Christina.
Super quick. What if you hear a black swan from the other side inadvertently? So in this example, I learned this early on when I used to work in another brokerage. One person, she never minded if the client stayed during a showing. She was like, oh no, they can stay. That's fine.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna chit chat. I'm gonna say hello. And in Sun City, it was always, well, why are you moving? Oh, I've
Yep.
got a grandbaby due. There's your black swan. They want to move quickly, get out of there to go be with the baby.
Yep. So 100% that we are supposed to uncover those black swan moments because that's something that someone freely shared with us. Now, there is no such thing as us keeping confidentiality to the client on the other side of a transaction because that client is not a client, they're a customer, and we work for clients and against customers. That customer shared something with you that they shared with you, which means it's not confidential anymore. So you have an obligation to take that piece of information to your client. You just have to then make sure that you don't counter with something that's confidential with your client. Oh my gosh, congratulations. That's so exciting. Are you excited? I'm excited for you. Go to your client. All right, this is the deal. They need to be out. So this is good for us. Exactly the definition of a black swan moment. We all want the ability to negotiate a lower car price, walking on the lot, a better commission, 7%, 8%. Yeah, that's awesome. Or even getting the kid to go to bed at the right time. Mastering negotiation gives control to the conversation that shapes the outcome. How we frame it and what biases we bring to the table and the more we listen, we start realizing that there's a lot more going on here than we realize, and we begin to realize the more information that's shared with us, that means that less we talk, the more we learn. So the questions and the things that we say out of our mouths should be more questions that gets them to talk more. In every negotiation, there are 3 to 5 pieces of information that, if is uncovered, would change everything. And we're trying to figure out what those things are. In every single negotiation, statistically, this comes directly out of the Harvard Law teaching. There's 3 to 5 things that you can learn that will completely change the negotiation. So when you have a brand new negotiation and offer just hit you, the very first thing that you should think of is, what are the 3 to 5 things that's going to change this negotiation? You may never learn them, but knowing that statistically they're there, and by the way, it's like an 86% likelihood that there's 3 to 5 things that would change this if you just found out what they were. And real estate agents are horrible about confidentiality, so you ask them a question and they're gonna tell you the story. I call listing agents all the time. Hey, can you send me your CMA? Oh, Jack. Oh my gosh. You know what? I can't. This seller is just completely unreasonable. I took this thing 6 months ago. I've been arguing with him to reduce the price, but he just won't do it. That's called misrepresentation. That's 100% misrepresentation, because if you sign a listing agreement, you have to defend that list price with your life, and that agent just committed a license violation. I take that back to my client and I say, all right, so this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the seller who's picked his own price, and the agent is 100% on board with us. So whatever we send the agent, they're going to be on our side trying to get the seller to come down. Good piece of information to have. These moments can be very powerful when you find out one of these black swan moments, the unexpected piece of information that changes everything. You cannot uncover black swans by assumption. It has to be through discipline. Ask questions instead of guesses. Question everything. Stay calm, respectful, open. Slow the conversation down, never rush. By the way, while I have you on the phone kind of situations to keep things going. Soft voice, steady, reassuring, respectful. I want to work with you kind of conversation. Mirror them and listen deeply. Black swans never reveal themselves to aggressive negotiators. The more aggressive you are with the other person, the more they clam up and the less they say. The more friendly you are, the more open you are, the more you are soft on the people, the more they will share with you. And it's your job to get them to share. And 98% of real estate agents sold. There's a statistic that just came out in the last 2 weeks that 90% of real estate agents in 2025 sold 1 home. Less than 5% sold 6 homes or more. It is a huge divide right now. And those agents who are not actively selling are the ones who don't know what is confidential, what is not confidential. They forget what is confidential and they overshare. They should really, really, really interview agents, but they're just picking the same first person they meet. They reveal themselves to negotiators who create a safe place to share. They demonstrate curiosity and stay patient long enough for the truth to surface. So my recommendation is that you take the time to pick up the phone and have the conversations in a world where text message is driving the conversations. Now, oftentimes our client wants to text with us, and I'm okay with that. But when it's on the agent on the other side, I'm picking up the phone whenever it's important. I just had a property that was on the market, fix my entire inspection list, pay closing costs, and spend $20,000 in foundation repair based on listening. That is what it takes to be able to get the hard stuff done. And had I come in boxing gloves wrapped up or ready for a battle, I would probably have not have gotten any of that. We're about to go on break, but when we come back from break, we're gonna talk about these 6 challenge assumption topics. Personal preparation. 2 is professional preparation, exchanging information, learning phase, exchanging information, and bargaining. I will see you back after our next break, which will be at 2:19. So we just rang the bell for Janice Kidd, who had her first closing. So big, huge, mega congratulations to Janice. And she has a sell by who just submitted an application to one of our in-house lenders as well. So good job, Janice. Way to show up. Make sure that those points are with Lisa so she can take those into consideration in your points. Very, very proud of you. Okay, Indu and Tara and Jeanette, please turn on your video so that we can see you in class. We appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Challenge assumptions. One of my favorite videos of all time. I absolutely love this video, and I think you're going to enjoy it as well.
This particular poem really speaks to me to the difference between what you know and what you believe in. Immerse yourself in these words. A woman was waiting at an airport one night with several long hours before her flight. She hunted for a book in the airport shop, bought a bag of cookies, and found a place to drop. She was engrossed in her book, but happened to see that the man beside her, as bold as could be, grabbed a cookie or two from the bag between, which she tried to ignore to avoid a scene. She munched cookies and watched the clock as this gutsy cookie thief diminished her stock. She was getting more irritated as the minutes ticked by, thinking, if I wasn't so nice, I'd blacken his eye. With each cookie she took, he took one too. And when only one was left, she wondered what he'd do. And with a smile on his face and a nervous laugh, he took the last cookie and broke it in half. He offered her half as he ate the other. She snatched it from him and thought, oh, brother, this guy has some nerve, and he's also rude. Why, he didn't even show any gratitude. She had never known when she had been so galled, and sighed with relief when her flight was called. She gathered her belongings and headed to the gate, refusing to look back at the thieving ingrate. She boarded the plane and sank in her seat, then sought her book, which was almost complete. As she reached in her baggage, she gasped with surprise. There was her bag of cookies in front of her eyes. Uh-oh. I love that. I love that. If mine are here, she moaned with despair, then the others were his, and he tried to share. Too late to apologize, she realized with grief that she was the rude one, the ingrate, the thief. This is the part people forget.
Okay. So we're going to challenge assumptions because sometimes what we think we know is not what we know, is it? Here's a really good example of that. So preparation, personal preparation, exchanging information. Let's jump in. We're going to get through these pretty quickly. Preparation determines the outcome long before the offer is ever written. The more precise and informed you are, the stronger your position becomes. So set clear objectives. Know exactly what you are trying to accomplish. Buy this house. Understood. Define the parameters. Outline the terms you're willing to work within so that you stay disciplined. Financing terms, concessions, timelines. Get all of that so that you know exactly where you are before you put the offer together. You should be telling the lender to instruct you on how to fill out that stuff. Identify the non-negotiables. Draw the line on what you will not compromise. This protects you from conceding under pressure. These are conversation starters with your client. All closing costs paid, closing before 12/31, price under 415. We're just giving you examples here. Evaluate market conditions. Determine who holds the real advantage, the buyer or the seller, based on the market conditions and how the market will influence your leverage in this transaction. Are you likely to get concessions? Are you likely to get a price reduction? Are you likely to get appliances? Are you likely to get concessions in an inspection? Or are you likely to get multiple offer situation and the client wants a home and now we have to take a completely different approach? The approach we take is going to be based on the statistics and based on the market conditions. Excuse me. Assess supply and demand factors. who the market truly favors, both market wide and inside this little subdivision. That also is going to influence your approach. Is this home unique? Are buyers competing or are sellers sitting? Personal preparation. Approach every negotiation with genuine confidence and a constructive mindset. Your attitude sets the tone and influences how the other party's going to respond to you. So I don't like it when a real estate agent is busy in the car, running around, calling another agent, trying to have a quick conversation on the fly. Have a pen. That's why I love love you that you use your office line so that you can go back and hear that conversation again, because typically real estate agents walk away with remembering less than 85% of the conversation that took place, which means there's 15% gaps, things that you were told that you have no memory of being told. Very dangerous. That's why you should be on the phone with people and writing down notes and then coming back and saying, oh, that's right. That's right. We've been negotiating for 4 days, but we were so hyper fixed on the foundation that the agent completely forgot about the valve not working for the gas in the fireplace. Having good notes so that you don't have gaps and forget, because you know that 15% is going to evaporate. Knowing that, overcompensate for it. Preparation is non-negotiable. If you walk in unprepared, you will give up more than you gain. And that's nearly all the time. So the person who has done the homework understands that the facts, the motivations, the constraints, the alternatives, they hold the advantage in that conversation, which usually means the person who picked up the phone to make the call has the advantage. And you need to recognize that. When you're answering the phone, the person who's calling you is probably more prepared than you because they probably did some research before they're even calling you. That means don't hesitate to say, let me sit with this for a moment. There are some things I need to verify. I just want to make sure. Be careful and be recognized that when you accepted the call, just by the very nature of you accepting the call, you likely are at the disadvantage. Strengthen your position before you ever sit at the table. When you're ready to have the conversation after you've had this conversation, then build the best possible plan B, gather as much information as you can, anticipate what you think their objections are going to be and walk it through and have a soundbite for it. Maybe you don't even need it, but at least you were prepared. And clarify exactly what you want and why. Again, client wants. When you enter with the strongest bargaining position, you can create the entire negotiation and will shift into your favor. Now you are the one that's playing true offense. Exchanging information. And we're about to go into a very, very fun exercise here in a moment. This phase sets the tone for everything that's going to follow, and this one has to go right. This is where the relationship will be built between you and the client, or you and the other agent, or whoever your focus is right now. The goal is to gather as much information for your client as possible while understanding all of the dynamics that are going on. Maybe the situation where they are currently walking around with their hair on fire and you're trying to get information, and we're trying to get as much information, but we have to give some information. So we have to make sure that we have spoken to our client about where the boundaries are in confidential information. We have it in writing so that we never, ever let go of confidential information. And there are certain things, the walkaway, WAP, walkaway price is one of those things that typically is not want to be given away. Creating a respect in the conversation, which is respecting listening to them. So let them finish their sentences and be mindful of that. And in class, we have people who are better than others. We have to recognize within ourselves if we're someone who has a tendency to overspeak or step on other people's verbal cues. That comes from a place of wanting to help, wanting to deliver solutions, where your mind is working faster than your mouth. And if your mind works faster than your ability to stop yourself, then you have to create within yourself a mechanism in negotiation to let the other person finish their sentences before you speak. Because if you cut off the tail of their sentences, that means the entire time they were talking, you were thinking and you were not listening. That will come to bite you. Balance disclosure with protection. Decide carefully what information can be shared to advance your client's position. However, we very much must have in writing from our client what we can share. And don't turn it into an interrogation, meaning firing 500 questions at them one after another after another. Hey, I got a couple questions for you. Do you have a moment? Is this a good time to speak? Excellent. And then first question. And then, you know what the very last question I always ask? Is there any other questions I should have asked? Probably the most powerful question, and I always leave that at the last. And oftentimes, especially the red personalities, well, you should have said this, 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 and this. And it's things that I should have known that I didn't. And it's very helpful. And they give away a lot of things that way. So sometimes ego will get in the way of asking that question because the agent themselves thinks, well, if I ask that, it's going to make me look stupid. Or if I ask that, it's going to make me look small. Or it looks like I'm deferring to them and I don't want that. I want to be the superior intellect here. No, you don't. Being overestimated, being underestimated, being underestimated is the greatest thing in the world. Use that to your advantage. Learn as much as you can. Tour the property, assess the condition, the layout, upgrades, the marketability of the property, gauge your client interest. Do they like it or do they love it? Analyze the absorption rate. How many homes sold last year versus how many are on the market now? And what do we really think is going to happen based on its condition? How long has the property been on the market? Compare the original list price to the current asking price. How many times have they reduced? And based on the new price today, what's likely to happen? Understanding that they reduced the price and now that is probably currently priced right, and now we just showed up at the door, is somebody else showing up at the door too? Ask about the activity. High activity suggests competition, low activity still leverage. Listen to what they say. Are they willing to share that? Determine whether other offers are expected. Are you expecting any other offers? Well, I did talk to two other agents and they said they're sending something, but nothing in hand, nothing in hand. Got it. Thank you. That's really helpful. Clarify what the seller wants. Does the seller have any non-negotiables? What's important to the seller? What is the seller looking for? And ask the question. You will see the people who come out of RE&E have a different conversation on the phone with the listing agent as a buyer agent. What is the seller looking for? Do they have any non-negotiables? What do I need to know? What questions have I not asked? And pulling that information to the client. And it's what you learn from that, what you take away from those simple questions are very, very powerful. Identify what the seller is offering on that first conversation. Is the seller offering concessions? Are they offering cooperative compensation? Are they offering points, closing cost assistance, non-realty addendum, items like washer, dryer, fridge, and appliances or furniture, or any incentives that can strengthen your client's position because it's things they need that they were going to spend money on, which now could possibly change the approach the negotiation takes in the very first place. Second to last, exchanging information, conversation starters. Here's a couple tricks. And looking at the comparable sales is a good way to start a conversation, telling them, I'm not sure you're priced right. And looking strictly at market conditions. The client is adamant they don't want to overbuy in this market. I've said that to listing agents multiple times. The client is adamant that they don't want to overbuy in this market, so they're concerned about that. Well, bring us an offer. Just bring us an offer. I'll present it. Okay, well, they just flinched and they're telling me they're negotiable. The client is savvy and wants to explore their options. Bring us an offer, says the listing agent. Okay, well, they're really pushing us hard to get an offer in, so it sounds to me like they need to get this thing sold. What is more important to your client? Beautiful question. I would literally have these on my goal border up above my computer, having these conversation starters with the listing agent when I'm representing a buyer. Does your client have any deal breaker items? Um, I have a client that has shown interest. First question out the gate. Hey, Mr. Listing Agent, this is Jack Stapleton over at Realty, Texas. I'm calling regarding your listing 123 Main Street. Do you have a few minutes to speak? Nice. Well, thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. I have a client that's shown interest. And then they say, oh, that's so exciting. Yes, I've got a couple of questions. And then going from there. So a very good, productive way to start the conversation. And finally, bargaining. Do you know what bargaining actually means? Do you know what the definition of bargaining is? To protect. Isolette, go ahead.
That's not what I would have said. I would have said one thing in exchange for another kind of thing, but you said to protect.
Me too.
Yep, the definition of bargaining is truly the root word to bargain is to protect the client. And when we realize that the root word of bargaining in the Old English language, that it was synonymous to protect someone, you start realizing what bargaining really is. Like, oh, wow, defending the client's position is bargaining, where I thought bargaining was trying to steal from them, but it's protecting my client. A lost version is the premise of bargain, not taking from. And I think we feel like bargain is, well, I'm trying to take from you versus I'm trying to protect my client, not take from you. Very interesting in the root words, and we're going to see that root word here in a moment. So the nuance of trading items of value without conceding on major concessions is the heart of negotiations. Clearly, utilize tactic tools and techniques to arrive at a mutually agreeable agreement is a learned skill. When you play chess, you first usually move a pawn is the first piece. It's the small stuff, the non-important stuff. And you don't touch the stuff in the back yet. You start playing with smaller pieces. And that helps you move the center. That could be we're starting with the small stuff. And that's interesting that the small stuff can sometimes be the larger things like closing costs, what we think is going to be the easy stuff. Negotiation works in the same way. Your opening move doesn't usually need to be that dramatic. Now, here's a game plan. Planning the negotiation is essential, and there are several items to consider before you begin. So this would be something that you write down on a sheet of paper. We're not going to do this, but we're just going to dog ear this for now. Planning a negotiation is essential. Can't stress these questions enough. Is the market with you or against you? Does your client love it or like it? Are there competing offers? Does the other negotiator have a competing offer? Do you know the other agent? Are the parties typically motivated to buy and sell? What are some skills traits that you think a skilled negotiator possess? So now also let's look at the data, what the client wants, what's motivating them. That word that Isolette said, that's such a critical word that we need to keep in our vocabulary when it comes to this sort of thing. Their underlying motivation and urgency and willingness, objections and objectives, other parties' goals, where is there a zone of possible agreement, opening offer and what that looks like, and anchoring on something. Well, there's this property down the street that sold for 400. Now they've anchored to that property, and everything is going to go back to that initial anchor. Unless you can wipe that anchor off the table, they're going to be stuck to it. Well, that particular property is 1,000 square foot larger, and that's the reason why it had such a higher price. Now you've blown up their anchor, and now they're lost. They're adrift. And in that drift, you can re-anchor them on something that is probably more rooted into reality, like the actual CMA and comps that you have in front of you. And oftentimes, in a situation where I am working with a seller at their kitchen table, they will often anchor to something that's not correct. Cultivating a positive working relationship with the other agent is key. Your reputation in the market is also important. If you are worried about being liked, you will fail your client and yourself. Make your client position clear. It's not about being liked, because if you're worried about being liked, then in a negotiation situation, you're more concerned about being liked than what your client is looking for. Now, I know we've spoken a lot about being friendly and being respectful. That's different. You can be respectful and also be firm. Those two things are not synonymous. Be clear, be respectful. Do not negotiate without authorization. Do not make promises that you cannot keep. And none of the negotiations are your decision. And understand what the other negotiator needs or wants. Number one, ask, what does your client need? Maybe you'll get information. That's what we're looking for here is information. I get what your client wants, but is there a zone of possible agreement here? Well, my client really wants 550. Okay, so I get that that's what your client wants, but do you think that there's a zone of possibility here? And that is going to disarm them, because now you're helping them see it from your way. That's taking the defense away and taking it to an offense and asking them questions that help solve your problem. And if you can ask questions that help solve your problem, it redirects their mind, and now they're trying to help you with the problem that you have, which sometimes is really a problem that you both have. Be prepared to compromise, but not on the spot. Okay, got it. Let me take that to my client. I really appreciate the conversation. This was very helpful. When would you be available to have a second call? Handle objections calmly. What? It's not calmly. Got it. Okay, that's a surprise. Wasn't expecting that. Let me get with my client. I want to gauge their temperature on this item. Is about as explosive as I'm going to get, because I've really said a lot by saying that. So that's me really, really having a hard response there. Wasn't expecting that. Got it. That's a surprise. All right, let me take it to my client and I want to gauge their temperature. Take a temperature check on that. And then handle objections calmly and don't look desperate to settle, which is just being, okay, I get it. Ryan Serhant, we're going to talk about, you may have seen this one already, how one word, one conversation with someone on his team lost him a $10 million deal that he had been working on for years. How many have heard this or watched this or saw this? Okay, well, this will be the first time if you haven't.
Won't be able to afford. He made a comment along the lines of, you won't be able to afford that. It was so unprofessional. They were just completely turned off and offended. They really liked their time with you, but then once he stepped in that door, it completely changed everything for them.
I don't know what to say to you, to be honest. First, I'm sorry and incredibly frustrated.
Well, this was the perfect place for my clients, and
still could be. It's still there. I'll meet you there, or we can sell it right now. I'll meet you there. Say Ryan met you, he apologizes. I'll give him a couch. I don't care what the couch costs. I'll buy it. I'll throw in the fucking couch. Okay?
They specifically said we do not want to do a deal with Surian. And they have actually moved in a different direction where they have put in an offer elsewhere. They were looking quick and they made a decision.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Super frustrating. Super frustrating. But thank you. I'll see you on the next one, I guess.
See you then.
Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
Backstory here is he's working a deal. He has a listing that's 9.85 million, and he's the listing agent, had a buyer that they'd been trying to sell his home for a while. Buyer showed up. Ryan had a conversation with them. Good conversation. They want to put in an offer. One of his listing agents walked in the room after him, was listening to a conversation and kind of taking it up from there. And he said the word, "You can't afford that." It wasn't meant that you can't afford this property. It's that you can't afford to make this decision because of this. But those 4 words are a deal breaker to a luxury buyer. That is going to set them off. Trigger words, if there ever was trigger words. And they got up, left the negotiation, and said, we're not doing a deal with these people. We're not doing a deal with this company. Those 4 words harmed his entire company as all of his sellers, because that buyer doesn't ever want to do a deal with that company, which means they don't want to deal with his customers, which means that's a stigma now, because his clients now know that there are people that can offend people, which is going to affect his ability to get listings in the future based on a word, 4 words put together. So don't think for a moment that this isn't high stakes stuff. Now, maybe you're not dealing with a $10 million word, $10 million property, but the same is true. It is delicate. It's delicate. And when we're dealing with people's emotions here, you've got to show up prepared. You then need to be very respectful in how you approach people, because you can offend someone in such a way that you now have a dead deal. And that is misrepresentation. So be the professional that your client deserves. The client has chosen you and placed their transaction in your hands. The trust deserves your highest level of professionalism. In this stage of the negotiation, now you're actually negotiating with someone, your focus must be absolute. You got to be laser focused on this. Give your client your best, no distractions, no multitasking, just your full undivided attention, which means you should be at a desk somewhere with a phone and a pen and a piece of paper and thinking clearly, not driving in the car where something can come flying out of your mouth that you didn't realize, you didn't even hear yourself speak, and then now it had repercussions where it broke trust, or there was a little edge on it somewhere that created the beginnings of a cut that ended up tearing the negotiations apart. So we have the do's and don'ts. Would someone read the do's and someone else read the don'ts? I need 2 hands raised, please. Okay, Denise, please read the do's, and Dominique, the don'ts.
Do's. Schedule a dedicated time to talk. Be seated at your desk, grounded and prepared. Use a quality headset so you sound professional. Take notes to capture key points accurately. Have a contract, CMA, and relevant documents ready. Speak slowly, confidently, and with intention. Confirm the other party can hear you clearly. Recap points at the end to ensure alignment. Approach the conversation with respect, curiosity, and a calm tone.
Thank you. Dominique.
Don't allow distractions, silence notifications. Don't walk around or multitask. Don't rely on a weak signal, speakerphone, or muffled audio. Don't depend on memory. Details matter. Don't interrupt. Allow the other party to finish their point. Don't rush the conversation. Steady the pace. Don't get defensive or escalate tone when challenged. Don't speculate. If you don't know, say you'll investigate. And don't agree to anything that your client needs to okay.
Excellent. Okay, here we are on the do's and don'ts. Now here comes the fun part, because we are going to do another color analysis. This one should be pretty simple and pretty quick. The other one took us a lot of time. These are going to go relatively quickly. Now, it's going to start by what you think you are. Now, there's 3 things we're looking here. Your personality type, A, B, your communication style, and C, your information style. I want you to check off the box and pick the 3 items that you think you are. Driver, results-oriented, decisive, action-focused. Expressive, vision-oriented, enthusiastic, idea-driven. Amiable, relationship-oriented, supportive, harmony-focused. Analytical, detail-oriented, logical, or data-focused. Communication style, direct, say things plainly, gets to the point with low filtering. Indirect, careful wording, reads the room, implies rather than states. Two completely opposites, by the way. Information style, guarded, reserved, and selective, reveals information slowly or only if they think it's necessary and won't volunteer something unless they think it's important, versus open, transparent, expressive, shares thoughts freely. In fact, sometimes overshares. So please write down your personality type and your communication style and your information style. We're going to do that, and then it's sort of like a pre-assessment. Then we're going to do the actual assessment, and we're going to see if where you think you are is actually where you really are with things. So let's look at the four hemispheres. Yes, four quadrants. The analytical, the driver. Remember when I said earlier today that the analytical and the driver are both task oriented. The driver is your red, the analytical is your blue. Both of them are task driven. The task is the most important thing. Creature comforts, all of that comes secondary. Whereas amiable and expressive, they are both relationship focused. So based on the personality type, what you favor is important. The analytical is slow-paced, the driver is fast-paced. So how they handle the task is markedly different, but they're focused on the task. And the same is true with amiable and expressive. The amiable is also slow-paced and the expressive is fast-paced, but they're both relationship-oriented. So the amiable is closer to the analytical and that they're both slow-paced. And the driver is very close to the expressive in that they are both fast-paced, but they're focused on different things. And that is a very interesting story to tell. The analytical. We're talking about analytical, detail-oriented now. Logic-driven, data-focused, detail-oriented, systematic, precise, deliberate, cautious, objective, and accuracy-centered. Their physical traits are minimal gestures, neutral facial expressions, steady eye contact, still posture, notes or documents in hand, and controlled movements. That's usually because their brain is functioning faster than their awareness of their body. An analytical, out of control, overanalyzes on a good day, on a bad day. So the analytical on a bad day or frantic overanalyzes, delays decisions, information paralysis, questions excessively, becomes rigid or dismissive on intuition. An analytical in control looks prepared, methodical, and composed, using facts and structure to drive clear, confident decisions. The analytical needs to openly show concern and appreciation, try shortcuts, adjust more readily to change, and adapt and accept disorganization. That's what they need to do because they're not. Work on time decision making and initiate new projects and compromise because they're not doing these things. So these are things they need to do. Like the red, direct, decisive, results driven, no nonsense, controlled, confident. Drivers often are the first to act. Physical traits, upright posture, minimal hand movement, deliberate gestures, stillness while listening, steady eye contact, controlled facial expressions, comfortable with silence, hands clasped or resting on the table. A driver out of control, they look impatient, they interrupt, cut people off, and talks over others because they're trying to take control. Everyone stop. I'm in control. It's the driver's idea. When they feel like things are getting out of control, they're going to control the room. Whether or not other people will allow them to is a different story. A driver in control, calm, measured, decisive, things are going well. This is exactly how the well-oiled machine that I created is supposed to behave, with far fewer words and movements now. So the driver needs to be a little more relaxed, pace themselves, become more open, patient listeners, develop patience, sensitivity, and empathy, genuinely compliment others, act less hastily, more cautiously. They will jump right off the cliff because they think they can make it to the other side, and identify with the clients. Okay, amiable, harmony driven, people focused, relationship centered, careful, thoughtful, purposeful, tactful, high emotional intelligence, and greatly concerned with decorum. Physical traits, slight held tip, polite smile, steady eye contact, allows other to speak, folded hands, calm demeanor, an amiable out of control, avoids conflict, they shut down, without opinions, over accommodates others, and allows decisions to stall. They kind of shut down for a moment. And when they're in control, they are supportive, steady, confident, building trust while calmly guiding the conversation towards resolution. So Suki, Japanese word for kind of in a moment of surprise, you freeze. The amiable is the first one to freeze, whereas the red are the ones that are going to act. Amiable needs to say no occasionally, take some risks, accept logical challenges, verbalize feelings appropriately, finish tasks without oversensitivity to others, pay more attention to detail, and be more direct in addressing business issues. Okay, now we've had a complete revisit of all of those topics, so it's back exactly in our mind as it was when we first taught them. Now let's talk about the physical traits of an expressive, which is the yellow. A yellow is expressive, enthusiastic, creative, big picture oriented, fast paced, high energy, emotionally driven. Their physical traits are expressive hand gestures, frequent head movement, animated facial expressions, quick speech, finishes other sentences as a sign of engagement, clasped hands, and visible enthusiasm. An expressive, out of control looks scattered, talks excessively, jumps between ideas, interrupts to stay engaged, and overwhelms others with energy. An expressive in control looks engaging, focused, enthusiastic, using energy intentionally to connect, inspire, and move the conversation forward. But the expressive needs control time and emotion, try to be more objective, follow up on promises, concentrate on the job at hand, try a more logical approach, and a little more checking, specifying, and organizing. Okay, so here we go. Are you a driver, expressive, analytical, or amiable? We're going to find out again. Here is the overall skit that we're looking for. Grab your phone or grab your computer. I'm going to do the same thing we did before. This is going to be a lot easier if you do it on your computer. So let's just do this again. I'm putting in the chat of the class a very quick link, and you click it. It's going to download an Excel spreadsheet that has these words on it. And I know you've done this before, but in a different way. The 2010 version of the RE&E, no, that's actually not true. Yeah, the new version of the RE&E uses this particular method. We use a different one in our first class. So this is a completely different method. So pick all the words. There's not going to be, you have to pick one on each line. That's not how this works. It's not that you're picking one on each line. It is, I want you to pick all of the words on this piece of paper or in your Excel spreadsheet that is recognizable to you. So you can download the Excel spreadsheet, open it up, save it, and then change the color of the words, circle the words on the paper. You can do however you want.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, the first time we did this personality test, we had a different intent in mind. It wasn't about negotiating with someone. It was about understanding ourselves and understanding how we approach our business. This is a very different topic. This is purely in the negotiation standpoint. And if you are not finished with the topic, that's okay. I know that there are always going to be some of us that are going to get caught up with the technical side of it. But you can lean in on the color that you had before. if you're struggling with this, because we have to, the show must move on, as they say. This top left quadrant, as you probably saw, are words that highly lean towards the analytical. Top right corner, driver; bottom left hand corner, amiable; and bottom right hand corner, expressive. This is the same order that we saw before. So in your Excel spreadsheet, you saw something similar to this: analytical, driver; amiable, expressive. And as you can see, analytical and driver on the very top tend to be guarded. The amiable and expressive tend to be open. The driver and the expressive tend to be very direct, and the analytical and amiable tend to be indirect. So your color, those three things that we asked before, which is your color personality type, your indirect versus direct, and guarded versus open, all of that kind of tells a little story, actually, because the words that you choose are usually pretty well clustered together. So the more clustered the words are, the more you are that particular color. And you might be in the middle of blue and green. So now you are understanding that you're between analytical and amiable. But that is also a thing, because we're all a mix of things. So here, this person is indirect and guarded based on what words they would have picked: unforgiving, serious, somewhere between, the analytical and guarded and indirect based on the words that they chose, versus someone who is between guarded and indirect, direct, impatient, practical. This person is direct and guarded. You can kind of get an idea of all of these things are put together in such a way that it tells a story of not just driver, analytical, amiable, expressive, but also guarded, open, direct, and indirect at the exact same time. Indirect behavior, these are avoids risk, slower to decide, contributor to a group, infrequently a contributor to a group, use of gestures, voice, intonation, expression of opinions. Patient, diplomatic, listens and asks, reserved, tends to follow rules, gentle handshake, intermittent eye contact. This is your indirect and guarded personality type. Direct takes risks, swift decisions, contributor of a group, frequently contributor of a group. Impatient, competitive, confronting, talks and tells, intense and assertive, tends to bend the rules, policies, firm handshake, sustained eye contact. Versus this is your indirect and your direct on one slide. Now, based on the results of your color grid, where did you end up? Did you have most of your colors in the blue quadrant, or most of your words in the blue, most of them in the red, most of them in the yellow, most in the green? So add them up, and whatever you have the most in, then that's going to be your color group. You might be a tie. We talked about that before, and there was a tie last time for many of you. So fill this out based on what you learned. You actually are. And did anybody have a change from what you thought to what you ended up? Okay, so everyone kind of remained the same. Jeanette says yes. Okay. So we're going to take that and we're going to move this forward because we need to have the answer. There's a second one. If any of you are feeling confused and um, feeling like you now have a mismatch between what you did in the first class versus the second class. Statement number 1, I like to make quick decisions and move on, between 1 and 5. Or question number 2, I prefer to have all the facts before making a choice. 1, no; 5, yes. Build strong. No. 1, strongly agree; 5, strongly disagree. Yeah, 1, no; 5, yes. So we're going to answer those 8 questions. If you want to do this on your own separately, then you're going to add up the number, the total. So driver would be 3, analytical 4, and you can get the total. And at the bottom, you're going to add up the scores of each column. So you'll add up the driver 1 and 5 to get a total, and analytical you'll add up 2 and 6. and amiable, you'll add up 3 and 7, and expressive, you add up 4 and 8, and the total is going to be whichever your highest total will be your dominant negotiation style. This is directly out of the RENE book, Identical. This was taken out of it. This is their third check for personality type. Question 1. You're preparing to make an offer on a property for a client. What's your first priority? Decide quickly and move forward. Gather detailed market data before recommending an offer. Talk to your client about how they feel and what matters most to them, or share exciting possibilities and creative options to make the transaction more attractive. Who is A? Raise your hand. Okay. Who is B? Gather detailed market data before recommending an offer. Okay. Who is C? Talk to your client about how they feel and what matters most to them. Okay. Who is D? Share exciting possibilities and creative options to make the transaction more attractive. Okay. So as you can see, this definitely falls into the personality assessments of yourself. So just pick one. Okay. And then question number 2, and there's only a few questions here. The other party makes a counter offer that seems a little high. How do you respond? Push back firmly and explain why your number is reasonable. B, ask for supporting data and do the math before responding. C, suggest a middle ground so both sides feel comfortable. Or D, emphasize the long-term benefits and exciting opportunities. You see, the 4 colors are going to respond differently, and how they respond tells you a lot about their color. So you are redefining your color again. Question number 3. Your client is getting anxious during a long negotiation. What do you do? A, encourage them to make a strong move to speed things up. B, reassure them by showing more facts and research. C, offer emotional support and focus on keeping their relationship positive. Or D, distract from the stress by focusing on the vision of what's possible. Question number 4. When you walk into a negotiation meeting, what's your natural mindset? Let's get this done. I need all the numbers before we decide. I want everyone to feel good about this process. This is going to be exciting. Let's brainstorm ideas. Where do you fall on this one? So scoring. Count up the number of A, B, C, and D responses you have checked and indicate the number before. How many A's do you have? How many B's do you have? How many C's do you have? And how many D's do you have? And if you have mostly A's, you're a driver. If you have mostly B's, you're analytical. If you have mostly C's, you're amiable. If you have mostly D's, you're expressive. So each one of these was an A, B, C, or D. So you're going to go through all 4 questions and ask how many A's, how many B's, how many C's, and how many D's. And maybe you have all C's. Then you're definitely amiable. And amiable is green. Expressive is yellow. So that is the third one. Then you can come here, and again, you can fill this out. My personality type is driver, expressive, amiable, analytical, whether you're direct or indirect, and guarded and open. And you can put your first quiz here, your second quiz here, and your third. You can actually see what your actual results are without any question or ambiguity about your color. Okay. We have 4 groups here, 4 scenarios. I'm going to put you into 4 groups, and your group is going to do your scenario. Client says, I don't have time for all the details. Just tell me the bottom line. What's the best offer I can make? Actually, we're going to do this. We're going to do this one together. Okay, let's just stay all as one group. We're going to do these four together, and then you're going to get into your group exercise. This is supposed to be work together as one group. So I don't have time for all the details. Just tell me the bottom line. What's the best offer I can make? Your client just looked at you and said that. What style of client is that?
Driver?
Okay. So what's the best response for a driver? Here are the top 3 numbers you need to know and the fastest way to close the deal. I've completed a 10-page report analyzing every comparable in the area. Let's take some time to talk through how you're feeling about the property, or imagine the possibilities. This property could be a dream investment.
The first
A
one.
and D.
First one.
Okay. So we now can identify a red, and we can identify how to help the red with the information that they need. That's a very powerful skill set that you're walking away with. Number 2, I'd like to review all the comps, the appraisal and the market trend data before I decide. Who are we talking about?
Analytical.
Okay. And what color is analytical?
Blue.
Blue. So how are we going to respond to a blue? Here's a detailed report with charts and supporting data for your review. Okay. Don't even need to think twice about it, do we? Scenario number 3. I just want everyone to feel good about this deal. Can we make it work for both sides?
Amiable.
Amiable.
Amiable, yeah.
And what is our amiable color?
Green.
Green.
Yes. And what's the best response for a green? I appreciate your focus on harmony. Let's explore solutions that keep relationships strong.
Yes.
Yes.
Because that's how they approach things. Good. And then client says, this house is amazing. Imagine the parties we can host here. It's going to be incredible. Who are we talking about?
Expressive.
Yellow.
It's our yellows. Exactly.
Yellow, yeah.
So what are we going to say to the yellow? Absolutely. Let's keep the energy going and figure out how to make this dream happen.
Yes.
Yes, that's what they need to hear. That is where they're coming at it. So it's called parity. We need to keep parity going. And so we're going to talk the language that that they speak. We're speaking in their language. Okay, so let's do this one. Meet the client, Emily Riviera, seller. Emily's home office looks like a command center. Dual monitors, color-coded calendar, and task lists on the wall. She greets you with a crisp handshake, checks the time, and says, I have exactly 25 minutes. Her questions come rapid fire. What's my timeline? What's the marketing sequence? What milestones will we track? She interrupts twice to clarify details to keep the conversation on track. She says phrases like, what's the most effective path? And I need to eliminate bottlenecks. When you present comps, she wants the summary, not the long explanation. She dismisses one of the suggestions quickly, saying, that's not going to work here. I need a better option. As you talk strategy, she steers the conversation towards measurable outcomes and deadlines. She shows little interest in emotional aspects of selling. She wants results. As you leave, she says, send me your plan tonight, bullet points. What is Emily's personality type?
Driver.
Red.
Meet the client, Harold Pierce, buyer. Harold arrives early, holding a neatly organized notebook with tabs labeled budget, neighborhoods, and floor plans. His clothes are simple and traditional, and he places his pen parallel to his notebook before speaking. He asks for the full MLS printout, including tax history and utility estimates. He pauses frequently to think before responding. He requests to see a detailed breakdown of market trends over the last 18 months. Phrases you hear, let's analyze every possibility. I'd like to verify that. And what assumptions are we using? He asks for your credentials and how you monitor market fluctuations. He takes notes quietly while listening, never interrupting. He says he'll need time to review all the variables before deciding on a showing schedule. When the meeting ends, he nods politely, gives a soft handshake, and says he will follow up once he completes his review. Who are we talking about?
Blue. Analytical.
We are talking about analytical blues. Meet the client, Sierra Flores, buyer. Sierra burst into your office with a bright smile, apologizing as she waves her coffee cup around enthusiastically. She says. Her outfit is colorful and expressive with bold accessories and a big personality to match. She talks fast and jumps from topic to topic. Her dream kitchen, her travel plans, her favorite decor styles. Her laugh fills the room to the brim.
Me.
And she gestures dramatically while describing her vision for her new home. She praises your marketing instantly. Your signs are everywhere, she says. Your videos are amazing. She brushes off details like taxes and square footage and financing timelines. You'll hear phrases like, oh, we'll figure it out. And I'm not worried about the math right now, girl. She wants to start showing today, even though she hasn't decided on her must haves. Every property you show her on the computer elicits a big reaction. Oh, I love that one. As she leaves, she says, let's make this fun. I'm counting on you to make the magic happen.
That's like all my clients.
Yellow, expressive.
Yellow all the way.
No question, huh? Yellow all the way. Meet the client, Robert. You meet Robert at his home, where he's tending his garden and offers you lemonade before meeting begins. His home feels warm and welcoming, full of family photos, heirlooms, and a shelf of handwritten recipe books. He asks about your day before talking about the sale, giving you his full attention as he listens. When you present your marketing plan, he focuses on how the process affects everyone involved. He worries about burdening his neighbors with showings and wants to coordinate around their schedules. He asks if you think buyers will feel comfortable in the property. He hesitates to counter offer aggressively, saying, I don't want to upset anyone. He asks about who lives in the areas he's considering moving to and whether the community is friendly. He asks if you can meet with his sister as well because he values her input as well. As you leave, he says, "Call me whenever it's convenient for you. I don't want to waste your time."
Green, amiable.
Amiable, green.
Okay? So, negotiating by style now. Obviously analytical. We're already talking about an analytical person here. And these four is what I'm going to send you into your breakout sessions to do. So group one, you're going to do analytical. Group two, you're going to do amiable. Group three, you're going to do expressive. And group four, you're going to need to do driver. So someone in your group needs to have this. I'm going to put you guys in here for 10 minutes. And I want you to put a plan together and then pick your group breakout session captain. And then we're going to see what your plan is. We already have 5 groups, so I'm going to move group 5 people into the group 4. Eric, you're getting moved. And Tara, you're going to be in group 3. You're going to have 10 minutes to work this out. So make sure that you have a copy of the slide. You pick a group captain, hopefully someone we've not yet heard of. So the person who has spoken least throughout the entire mega needs to be our captain. And I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, let's start with group 4. Who is our captain? Anne, Dominique, Isabel, Melinda.
I'm the captain.
Dominique.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I love your headset, by the way.
My headset?
Well, I mean, you were so crisp and so clear. Your
Oh.
audio.
Oh, my AirPods?
Yeah, I mean, 10 out of
Awesome.
10. Okay.
Thank you.
Exactly on point of the conversation we were having earlier. I was thinking, Dominique is bringing the good audio with us. All right, so what do you guys come up with the red personality type here?
Okay. So we realized that
Well, hold on.
should I recap it or?
Yes, let's start with that.
Okay. So the situation is Ronnie is high expectations and power positioning. He is a business owner selling his West Houston 2-story. I've recommended 725 based on comps as the list price. He insists on listing at 775, claiming that people will pay premium for quality, period. After 3 weeks, An out-of-state buyer submits a cash offer of 760, which is pretty great. And Ronnie reads the offer, tosses it on the table, and says, "Tell them 770. I won't leave money on the table." And the buyer agent responds that they're relocating for a job and they'll walk if pushed. And then he replies, "They won't. They want it. I know leverage when I see it." He's already contracted a builder on a new construction home in Katy and wants to close fast, but refuses to acknowledge that timing weakens his position. He is direct, confident, strategic, and a bit overconfident. So, considering his personality, we decide to present the offer as an automatic win, stating the percent over the highest comp. It's already a winning offer. We talk about a quicker close would be to his advantage and could quickly make up what he's going to have to pay on mortgage and insurance and everything if we have to stay on the market for another several weeks. We reiterate the listing is aging and becoming less attractive to the current buyer pool. Let's see. We also relay that the other agent says that they're going to walk if we get pushy. Let's see what else. And then we kind of had a question like, we probably needed to find out what his why was around the 775. Does he need that, or is he just pulling it out of his you know what? Like, what is the reason?
People will pay a premium for quality, period.
Okay, so it was just face value. Got it. We just want to make sure that there wasn't some underlying need. But so yeah, that's basically, and then also really driving home the point statistically, the first offer is usually the best. And that we may be sitting on the market for another several weeks and ultimately get a lower offer.
Okay. Good. Anybody else have any comments for group 4 in dealing with a red? Okay, I'm not hearing any. That's all right. Risk aversion is a big one, and timing is a big one. And so playing into them, so I'm to understand timing is a big issue for the seller, right? And then risk aversion. There is a lot of risk here in countering this offer. I think risk aversion, A, B, letting him know about timing because red is super big on let's get this done. And you have a 760 cash offer with a 775 price. Agent had recommended 725 in the first place. So you're really thinking that, you have really hit a home run here at 760, right? I mean, big deal, $35,000 over what you think it should close for. I would be saying, let's look at, the fact that the cash offer has no appraisal contingency attached to this and it's done deal. That's a really big deal because is it likely that they're going to get another offer that's cash?
Right.
I think you guys did a great job. Good job. All right. Let's go to group 3, expressive exercise. Isolette, Charles, Denise, Isabel, Marlene, Miriam, and Tara. Who's going to be our captain?
Okay, I'm the winner.
All right, Charles.
Okay. So
we're all very excited to have met your puppy, by the way, yesterday.
Good. That's Guffy.
Guffy.
Guffy. Yeah. So all right. So expressive buyer, Trinity Wells. She's has high emotional attachment and there's multiple offers on a property. She's moving from California to Texas and fell in love with the modern farmhouse in Georgetown listed at $799. Home has a dramatic 2-story fireplace, a wine wall she can't stop talking about, and a backyard perfect for parties. She's buzzing with excitement, but has already lost 2 bidding wars in the last 30 days. This one has 7 showings scheduled. Listing agent says they expect multiple offers by tonight. Tranny says I can go to 825, but I would have to cut back on travel, girls' trips, and my shopping budget, and she doesn't want to be stressed. She alternates between wanting to go big or go home, and she doesn't want to worry about ruining her fun vibe if she pays too much. She's emotional, reactive, enthusiastic, inconsistent, and all over the place. So what we talked about is trying to get her focused and, sit her down and say, okay, so what really is going to be more important to you? Having this fantastic house or having the flexibility for your trips and, the girl time and everything? Um, we don't want her to be resentful about being house poor. But, what's your priority? Do you see yourself in this house? Maybe paint a picture, after closing. Is this something you think you'd want to work hard for? Um, but definitely you need to find out what's most important to her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what do you think the expressive needs right now, but probably would rather get a root canal to do?
Look at her
The
budget.
decision.
Do a budget. She needs to do a budget. She needs to look at what her expenses are and how much she's going to be spending and realistically put a budget together because right now she has not yet done a budget and she has no idea, but she's already thinking that this is going to strap her. So she has got what we like to say, maybe champagne taste on a beer budget. And pushing this is going to hurt her. So we need to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where she is not fully understanding the decision that she is about to make. And I think that what she needs is a side-by-side budget and talk with the lender about that. What do you think? Okay, I like it. All right, green, amiable, group number 3, which is Isolette, Charles, Denise, Marlene, no, I just did 3. I'm confused. Actually 2. Got it. Mohammed, Sarah, Damien, Eric, Janice, and Mia. Who is the captain in a group 2? Mia, all right.
Okay, this is like $445,000 home in Round Rock and have minor foundation movement and 17-year-old water heater, so which is kind of like old, and active wasp nest in the attic and tree rim scraping in the roof. So estimated repair cost between 6,000 to 7,500. And Elena, which is the buyer, doesn't want to upset the seller and also doesn't want to lose the house. So I'm the like a buyer's agent. I think so. Then our group, my asking the most largest portion in this inspection, the inspection is the foundation issues. So we're going to ask them to repair. So rest of them is minor. So they if not, then if the sellers refuse, then they just credit back to us. So like 7,500.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we can maybe make an assumption here that we're already under contract and we have done an inspection because there are things here that we likely would not know had we not already negotiated a deal. So I think it's very different being inside of an inspection situation versus negotiating the original offer because the worst thing that can happen in an inspection situation is the seller say no and you move forward versus you're putting in an offer and you happen to know these things. So I guess our approach would be different in those two things. First, it's secure the property and then do an inspection and learn as much as you can about the property. But if we know these things going into it, then technically, the way I teach, and this is not an absolute rule, but one thing that I tell my buyer agents when I am a listing agent on a property that bring me an offer, if they bring me an offer on items that were already expressed in the seller's disclosure and in our disclosures, I let them know, look, you guys negotiated that in the purchase price. You already knew that. You're looking for hidden faults. That usually makes it go away, but that doesn't stop them from asking or terminating and walking away in the event that they don't get what they want in that moment. But oftentimes it just kind of makes it go away just from that statement. In any event, maybe we do not know, maybe we do know this information going into it, and now we're going to submit the offer. So the question then becomes, what do you do? How do we advise the client? Depending on the days on market, how long the property, are you looking at multiple offers? If this property is really 445 and it's below market value, but the sellers truly did take good care of this property and there's just a few things going on here, then we need to learn the extent of it. So you're dealing with a green, and the green is going to be amiable, but they also need to speak to the lender and have the lender help properly advise them through this as well a little bit. Because if there is issues with the roof, it's likely going to come up on the appraisal because the appraiser is probably going to note these things, which are going to be an issue anyway. I've had situations where I've contacted the lender and said, look, we're concerned about this. We know that this is going to show up as a lender required repair. So do we want to just let that land there and deal with it as a lender required repair, which is going to really send a message to the seller. If they're really being, difficult on the front end, then knowing it's going to show up on the appraisal, then we have a conversation with the appraiser. Well, I'm really concerned about the roof and the tree limbs, and I think that might be damaged. It's very likely they're going to add that there. But then you're really taking a chance on them not putting it there and not having that fallback. So the client just needs to understand what inventory is available. Do they like it or love it? And what do they want to do? And ultimately, it's their decision. It's not for us to save them from the world, but explore their options and let them know where the risk is and let them to determine what amount of risk they're willing to take for themselves. Not blow up the deal for them because we want to protect them from themselves, but rather advise them with our options and let them make the right choice for themselves. Does everyone agree with that?
See, this is where I feel like that chameleon thing comes in because yeah, I would want to protect her a little bit. I would, even though I'm a green, I would, yeah, I could find myself saying, well, we've had experience in this and these are based on the market, obviously, things that some of these would be reasonable to go ahead and ask for, but
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if we take this, um, let's say we made these recommendations, and then they wanted to move the house, but we talked them out of it and something fell apart. What do you think would happen if this landed in Trek?
yeah, we would be considered steering them away from it when they really wanted it, I guess. I mean,
Yep, it would be so our job is not to make decisions for our clients, but to give them the information that they want and let them ultimately make the decision. Now, that doesn't say that we don't want to really give the information like the yellow. Look, we need to do a budget. We want to make sure that you fully understand and then make a decision because it sounds like you don't have enough information to make the decision and you're worried about this. Same thing here. Let's negotiate this. Let's figure out a budget. Let's figure out what the dollars and cents of this looks like. How much money do you have, and are you willing to spend that money to get these repairs done? Likely, the seller would be willing to do these things, but they haven't yet, and so it's up to you, Mr. Buyer, what you would like to do, so that we don't push them into making a decision for them that they don't want to make that blows up in our face. So again, our job is not to be mama bear and papa bear for our clients. And I know that we have learned through time that that's our role in real estate. But in fact, it is not our role in real estate to save them from themselves. That is not representation. Representation is I'm the real estate agent. I am going to advise you on everything that I see and what I think your options are and the risk of going each one. And you are the boss, not me. And I will follow your instruction. What is it that you would like to do here? And then the client makes the decision. It's very, very important that we don't interject our will on their decision. Rather, we advise and they decide. Okay, good. Really good dialogue. Really good dialogue. Numero uno, because when we make decisions, we take on all 100% of the risk. Number one, analytical. Group one. Who is our captain at a group one? Indu, Amanda, Christina, David, Donna, Jocelyn, and Kevin.
That was me.
Jocelyn.
So Dr. Chen accepted an offer of 615 on his North Austin home. The appraisal came in at 590, and the buyer is willing to bring 10,000 above appraised value, but cannot bridge the full $25,000 cap. Dr. Chen has spent hours searching online. He printed spreadsheets of sold data from multiple websites, some outdated, some inaccurate. He insists your CMA is missing critical variables like his upgraded HVAC and solar inverter output. He believes the home should appraise at least 620 and is frustrated the lender's appraiser didn't use proper methodology. His relocation package requires him to be in Dallas in 45 days, and he cannot carry two mortgages. He is calm, polite, and methodical, but wants indisputable evidence before making any concessions. So the plan is showing him that his upgrades might not be worth what he paid in resale value, and presenting that data, and that the most important fact is that he could lose his relocation package if he doesn't move in time, and that he can't afford two mortgages, and that he's gonna get past like above the appraisal value of what he's asking for. So yeah, those are the main points.
One thing that I have found that's very, very powerful in talking with a blue about this scenario is letting them know, unfortunately, we're not the ones in control when it comes to the appraisal. That is done by a licensed appraiser, and they have a methodology, and certain improvements in a home is made is not dollar for dollar. In fact, sometimes the home is simply over improved in the neighborhood because it has a improvement that no other home has. So not only is it not dollar for dollar, but it could be 5%, 10% like a pool. Pool could cost $100,000 to install. No other home in the neighborhood has one, and the amount that you're going to squeeze out and resell on that pool is 20% or less, which means 80% was quality of life and 20% was bringing back money into your budget. So some improvements are quality of life, and some improvements actually bring dollar and dollar, which is a valuable service that real estate agents can provide when reaching out to them and saying, at some point when I sell my home, is this going to help my value? Anybody disagree with anything that I just said? It's the reality, and sometimes the blues need to hear the reality. They're looking at a spreadsheet and they're adding up each individual improvement, and they come to a number that says, well, obviously this needs to be higher, but that's not what an appraiser does. Appraiser doesn't add up the sum of all the parts. They add up the sum of all the percentage of the parts, and that is the thing that they need to hear. Miriam, and then David.
Since they like a lot of data, would you take like the appraiser's report and then compare the comps the appraiser used with the comps that you used to, to get the original price, and then also look at his comps? And probably what you'll find is that some of his comps don't belong there, and that way you have a side by side where you can then discuss why the certain, because they like facts and data.
I would give them and I would say it is reality, regardless of why it is the appraiser's recommendation. And because they're licensed and there's no factual inaccuracies on the appraiser, I'm not going to even attempt to step into the mind of the appraiser. If we want to look at the rationale or ask for a rationale, we certainly can. But no, I don't think trying to get in the mind of an appraiser is going to really help him or you or anyone else. I think it is this is the outcome of the appraiser appraisal for better or for worse, and this is what we're
Yeah.
up against. You can say no, and we can look for another buyer, or we can negotiate and make this deal work. But at this point, I'm not in control, and you're not in control of the scenario anymore.
Yeah.
If in regards to what the appraiser did.
I
So
was just saying, look at a side by side to make him comfortable. Um, I don't know, because I'm leaning more toward your way. I'm more the quick thing. Let me just, explain it logically, but I was thought of adding more data to.
you're likely for him to ask even more questions and trying to analyze that. And now you're going to spend a whole lot of time picking apart an appraisal that you opened up that door, and you can't speak to the appraiser. You're not an appraiser. And now you've gotten yourself into advising the client in an area that you're not licensed, capable of doing in the first place. So you're really now advising your client outside the scope of your expertise, which is misrepresentation. So, and we're not in the mind of the appraiser. You can call the lender and say, hey, look, would you mind getting your AMC on the line? Because I have a very analytical seller and they've really got a lot of questions here, and we'd like someone to explain to him the rationale. Would you guys be willing to do that? No? Okay, I understand. Or yes, great, let's set up a conference call. But yes, I would be the source of the source. I would not be the source to try to get into the brain of the uh, appraiser myself. David and then Christina.
So, Jack, just wondering, with a blue, isn't he going to he's going to get a potential of getting 600 of his 615. Wouldn't a blue be a perfect person to say, get out your calculator and let's look at that last 15,000 and reduce it to the ridiculous?
1,000,000% yes. In fact, you can put an exponent of like a million to the millionth power. Yes. Christina.
Yeah, so if and piggybacking on David, I think if you look at he's got 45 days, we have a contract in hand, most likely it's going to close within 30 days because we're already, into our option. What's the likelihood of going back on the market and getting another contract that will in fact close in time to have him meet his relocation package deadline?
And then what is the carrying cost of your home? Property taxes, electricity bill, all of the other expenses that are going to come along. And then at some point you realize that by taking this is actually going to save him money in the long run. And the fact that the buyer is willing to bring $10,000 of the above appraisal and make sure that we're going to use the correct form, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, and lock that in so we have the promise from them because they are willing to bring in 10,000 above the appraised value. And if this thing tanks, how many buyers are going to be willing to do that? And is this appraisal going to be stuck to the property?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing.
Yep. Okay, good. All right, everyone, good job. So I hope that that exercise was helpful hearing from, just different people in the room and how they would address this. Okay, now let's talk about negotiation from the trauma response. Fight or flight, freeze, fawn, and flop. These are the 5 Fs that we teach in the RE and E class, which there is conflict behavior. There is conflict in a negotiation, and people can feel that conflict. And you'll see sometimes in conflict situations when they get an offer that's a low ball, they actually have the behavior of conflict response. And that is something that we need to be aware of as well. So conflict comes into the picture. The basic reactions are usually fight or flight, win, lose, and lose when outcomes are heavily influenced by market conditions and the probability of success. So we have to set the right expectations in the first place and the buyer's going to know. I've been lost out on the last 10 deals and it's just been really frustrating because they understand the reality that they're in. So we have to set the right expectations. And sometimes we know that clients have really bad expectations. And sometimes we recognize that this buyer is going to have to get kicked around a few times before that they're going to become the reality is going to set in. How many buyers did you know needed to bid $15,000, $20,000 higher and they didn't do it? No, let's just stay at list price. I want to bid asking price. I don't want to go over. And you realize that they're going to lose this one, and then they're going to have you know, all of it that's associated with it, and that they were going to have to lose out on a few before they were going to realize that they needed to be able to bid over. And that was true for some people, that they had to do that. And I think all of us had clients like that at the time. You win when the market supports your position. So we have to tell the clients that very word. You'll likely lose when the market works against you. So we have to try to account for that and estimate for it. So when we account for it, then we have a higher probability of success. Beating the odds isn't luck. It requires information first to understand what the odds are so that we can try to account for it, and then how to play the hand that you've been dealt with. Either you're in a strong seller's market or a strong buyer's market and you're opposite the market, or you are on the advantage side of the market. You're a buyer right now, or you're a seller 3 years ago. So, depicting on the leverage, outcome shifts, and the leverage shifts based on what's going on in the market. So, assertive style, their goal is to win. More emphasis on winning than on nurturing a long-term relationship. You steamroll your way to victory, suitable when you're convinced we're right or in a very strong bargaining position where there's a lot to gain, when success is vital or there's a little time for necessities or niceties. The downside of competing aggressively is they can leave the other side feeling resentful or uncommitted, and sometimes people will walk away at a principle. You did have a winning hand, but you overplayed it. And you overplayed it to the point where the other people said, you know what? I am not going to participate in this situation. I'm not going to be made to feel this way. So even when you have the advantage, the strong advantage, sometimes goodwill is more important than you having the advantage. Not to say that you can't negotiate a very good deal, but if you do it and you're smug, you're going to lose. So how you have this conversation with people really matters. And in conflict scenario, if the conflict has risen, it means that the people are being hard on the people and hard on the problem. And that is going to lend to a failed negotiation, which means the deal wasn't done. The highly non-assertive style, which is to yield, puts the relationship ahead of our own short-term interests and accepts less than an ideal outcome if the interest over the interest of peace. That can be dangerous if the agent is very non-assertive. Then the client might be pushing for more assertion because they want to make sure that they get all that they can. They want to squeeze every drop out of the lemon, but then at the same time, some people don't want to destroy the lemon. So you've got to figure out how to balance the needs and wants of the client and let them know what their options are and what the outcome is likely to be. But our personality style, when we learn the other person's personality style, then we can start leaving more of ourselves out of it, recognizing what other people want, realize that it's not us that's buying the home, it's not us that's selling the home. If we're the listing agent, we market the property and bring our sellers offers, and then they make the decisions on what they're going to do with those offers. If we're representing the buyer, we take them to properties. We explain to them what the options are as we see it in terms of negotiation and the deal makeup and multiple offer situations or long days on market, and advise them and then let them make the decision that they want to make, whether it's as little risk as possible or a lot of risk or hard negotiations or light negotiations based on the personality style of the client, because it's them that we represent and we represent them. We don't work for them, but we work on behalf of them. Of course, also the non-engaged style, which is the one that delay or avoiding. We'd rather put off confrontation or avoid it together. Let's sleep on it. We're going to pray about it and we're going to come back later and see what happens. If it was meant to be, it'll happen. Which you see the avoiding style using words like this. Let's just give ourselves some space. And then split the difference approach, which is a major lose-lose proposition. Splitting the difference is an example of lose-lose because usually people make compromises on major concessions and leave money on the table, or they've really left things on the table because they didn't dig deep enough to find out what the true motivations were. They just saw the surface stuff, negotiated it, and went away. And that is not where we want to find ourselves. So here is your assertive versus your cooperative: competing, collaborating, accommodating, and avoiding. Where you've got your competing, high assertive, we've got our avoiding, yellow and blues, very low. Why you should never split the difference. Only trained players believe it's a good idea to split, or untrained players believe it's good to split the difference. Splitting the difference mentality is usually where parties make major concessions. No satisfaction is felt, and resentment occurs. If compromise occurs early during the offer acceptance phase, the deal has a higher probability of falling apart later. Clients may expect to agent to contribute since they conceded early and put the deals together. They're just not satisfied with the negotiations. They just don't feel like either they were listened to because they've got items that were important to them that they didn't get. And it's not always about price. It's like, yeah, I bought the home for 500, 500, 505. I don't care. But this other thing here, I needed and I didn't get it. And they're going to be probably more focused on that than the big things. I've had people that really wanted outdoor furniture. They wanted the appliance package, and that was really important to them. And the price of the home was kind of trivial to them because they're borrowing this big lug of money anyway, and their payment is $30 plus or minus. They seem to care less about that. So they're very much care less about the price and more about, the structure of the deal of what they're going to have to spend real money on. Well, I really wanted that washer and dryer. That's going to be $3,000 out of my pocket. No, I don't care if my payment's $30 more. I don't want to spend $3,000. I just bought a house and I'm cash poor. So we have to really pay attention to those warning triggers. So the win-win solution, which is we're about to jump into in the real world of bargaining, is involving conversation, collaboration, um, and it comes from this root word, bargaining. The etymology of a bargaineer. Bargain comes from the Old English word bargaineer, to haggle, to make a deal, to negotiate a transaction, and it traces all the way back to the Germanic root meaning to protect or defend, referencing legal agreements where parties protected their interests through negotiated terms, and someone was a bargaineer. That was their license type. They had a little coin, an emblem that they got that went on their lapel, and it was a sign of a badge that they had a license to peddle. So you come into the United States and it became a peddler's license, but before then it was a bargaineer's license. And now all of these licenses translated in the world of real estate is called a real estate license. But it started by protecting or defending the client. The most effective negotiators work so smoothly that the other agent doesn't even realize what's happening. They don't understand why they're asking these questions. They just sound super friendly and super respectful on the phone. It feels natural. I've given you lists of things to ask and some do's and some don'ts. That's going to help you have that on a piece of paper next to the phone. It's calm, it's courteous, it's fact-finding, it's gathering information, and then guiding the discussion towards away from friction, but asking open-ended questions where you're learning as much, what is important to your client kind of questions. When negotiation starts to feel like an auction, when it becomes confrontational or pressured or chaotic, then people stop, they close down. They don't want to share as much. And now you're going to learn less. So your bargaining is supposed to learn what the important things are of the seller. What are they looking for? What's really important to your client? And that's a good question to ask your own. What is really important to you in this transaction? What is the major thing that's important to you? And they'll like, I want to get the house. That's what's really important to me. I don't want to lose it. Okay, got it. So, here it is. It's been on the market for 30 days. Do you want to offer asking price? Do you want to come in lower? They just did a price reduction recently, so if you offer asking price, you're likely to get them to accept the offer quicker. If we try to negotiate this further down, there's a likelihood that another offer is going to come in, and if another offer comes in, now you're negotiating against the buyer instead of against the seller, and that puts us in a bad position because most likely list price will be off the table. So option's yours what you want to do, but if your risk aversion here is losing the property, then we want to try to give the seller what they're asking for in order for them to take the property off the market for you as quick as possible. Or whatever that is. But if we push them into, no, you can get a better price. No, you should negotiate this. It's listed at 500. They did a price reduction, they'll come down more. And then they do start negotiating, or you put in an offer, another offer comes in, and then now they waited a couple of extra days another offer came in, they accepted another offer and they lost the house when the client's instruction to you was, I want the house. So we have to be careful and we have to listen to what their instructions are, put a deal together that follows what they're looking for, because that's what's going to make them happy, is that they were listened to. We didn't try to protect them from themselves. We listened to what their needs and wants was and followed their instruction. That is what a real estate agent does. If you want to do something different in life, go get a attorney's license and go practice law, because then you can do those types of things. But that's not the kind of license we have. We have to follow the agent's instruction. We work for them. We're almost like an employee of theirs. We have to legally follow their instruction. And if they tell us one thing and we advise them on a different route and it has an outcome that was different from their original request, that is misrepresentation. And that is grounds for you no longer being a real estate agent anymore. 3 bargaining formats: positional bargaining, value negotiating, and hypothetical bargaining. That is where the real magic is, in the hypothetical bargaining, the what ifs. Positional bargaining, um, win lose. Well, let's just come in at $35,000-$40,000 under asking and let them counter back. That's probably going to be, we'll get the best deal that way. Or value negotiating, not bad. What are you really looking for? This, cool, awesome. Looks like you're looking for the best price, so let's give you asking price and be done. But the what ifs are, all right, so you're looking for the best price. What else is important to you? Got it. A quick close. Okay. So quick close, a good price, or is there anything else that's really important to you in the sale of your home? Got it. So it's not just quick, but you need to make the 3rd of next month because you're purchasing a home. Okay. And so you start exploring, you start digging more, you find out more pieces of information. Maybe they're guarded because trust hasn't been built. They don't want to share anything with you. Then, you're stuck with what you've learned at the surface. But if you are doing the what if, so if that's the case, then probably if we brought an offer that were to meet that closing deadline, then maybe the seller would be negotiable on other items like maybe appliance package. Yeah, that might work. Got it. Okay. Well, I can certainly take that to my client. These are the type of things that, we're talking about. If this, then this, and it's all hypothetical. We're not making decisions. We're not making promises we can't keep. We're not overplaying our hand. We're learning as much information as we can, and we'll take it to the client and figure out if that is what the client wants. It's very much about testing boundaries without committing. Reopen stuck deals by bringing deals back to life. All right, so I know that we were really up against this 500,000 last week. My client's circling back around. They really want this home. Are you guys willing to reconsider? I think we owe it to our clients to reopen negotiation here and see if we can't get something done for them. And then reopen it again to see if things have changed. Because just because they said no last week and now a gap has gone by, very likely they're willing to change their mind now that they had a reconsideration. So even when we pull people around a table, and I've done this before in a transaction where I had a property that was in pre-foreclosure, my clients couldn't afford the payment. They needed to move closer to where their kid was going to school because she was going to a Christian academy, and they didn't have busing, and they had to drive every morning to drop the kid off in school. And they lived deep on Jones Road in Manor, and their Christian academy was in Austin, and it was a drive, and they owned a plumbing business that was struggling, and everything was falling apart on them, and they needed to sell this home. And I had a buyer that was interested. And the property, when we found out about a second lien that was on the property, the appraised value was higher than what we could sell the property for. They were facing a short sale. And in the event that this buyer went away, it was likely meant that this deal wasn't going to happen. And it did. It fell apart, actually, the negotiations. And I asked everyone to come to the office and sit around a table. And I put the buyers and the sellers around a table, and we all had a conversation about what the reality is and where we were. You guys love this property. My clients want to sell it. And we just had a very frank conversation, and we got a deal done. And we got the exact deal done that we needed to get done because they were a lot more willing to be open and candid around a conversation. Don't forget that that exists. If you've got a situation that's stalled out and you really need this to deal because you think this is the buyer, Don't be afraid to pull them around a table and get them all to sit down. I think it's better to do it in person than on Zoom, but they may or may not be willing to do this. But I was able to get that done more than once in my career. Get the parties to come around a table and have a conversation. Most agents fail. The why most agents fail at bargaining is because they've learned um, positional bargaining, because they've learned from adversarial agents that it's always about price. They don't understand about the zone of possible agreement. They don't are not looking, trying to find where there's an overlap. Everyone is so on their number and not thinking about, well, where do these two numbers come together in a range? Does your client have a range? Is there a range here? Is there a zone where this has overlap where we can get a deal done together? And just that concept alone for another agent who hasn't been brought into this will start thinking, I see an overlap where this can get done. Well, I'd have to talk to my client about that. Now we have taken a hard stance number to a completely different conversation now where we're looking at a range to see where there's an overlap. And that overlap idea conceptually will open the mind of a real estate agent and the seller and the buyer, and it will get conversations happening. Sometimes it will, and sometimes it won't. But remember, a deal is done. You've succeeded in negotiations. You failed negotiations when a deal wasn't done, but some negotiations could have been better than others. So the novice approach, you're rookie negotiating. My client is not going to pay $1 more than this, period. Very hard-nosed, rigid type of a position. They're really focused on price. The client can deal with the rest of it on their own. Sometimes there's ego involved. Sometimes concessions are pushed hard as well. And it really has a high risk of deadlock. Whereas value negotiating, now we start trying to figure out some of those interests, trade what is valueless to your client, what's value on the other client. And this is where the pro really exists. That's good stuff. But it actually gets better than that as well. Because when we start looking at hypothetical stuff, that's where it really gets good. And someone who's been in the business 10 years and think that they're a good negotiator, they're usually dealing with negotiating valueless items for value items, and they think that that's the win, and they feel really good walking away. But had they asked a little bit more questions about the what ifs, and they dig into this a little bit, well, if my client was willing to do this, would your client be willing? Because you find out that your client really needs this, and they start having this dialogue. That is where you start really finding out things. I don't know how many times I've said to the other agent, look, I've spoken to my client, and this is something that's really important to them. And so, we need to find a trade-off here. So what can we do to make this more attractive to your client? Meaning, what can we give up that your client needs? Sometimes it's price and sometimes it's not. Sometimes, in a negotiation we're going to do here in a minute, you're going to find out that it had more to do with maybe a closing timeline. And I want you guys to find in the skit that we're about to do together, find that secret, because there's going to be a hidden secret in this. Every client must know, and this is a dog-ear page, what is the best option if the deal doesn't happen for themselves? Who has the best plan B for themselves? Why BATNA matters to them. So if this falls through, what's our plan B? Find another house. Okay, got it. I know your plan B, and that's important that we know what that is. It provides power for the client. It sets the reservation point for them so they know where we're at. And if everything falls through, this is it. And sometimes you learn that no, I don't want this to fall through. I really want this property. That's a different conversation. But it helps the client when to walk away and when to push. It's not for us to know these things. It's not for us to set these things in the mind of the client. It's for us to help them understand, I need to know what your walkaway point is. And I've given this class several scripts for this. There's a point in which you know that the property is no longer worth it and you're willing to completely walk away and you have absolutely no anxiety or fear doing it. Only you know that number. You don't need to share that number with me, but you know where that number is. And if you're a buyer and you don't offer that number and you lose it to somebody else, you're probably going to be disappointed that you didn't do it because you're going to say, I knew I should have done that. So in a multiple offer situation, if that's where you are, my recommendation is you offer that. If you don't, you're going to probably regret it. But if you do and you don't get it, you're perfectly okay walking away. You take a deep breath. Okay, we're good. Let's go find something else. And it's a cleansing breath, not one that comes in anxiety saying, I knew I should have offered more. And now they're going on with a probably a bit of baggage coming out of that property, finding something else, feeling a little deflated and feeling a little let down, even to the point where they're thinking maybe this isn't the time for us to buy. Clients need a realistic view of what happens if the deal falls apart. Raising interest rates, losing the replacement property that, if the seller, increased carrying costs of what it's going to cost to keep that inventory item on the market for them, market changes, if the market's going down or going up, upcoming deadlines, they need to have some idea of what they're looking at of carrying that property multiple months into the future if they don't take it. So they need to have a private walkaway price, which is what we call the WAP. Sellers, the lowest number they will accept, the buyer, the highest number they will pay. And agents need to talk to them about that so that they have that number in their head. They don't need to share it, but they might. And if they tell you that number is the most confidential thing that you can possibly learn, and the rules is it's firm, it's secret, only adjust with concessions from the client's authorization, and you're going to protect it. Never reveal their walkaway price. Well, my client's walkaway price is blank. That is sacred, that walkaway price, unless they tell you to disclose it. So the ZOPA, this zone of possible agreement, that's your playground. That's where we play. That's where bargaining happens. The overlap between the buyer's walkaway price and the seller's walkaway price. And if that overlaps, then there's a zone. And if there's no overlap, there's no zone, period. So skilled negotiation agents, they know that we've got two people with a number in mind, and is there going to be an overlap? And now it's trying to have conversations that hint around that number to try to figure out, is there a field without giving away the number? So price is not just a number. Agents must teach their agents that negotiation theory price is just a number. Price equals number plus terms plus conditions. Closing costs, repairs, concessions, personal property, financing conditions, rent backs, lease backs, and title issues, appraisal outcomes. Negotiate the number. Professionals negotiate the deal. So getting to yes. 4 core principles. Separate people from the problem. Focus on interests, not positions. Generate options for mutual gain, and use objective criteria. And understand the personality types of the people involved. A difference between positional and principled. Remember, we want principled negotiation, exploring interests, multiple options, data backing things up helps, protecting the relationships and keeping everyone friendly and respecting each other. I really want to get a deal done with you. I'm hoping that you and our client are going to be able to work together and get this done. What is it that your client's really looking for here? I want to try to find a zone where your client and my client can get a deal done together. I know that my client wants to buy it. I know you guys want to get this thing sold. We haven't figured it out yet, and I think we got more work to do to get this done and keep that conversation going. Welcome back from break, everyone. Rounding out the end of the day, our mega top 10 negotiation checklist. Negotiating as a real estate professional, keeping in mind at all times of duties, the check duties that we have of being meticulous and scrupulous and honest and fair to all parties. Number 1, identify the client's goals. What is their interests? What are their priorities? Clarify it. Make sure that there's not a bigger need underneath what their stated purpose is that actually has perhaps multiple different ways to fulfill that need, and in negotiating with the other party, maybe even a better way to fulfill that need. Everything from price, terms, timing, their aversion to risk. They don't want to lose the property, and the agent really wants to negotiate it because they don't think they're getting a fair deal. We can't put a deal in jeopardy because our client is willing to take less risk than we are ready to take for them. Define the BATNA. This is that best alternative or a plan B thing. This is whoever has the best plan B is going to win. So determine what your client's plan B is and how solid is it. Is this the only home they love? Is this it? Is this the number one? Or are there multiple properties? Like a seller in a multiple offer situation. That's why it's so powerful, because in a multiple offer situation, the seller has buyers who are negotiating against each other. So they're sitting watching the buyers doing the work for them, and they've got a great plan B, which is hopefully going to be the backup for the one who didn't win and get accelerated into first position. Assess the strengths and the weaknesses and the risks specific to the client's position. And what could we talk about weeks? Maybe they don't have a lot of down payment. Maybe this is the only property that they like. Maybe they're coming in and they need closing costs paid. So we have to figure out what the weaknesses of the offer and then try to deliver other items of strength that will compensate for it. And that could come in there from a seller. It could be issues with property condition. Seller, it could be been on the market for an extended period of time. For a seller, it could be that they need a fast closing timeline because they have non-refundable earnest money out somewhere else. Understand the other party's interests and motivations, which causes us to have conversations with the agent on the other side of transaction, build that trust, and create a team environment where we are going to be very respectful and ask a lot of open-ended questions. And remember where the expert negotiators fall into those what if scenarios, asking questions, getting more information, because the more information that we can pry out of them, the more that we can put a plan together that ultimately is going to help our client win. But we're not trying to make the other side lose. We're trying to give them things that's important to them and give things important to us, because the idea of a successful negotiation is one that closed versus a failed negotiation is one that didn't close at all. So knowing the other side's interest is important, which requires listening as a martial art. And in that listening, did we figure out what their plan B is? Did we figure out where their best alternatives are and how strong they are? And remember, overestimating the other party and underestimating ourselves are in the top 5 things that the Harvard Law School said that are undermining a real estate agent's position in negotiation. The 5 things that they're doing that's undermining the negotiation. Preparing objective data that supports the client's position, backing it up by data. There is no data, start talking about appraisal. But if it really comes down to evaluation issue, then we need it to be grounded in something real. Anticipate communication dynamics, different personality types, different color types, different risks. If everyone wants to communicate over text, we're going to have to overcome obstacles that with that, but also be super sensitive that we need them to make sure that they're receiving the information as we're intending to send it. So you need to scrutinize over every word and use emojis as appropriate to display what it is that you're trying to say. Of course, you're not going to send an upset emoji or a red face emoji because that would be probably inappropriate in every single situation. Except if a property didn't appraise and everyone's frustrated, then throwing a mad emoji is sort of like everyone in the situation is upset, and that would be okay because you're not expressing frustration at the other person, you're expressing frustration at the situation. But even then, it can land in the wrong direction. So I'm always using the pray emoji if we're hoping that we get a good response and that kind of thing, just letting them know that I am willing to work with them and I want to work with them, and that in the background here, I'm supporting them and respecting them, and we're going to be, we're going to be relentless at trying to make this problem go away. But we understand that the people are the mechanism to get the problem to go away. And if there's confrontation in people, it makes the problem impossible because we won't be able to get through the people to the problem. And so, in order to get through the people to get to the problem, then there needs to be respect on both sides of the transaction, and make sure that everyone is approaching and fulfills their fiduciary duty. So it's putting their clients first. And I had several questions from you saying things like, how do we know that we're negotiating with the client when we're talking to the agent and we're not actually negotiating with the agent? And you kind of know when you start getting hints of that when they say things like yes, no, in a conversation where it's impossible that they could have answered that quickly without them getting their client involved. And then say, would you do me a favor? Would you take it to the client? I really want to make sure that our clients are the ones that are receiving this information and that they're negotiating client to client. Would you do that for me and take it to the client? And then when you've raised that level of awareness to it, sometimes that is all that it took. And our top 10 negotiation takeaways. The very best negotiators, and it's not just real estate. We're talking about hostage negotiation. We're talking about, if you're dealing with luxury vehicles or even in the luxury airlines. The best negotiators approach negotiation by separating the people from the problem. They're hard on the problem, laser focused on making that go away because they want to get a deal done for their clients. And they understand the moment that trust is broken, it will be exponentially harder to advocate for the client. And by the way, if you rewind the clock today, earlier on when we played the prisoner's dilemma, the moment trust was broken, the moment that feeling happened, then all of a sudden now walls went up, and now the outcome here is going to be very different. If someone violates your trust, you have to be very cognizant of the fact that you still need them. You still need to work with them. If someone is a little spicy or come at you with the guns a blazing, and you feel it's going to undermine your ability to really work with them, sometimes it's, look, I understand things are getting heated here, and I want to work with you so you and I can put this to bed so that we can help our clients. And right now, I don't think that this conversation is productive. And I just want to push the pause button. I want to put some space in this, and I want to pick it back up tomorrow when you and I can approach this with a fresh lens and just put it on pause. You're never going to hang up on someone, but let them know. Let's just pause this conversation until tomorrow, and then let's pick it up then. That is a very bold statement. That is really telling that you're not going to allow this type of behavior here. And I would bet that they'll have the entire day to think about it. And the next day, they will have spoken to their client, they will have slept on it, and they will probably bring a completely different attitude to the table. So don't let yourself also get frustrated and let your anxiety come up. Just put some space there. We need to state the position and the terms clearly without ambiguity and without overcomplicating it, because we need to make sure that what we present to them gets presented to the other side. So if it is somewhat complex, send them an email and call them and say, hey, I just sent you an email. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that email, make sure that we're focused on problem, not people. Get our ego out of it. So if in the prisoner's dilemma someone did defect on us, that we are going to recognize that we are in a negotiation, that we're representing our client, and that we have expectations that not everyone is going to behave, but we will, and we're going to be the bigger person and not let ourselves change the way we treat someone. But we've learned a new piece of information. And that piece of information is now we need to really evaluate everything that we're learning here because there is a lack of trust. When you find out that the other side has priorities, respect those priorities. That's very important information. We shouldn't touch those non-negotiables on the other side. And sometimes your clients have non-negotiables and those non-negotiables conflict. That's where you got to find the zone of possible agreement between those two things and figure out how can we, with the client's priorities and our client's priorities, figure out how we can get this to the closing table. And sometimes it's not going to work. but most of the time it should. Know the value of time and always be cognizant of, I want to respect your time and I appreciate you answering the phone. And thank them for their time at the end. Thank you for speaking with me. I really appreciate you making yourself available. Always say that. Listen is a martial art. Make sure that you're listening. And if they're speaking, let them finish. And I know that's hard sometimes because we have a lot of questions. Sometimes they ramble on. Get a list of the priority things that you want to ask so that when you're on the phone and maybe you're dealing with a red personality who wants to control and drive the conversation, that you don't allow that to mess with a mental list that you have going on and you forget an item. Being prepared is absolutely critically important. So make sure that you're prepared, but have your list written down so when you make the phone call, you can go down that list, fill in the answers, and you're not going to miss a beat. It also helps you stay on track. Have empathy and respect for other people, their time, their situation, what's going on in their life, and have grace for them. Allow ourselves to have grace. Maybe they're not the best negotiator. Maybe they're not as knowledgeable in contracts. Let's not pull out ego and criticize them or rise above them in a way that makes them feel inferior. Let's say, hey, we've all been there. We're all new. I totally get it. My preference would be that we address this way and, explain your rationale. But have empathy, which just means be very respectful about those situations. Interest and position. Position is an end result, whereas an interest is the detail of it. Think of the position as the cake and the ingredients are the interests. And sometimes people are talking about the cake and you realize that the ingredients are um, enough to be able to change possibly the outcome. Excuse me, Mega 17. Ah, and so we'll make sure that we're when they take a position on something, let's see if there's a way that we can back up on that and zoom out and see if there is actually another way to address it to get the same outcome. For instance, closing costs of $3,000, and their position is we need $3,000 in closing costs paid, and then you find out, well, why? What is the interest of that $3,000? Why are they so interested in it? And then you find out because they need to buy appliances. And then you realize, oh, it's appliances. Has nothing to do with $3,000. $3,000 is the position. The interest is they're interested in getting a washer, dryer, and fridge. But their solution to the interest, which was their position, was $3,000. You can fix that in a lot of different ways by personal property conveyance in one way or another. And always ask open-ended questions and the what ifs because we want to aim for a win-win. And by the way, a win-win is not a split the difference. Win-win and split the difference are completely two different ideas. Splitting the difference is never a good idea. Focusing on understanding interests, learning as much as you can about the transaction, figuring out what their priorities are and your client's priorities allows you to package a deal that's actually going to end with success and clients happier. The buyer very well could be happier with the washer, dryer, and fridge. And the seller's happier because they kept the $3,000, which means they walk away from the transaction happier than they would have had they just transferred $3,000. And if they split the difference, $1,500 on each, they've still both lost. So we need to get to the real heart of the issue so that we can really, really help them achieve what it is ultimately that they're looking to achieve. And sometimes their stated position is not what they're looking to achieve. That's just one way to get there. So that wraps up our Mega 17 Master Negotiation class. Now we're going to go into a quick review of the entire Mega journey that you've been on from Mega Module 1 all the way through Mega Module 12. And remember that famous quote from Albert Einstein, in all things that you do, consider the end. And I'm hoping that now that you hear that, we're thinking zooming out of your day, zooming out of your week, zooming out of your month, zooming out of your year, zooming out of your decade, and you're looking at your business as a whole. And we're looking at it that I need to build a referral-based business. I need my entire client base, all these closings from A to Z. I need all of these closings that I've ever had. I need to convert those into people. And I need to communicate with the people and stay in contact with the people because that's where the business is going to come from. We can work really hard and we can spend the money on Zillow and Realtor.com leads and Facebook leads and lead generate like crazy. But remember those leads come at a very low conversion rate and they're pricey. But our spheres, our village, and our past clients, that's a whole different scenario. Statistically, that each one of those people knows someone every calendar year that's going to buy, sell, or lease that they can refer to you, that you can help them with getting a roof over their head. So in 2026, look back on every closing you've had. Look back at all of your sphere and look back at all of your database and look at the sheer amount of people there. If 60% of them give you a referral and you close 50% of those referrals, I will bet you that's 50 to 100 closings. That's $500,000 to $1 million. That is a very good income for any salesperson. And you're just focusing on the people who know, love, and trust you. And goal setting is key. Thank you for all of your hard work in working with our new Realty Texas business planner. Kylie did a great job at Key Title with making sure that all of us had a good business planning session for January that's going to start the year off right and hopefully focus on income producing tasks throughout the year. That's going to land us in December of 2026, looking back at this year proud of what we accomplished because we focused on the right things. So here we are still in January, barely. But when you fast forward to December, and it will be here before you even know it, and you look back to 2026, what do you want to have accomplished? How many transactions do you want to have closed? How much income do you want to put under your belt for your family? And the decisions that you're making in your business today, this week, next week, and this month, coming into February, is absolutely critical because it's the path that will lead you to December. 30 days to reach a habit. And all of you have been in the habit of Monday, Wednesday, and Friday focusing on your business. You have created that habit. Now you need to move that habit forward and take what you've learned here and the time estimate that you've invested here and invest that wholeheartedly in your business. This isn't the time for vacation. This isn't the time for losing focus. This is the time, if ever before, you focused and doubled down on your business to make the $1 million in 2026 because it's available to you. You just have to go and do it. And only you will be the method that gets there or the failure that stops you. Setting the goal means you've halfway reached just by setting the goal. Remember what it said. I'm going to read it one more time. Successful people annual time block 3 things. First, they make a list of all vacations and time off they want to take for the year, and they time block them off their calendar. This way, they've guaranteed themselves, their family, and their friends that personal time off comes first. Now they're simply working in between their time off instead of working all the time. And as a result, taking too little time off too late. Second, they take out their calendar and their time block a few hours every day devoted to nothing but the one thing, lead generation. A few hours every day to lead generation. Third, they time block an hour each week to plan that lead generation time block that I call the power hour. And you should call it the power hour. It's that time we learned from Kobe Bryant where he picked up the dirt and smelled it and said, "Hey, don't bother me. I'm in the zone right now." I woke up this morning with the right mindset. I woke up thinking about the 5 things that I'm grateful for. I made my bed. I did a little bit of yoga. I drank some water and I got myself mentally prepared. I looked at my goal board and I looked at all of my why. I revisited my mission statement and my unique value proposition. I put on my headset, I looked in my mirror and smiled so I could see my smile and thought about Vanessa Van Edwards, and I made my first call. From that moment forward, there should be no distractions in this time period that is your power hour because it's a dedicated time. Successful people annually time block 3 things. The first one is making family a priority. Second one is making lead generation a priority. And the third one is making calendaring a priority by scheduling time to make sure that the power hour exists in your calendar. That is very insightful. It is what you need to include in your business to ensure that you have the goal integrity, that when you make it to December and you look back on this year, that the money is there, the success is there, and you use 2027 as a blueprint. And every year, if you revisit Mega, you will learn things you didn't catch before, see philosophies that you didn't catch before. I'm 21 years in the business, and so for an agent in the first year, you're going to catch on to things that make sense. On your first 5 years, you're going to catch on to some things that make sense. And after you've been in the business 15 to 20 years, you're going to catch on to some things that make sense. So you may not have caught everything. There was a lot of information thrown at you through Mega, a lot, from decades and decades of experience. I recommend coming back and visiting it again and using the January Mega as a solid launch for your career because while you're in Mega, you should be focused on calling your people. But the first time you take Mega, you're focusing on remembering your contract paragraphs, taking your C2EX, learning your value proposition, and learning your code of ethics, taking Fair Haven. You should have already had all of that done before you even got into Mega. So the next time you get into Mega, you dust off the cobwebs and replant your 23 paragraphs, which is something that'll come back quickly, and your 17 articles of code of ethics will come back quickly. The rest of it's already done, which means all that time and energy spent on what you spent before. Well, you see, that is when you'll be making your calls. And the second time around, Mega becomes more and more and more successful because you have more and more time freed up outside of Mega to be following the teachings of Mega, which should be super packing your pipelines for the year. Stacking your pipelines, filling your pipelines for the years that you get out of Mega with not only a right mindset, but also pipelines filled, and you've recommitted to your schedules because it takes time and energy in your business to pull out of it the kind of money that we're talking about here. Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great. That is something that I have hanging on my wall because it's an easy thing for us to become complacent. When you're setting goals, and the greatest danger in goal setting isn't that we aim too high and miss it. That's not the bigger danger. The bigger danger is that we aim too low and we hit it. And then we realize, wow, if I really applied myself, what could I have done? And that time you can never get back. Applying yourself a little bit more has 2 times results most times, 3 time results sometimes, 4 time results sometimes. And getting that kind of result really matters because it is life changing how that equates to the topic of income. Do you want to make $1 million in 2026? That is open to you. Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. It's not a matter really of thinking whether you can or can't. It's a matter of believing and then doing it. And as long as you break that glass ceiling and know that a new agent in the first 5 years has the ability to make $1 million a year, and I've shown you evidence of it, then we ask ourselves the question, if they can do it, so can I, right? And then you turn that question into a statement. If they can do it, so can I. And you realize, I can do it. This isn't a matter of can or can't. It's actually doing it. And that takes action. Turning the thought into action. Turning all of these principles that we've learned into business practices. In 2021, this is 5 years ago now, higher wage earners, 10% of America earned 175,000. Large group of people, 3 million people, 30 million people. 5%, 15 million people earn 350,000 a year or more. The one percenters, they're earning 825,000 a year. And the 1/10 of one percenters, they're earning over $3 million a year in income. How many homes do you have to sell in order to reach those kind of numbers? Well, we know that if you are wanting to earn $41,000 a year and you work 40 hours a week, that's $21 an hour. And if you are earning $500,000 a year, that's $260 an hour. And if you are earning $1 million a year, that's $520 an hour. We're going to convert this. 95% of agents share in 5% of the business, and 5% of agents share in 95% of the business. This is a good review and a good thing to always keep in the back of your mind. That the top 5% of agents out there are selling 25 to 50 homes a year, and that is a good practice. That's 2 a month, 3.5 a month. So at a $600,000 sales price, that's $450,000 for a group of 25 homes, $600,000 for 50 homes, it's $900,000. NAR studies show that every adult over the age of 18 years old has the propensity to refer you one closed deal every single year. If you build your database to 200 and your database is only yielding 50% of what it's supposed to, that's 50 closings. At $18,000, that's 900,000. You already have the 50 closings. They're already there. You just have to go and get them. They're sitting on the table and they're just waiting for you to go and collect them. And you collect them by picking up the phone and figuring out under which phone number they're hidden. And there's 100 phone numbers in your phone, and you know that 50 of them are going to be providing you another phone number of where it's hidden. And now it's just a game of going and finding at what phone number is hidden this closing that I need. And I'm going to do that 50 times throughout the year, which means you don't need Zillow leads. You don't need Realtor.com leads. And if you think that you need those to be successful, you've completely lost the point of mega, because all of the money, all of the transactions that you need is in the spheres that you already know. There are people that don't know have 100 people in their database. So they are going out and trying to add new people into it. And I think that's great. I think a geographic farm is genius. I think that coming in and calling our database, which we've spent over $1.8 million to build, is genius. But that's not where the heart of the business is going to come from. You're going to get more transactions, maybe 3 or 4, but those 3 or 4 on themselves is $15,000 each, $60,000 for those 4. So it becomes very worth it, very, very worth it to spend the time to geographic farm, do open houses, and try to get your database built up to a larger 200 base if it's not already. A statistic that I find alarming but reassuring for new agents and very disappointing for the existing ones, that 85% of people, they don't know how to get in touch with their real estate agent. This is an NAR study, so they use this word realtor. How 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 embarrassing is that? That a real estate agent could have a client that doesn't know how to get in touch with them. They should absolutely have text messages, emails, postcards, birthday cards. There should be no confusion on how to reach you. Again, that 25 to 50 closings a year equates to $450,000 a year, $900,000 a year. That's where the top 5% of agents, that's where they are. That's how they're getting by, making massive amounts of money focused on their spheres. And in the real estate sales wealth distribution, if they can do it, so can you. And that's a true statement. How much do you want to make in the next 12 months? And it's a decision that you get to make, and fill out your business plan and take that business plan and take it to your .me in the goal tracker and enter it. If you haven't done that, get with Katie so she can show you how. Is it 100? Is it 500? Is it a million? The greater danger isn't that you set your goals too high and didn't make it. It's that you set it too low and made it. Set your goal for 100,000 and you made it when you know that if you set the goal to 500,000 and you met 300,000, that means that you set your goal on 100 and you left 200,000 on the table because you didn't set the goal and hold yourself accountable to the real wealth that's hiding under this profession. $1 million per income, 50,000 or 50 homes a year, that's 4 homes a month. That's 1 home a week. That is the extent in which an agent can no longer handle all of the information. At the point you are doing between 3 and 4, that's when you're considering hiring a full-time assistant. You exceed past that, now you can double your business. Before having a full-time assistant, most agents are not in a position to hire a full-time assistant until they're closing at least 2 transactions a month. So if your goal is to make $1 million this year, you need three quality leads a day. That means that you need to be picking up the phone and you need to be calling your spheres. That's 100 leads a day, which is going to result, or that's 90 leads a month, which is going to result in roughly 4 closings. So you want to earn $1 million a year, it's 20 calls a day, 5 new contacts a day, 100 new homes a year. That is the top 1%. Top salespeople, they run and manage their business. Their business does not run them, which means they've taken control of it. They've planned, they have goal integrity, and they start each day knowing exactly what's going to go on that day. They are not doing the opposite, which is starting their day and checking email and letting the first thing that hits them that day plan their day for them. Are you in control of your business? And if you're not in control of your business right now, coming into February after Mega, it just means that you need to set yourself up with having every day knowing what you're going to do. You know that you're going to show up in your morning huddle. You know that Blast Lab starts in the afternoon. Between them, you have a power hour that you're going to pick up the phone and you're going to call your people. And you're going to call your people before you're going to check and respond to all the email stuff. Remember, we're not in emergency services. We don't, none of this is emergency stuff. The emergency in your business, if there was one highest priority, it's picking up your phone and calling your database, calling your clients. That is the most important thing for you to do. Everything else can be scheduled. Having a database is the soul and heart of your business. All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up. We learned that from Tom Ferry. But what it means is that you can't commit to memory who it is that you're supposed to call. You have to have that goal integrity that says, look, I'm going to show up in the morning. My CRM is going to tell me who to call. I'm going to look at the notes. I'm going to make the call and call the next person and continue letting the CRM drive me. And the idea of what a successful agent is versus a successful salesperson. A successful salesperson is someone who can drive the client to make a decision. They have influence. There's never a bad time to buy, but there are some bad times to sell. And influence is not manipulation, but it's that they come to you and they ask for help. They ask for your advice and you give it to them, and then they ask for your opinions and you give them those as well. That means that they know that you have the ability and they recognize it. They know that you have the commitment to the profession and to them, and they recognize it. And they know you have the ethics, and they recognize it. And they defer to you and your judgment and your experience and your ethics and your commitment. If we want to look at what an expert salesperson is, it's, again, someone who will relinquish control because the consumer trusts their ability, their commitment, and their ethics. The 4 hemispheres, the 4 corners of your business is the prospect, convert, close, follow up. And it is a cycle. It is a spoked wheel that has to continue turning. And if there is a broken spoke, the wheel's not going to turn. The business is going to break. You have to wake up every day with a prospecting mindset. We have to step away from being an operator of our business to being the leader of our business that recognize that we're an employee of our own business. And we have to split our head between being the leadership and the operator. And eventually you can hire people that can help be the operator. Now let's look at an example. I can buy a $500,000 car and I can sit in the front seat and I can drive it, or I can sit in the back seat and have someone drive me. And that is the difference that we're talking about here. In both situations, you own the car. But one, you're driving it, and that's a choice. The other one, you're in the back seat. I'm using this as an example of your business. The person in the back seat has the ability to sit back and watch everything that's going on and make sure that they are planning the route. The person in the driver's seat's not planning the route. The person in the back seat is planning the route. The person who is running the business from a CEO mindset. And if you're not your own CEO mindset and you're an operator in your business, you need to take a step back and you need to take a look and really introspectively decide what you want. Do you want to be an employee or do you want to be a leader of your business? Because a leader of your business, they show up prepared and they know what their day, week, month, and year looks like. An employee, an operator, they show up having no idea what's going to be planned because operators operate and leaders lead. That creates vision. That creates an area in your business that is being planned and you operate the plan. Business planning comes first. Employees don't create business plans. CEOs do. Your 5 promises to yourself, to the employee version of you, that there's going to be a power hour every day that's going to have 20 calls made. You're going to dress the part. 70% of how people initially judge you is based on how you dress. You've got to learn how to master objection handling. And that's not something that you're going to just all of a sudden learn coming out of Mega. You definitely need to attend our weekly sales meeting. That's where you're going to learn the objection handling of the day, every day, week after week. It's once a week. It's an hour and a half. It's more than worth your time. And where could you surround yourself in a meeting like that anywhere else? Probably one of the most important hard-coded things in your calendar that you'll plan around. And when you have a closing drop on your calendar, you got to help plan it. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I want to be there for you. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I want to be there with you. However, I'm booked at that time and I'm free after 2. Are you able to sign the night before or 2? Let's all work together to find a time where we can close that works for everyone. When you get a lead or a registration on your website and you're in the CRM and you're looking and paying attention to what goes on, you need to, at all possible, call them as quickly as possible. Sometimes we don't have that ability, but calling them as quickly as possible gives you a 341% greater chance of getting them on the phone. And don't forget your value proposition that you've already learned. You've learned it. You've told the world what it is. Now, when it comes to talking about compensation, when it comes to asking for the job and going on a job interview, that you're prepared for the job interview, that you know exactly what to say, and you're not going to skip a beat. You're not going to walk away from that meeting thinking of a long list of myriad of things that you wish you had said, but just didn't because you were surprised in the moment and you hadn't prepared for it. The 6 salesperson rule of engagements. Again, learn a close script. When someone says no, we're going to dig deeper and we're going to objection handle, try to get to the root of it. We're not going to just take it for its face value. Same thing in negotiations. Apologize if something doesn't go right and own it, and make sure that we really look at it and not throw someone else under the bus. But we're going to take responsibility for it. And then we're going to figure out how to make sure that never happens again. Never be late. If you're running late because the world just got in the way, you got to call and let people know before the time has already come and gone. Because if the time has gone and you call them 5 minutes after and tell them you're going to be late, that was a missed appointment. If 30 minutes, an hour before, you should already know that you're not going to make it on time and call them and say, I am en route. There's a possibility I'm a couple of minutes late, but I'm getting there as fast as I can. That is the mark of an expert business person, salesperson, business operator, and CEO. You are going to be the employee of yourself, but recognize that for every hour that you spend on administrative tasks, you need to spend at least 2 hours on prospecting. And remember the mirroring thing. Vanessa Van Edwards, which, by the way, she has a master class that you might want to watch. Be what they need. They need us to help guide them, which means we need to show up at our best. Your CRM is your most important tool. Remember the pipelines. Remember how the system works. And you might just want to take Gavin's class once a quarter and put on your calendar just so you can see the new features. The CRM is going through a metamorphosis right now. We're building a dashboard for it, which is going to show you your birthdays and the cards that you've mailed and who's your A-list clients. And that dashboard will be rolled out before the beginning of March. We're very excited about the dashboard, and it's going to be a game changer for you and your business. So we're continuing to add more and more into the CRM. And if you have suggestions and good ideas, send them our way. Probably already talked about it 10 times. Remember that if you want to have a higher conversion rate, you simply call more times. That's it. Simply call more. 40% chance of getting a hold of someone on the first chance. 60% chance of getting a hold of someone on the second call. And that continues to go up and up until you have a 90% chance on the sixth call. So if people are registering on your website, you're coming in and you're calling the database, or you're calling the opportunity vault from home. Any of those things, which they're all open to you at this point. Remember that you have to be relentless, that this is a sales job and we have to be looking for our clients. And it's not hard. We're not digging ditches in the rain. We are with a cup of coffee sitting at home, picking up the phone and calling people who want to have home, who want to reinvent home for themselves. That's a beautiful thing, and that's something that we can uniquely help them with. And there's a lack of properly trained, skilled agents out there. And you can elevate yourself to that status. You just have to show up prepared. Remember the best days to make calls. I want people to have a balanced life. I want people to have days off. Your days off might not be Saturday and Sunday. That's very true. Your days off very likely could be Tuesday, could be Friday, could be Thursday, Friday. We know that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are the most important days for a real estate agent. Mondays are coming in from the weekend and a lot going on. I recommend that if an agent were to take a day off, it would be Friday. And Saturday and Sunday, or maybe you take half day off on Friday and half a day off on Saturday, because Saturday all you do is an open house and you try to push all your closings to Sunday. But we have to be flexible. We have to wake up knowing exactly what's going to go on that day and live in an environment that we are respectful to our calendar. And if you want consistent income, you've got to have consistent prospecting. That is our end of mega review. You do have a mega final exam to take and a mega 12 class to take. I am very proud of each and every one of you. This is the official conclusion of your mega 12. You know exactly where to go to get your points. Throw those into teams. Make sure that Lisa has them before the deadline. But you did it. And I want to thank you for all of your hard work and your dedication in Mega. It means a lot to me that you've taken the time to go through this very long, intensive academy, that you have shown up prepared, that you've done the homework, that you did the open houses, that you did the memorization, you made the phone calls, you did all the things. And now it's time to apply them. You know, the difference between success and failure is often the difference between waking up and taking action, or waking up and pausing and pushing it off to the next day, and then the next day, and the next day. And if you find yourself in that scenario, force yourself to wake up, look at your right hand, and look at the 5 things that you're thankful for, and show up in your morning huddle and use that to launch your day and get a little bit of inspiration. And I hope to see all of you in Mega 19 in January. to refresh some that you've learned, you'll notice that there was a lot of people in your Mega 17 class that was from Mega 16, 15, Mega 10, and before. So I very much look forward to celebrating with each and every one of you at our Realty Texas Mega 17 party in Round Rock. And I look forward to seeing you in our morning huddles, our afternoon blast labs, our weekly sales meeting, and our bulletproof weekly contracts. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Lisa's here.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good morning.
This is a new class that he's put together, and it was intense. So it's going to be fun because, you guys are the guinea pigs for this format that he put together. So he's just.
I thought you were the one, Lisa.
What?
I thought you were the one. You and Michael Potter.
Yes, that's true. Michael Potter and I pretended to be classmates, and he put us through the runner. And then he did something with Miguel and I last night, and anyway, that was fun. So
we're looking forward to it.
Yeah. So this will be a great class. I mean, it's fun to really do a deep dive on negotiating and understanding that whole thing. So
I mean, why would Mega end not intense, right? Like, why would it end easy?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I
When it
just don't
started
know.
off, right.
I'm good.